Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude. Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear.
But at the end of the day, if it comes at me, I will go at it, and I'm not being responsible for what happens. I have to kick it between the bollocks. That's what's going to happen. I will kick a panda in the bollocks if I have to. But at the end
This is political theater, folks. We all know where it ends up. We've seen it. I've been here 12 years. I've seen it 12 times. I refuse to be a thespian in this failure theater. And with that, I yield back.
The Constitution and the Declaration of Independence can live only as long as they are enshrined in our hearts and minds. Whether we will preserve and extend popular liberty is a very serious question, but after all, it is a very old question. The men who signed the Declaration faced it. So did those who wrote the Constitution. But each succeeding generation has faced it. And so far, each succeeding generation has answered it in the affirmative.
I would like to solve the puzzle.
Today's big question, which is, how often should you wash your towels? Ted in Wisbeck has been in touch. I don't use towels. I use a hairdryer set on cool. It takes a bit longer, but it feels lovely. And I finish off with a little talc for my testes and bum. Lovely stuff. Today's big question, which is, how often
Right, hang on a sec, because I've just come straight from Flo's, so I need to sort myself out, right? I need to sort myself out, and I've got to make a coffee and stuff. I need some refreshment. I've been on Flo. I'm not sure how long that was, but that was good, man. I've missed it over there. That was a funny stream today. I laughed. I don't know if I was re-streaming in those points when I was crying with laughter, but I was crying with laughter at a couple of points. It was brilliant. I like Flo. Don't care what anyone says. I'm having issues with my freaking screen. Jesus, 19 people here already, right? Peace. Sylvie, how you doing? You're in the back. Oh, what? You're in the back of an ambulance with a suspected snake bite. Jesus. What the heck have you been up to, Sylvie? I'm just gonna... What? So you can... If you can't hear anything... Oh, hang on. I'll go into my chat. There we go. So you can't hear me. You read the chat. That's crazy. So you'll notice that I've got both horizontal and... No, I don't want it. Fuck off. I want it in the other one. I'm going to force people to have it in fucking TikTok version. I'm supposed to be able to turn my phone on the side. And telling me to scroll up. Go and suck a dick. Alright, I'm not doing that again. We're just going to have it on normal landscape. So yeah, I need to make coffee and stuff. Alright. So, because I've just been sat on a panel with Flo State and Katie and Mike 23 and all that lot. And if you've come from that stream, then you know. You already know. I don't need to explain. So I'm just going to find you some nice music. What sort of music would you like today? If I play Christmas songs, I get blocked worldwide. And if I play Dire Straits, it gets blocked in some regions. That's sounding like it might work. I can't stop that vertical thing now because it's decided, and you can't. Once you've gone live, you can't change it. I'm not going to do that again. Right, I don't like it. It's boring. Sunrise. There we go. That will be it. That will be the one. Oh, come on, will you?
This world will be shaken by a whisper.
Big up yourselves for being patient. I just got to go out and come back in again. Hang on. Right, let's start properly, shall we? Boom. How's it going, Pete's? What day is it today? It's Monday. Moon Day. Happy Moon Day. How are we doing? The link is not pinned. I meant to pin it. The link there is pinned there. So, as always, waiting for a good soul to come up and have a little chinwag with me. I woke up early today. I woke up at like 4 a.m. And I didn't go to bed until gone midnight. But I woke up at 4 a.m. And I sort of dozed for a little bit. And then I got up probably about 5. And started watching Flo State. And then joined this panel. Sylvie, that's crazy, man. She can't hear anything. which sucks. But that's crazy. Went to a plug house for a snake bite and got more than she bargained for. Well, you could say that there. Right. I'm giving you vocal fry. What's up, Ivan? How you doing? Booyaka Shan, Leafy boy. Go on, Leafy. Just you guys chatting. We got 15 people watching, but we've only got you guys chatting there. There's actually Amory Gaming 16 on the Magic Treehouse. If you're still there, Amory, welcome. If you're under 18, this isn't really an under 18 channel. It's not suitable for under 18-year-olds, unless your parents are sat there with you. I only mention that because it says 16. Amory Gaming 16. I don't know what that means, but it might mean that you're 16 years old. In which case, this content is not suitable for you. And I should just make that disclaimer now for legal reasons. This channel is not suitable for under 18-year-olds. This channel isn't really suitable for under 30-year-olds. There aren't very many under 30-year-olds that can handle what's going on this channel. Just, I don't know. I might be wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong in the chat. But we're all pretty middle-aged. Around these parts, we're all pretty old. If the white in my beard didn't tell you that. I know I'm quite an immature guy, but really, I should be like an adult. I'm not. Why is that? Can anybody tell me what that is? I think it's because I don't have children, right? So I'm one of these guys that I need to have children because I'll absolutely step up to the plate for that, man. But I was thinking about when I was sat there on Flows, I was thinking about like the possibility of moving to America, if that was possible. Like if it were possible for me to go to America, would I want to go, and where would I want to go? Because the idea of moving somewhere where everybody speaks English is kind of appealing. But the idea of moving back to England kind of isn't. Yeah, you're not senior yet. I think you got to be. I think you got another 4 years to go, 4 or 5 years to go for that. Really, another, like 10 or 20. Really, I think we're considered adult far too early, far too soon. The link is pinned. And I'm waiting for guests.
Which one of you bitches wants to dance? Hey, you know when you're doing the usual sort of threesome thing you do of a weekend, and the moonlight's bouncing off your heads and your arses and everything, does that not get a bit confusing? Right. Look, this is you, okay?
Fucking love it. Let's have another one.
Well, hello, kids. Now, as we all know, today marks the very beginning of, say it with me now, the end. Well, hello, kids. kids. Now, as we all know, today marks the very beginning of, say it with me now, the end of days. That's right. And that means we are going to be revisiting the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization. Now, yesterday we learned all about oil refining, making alcohol, and pigeon mail. And to help me out today, we all remember my very special assistant, Craig. Say hi, Craig. All right, kids. Now let's start off with Craig's favorite thing to demonstrate, the art of martial arts. Now, according to the book, the most effective moves are disorienting jabs to the vital organs, like the kidney or the eyes.
Shut up, Tanya!
I'm muted. You can't hear me. Hey, it's Paula. How you doing, Paula?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you? You had a good... Did you have a good week last week?
Last week was interesting, but I finally got some sleep last night. So instead of being up all night like I usually am, I went to sleep.
So are you... It's... I can't remember where you are. You're like 6 to 8 hours behind me. So that means it's a couple of hours in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5:54 a.m. here. So.
Yeah. So you haven't slept yet, or you have?
No, I have. I woke up around 5.
Right.
So.
You still feeling a little bit drowsy?
Still trying to wake up.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to get that second cup of coffee.
It's coffee. You gotta get some coffee inside you.
Yes, sir.
So, what was the highlight of your week last week?
Highlight of my week. Let's see. Well, last week wasn't much to speak of. I did have fun Saturday, so that was good.
What did you do on Saturday?
Went shopping, drove trucks.
Drove trucks? What? You were shopping for a new truck?
No, I had to borrow. We went shopping for wood at Lotus discounts. So, anyway, I drove my truck over to my friend's house. She's a real nice lady. Her husband's passed on this past April, so she's a new widow, and she was all happy and everything. It's like, she was happy I got out of the house because I don't get out much.
Right.
And we went over there with my truck and tried to hook my truck up to the trailer I was borrowing of hers, and the bottle of my hitch is too small, so she said, well, just go ahead and take the work truck. So got the work truck down the hill and switched up, and so anyway, it is no wonder her husband loved that truck so much, because it feels good and it sounds good. There's a V8 dual exhaust. Oh, baby. It sounds nice.
The most important thing about driving any vehicle is that it feels solid when you drive it.
Yeah.
Like, it feels, just so when you close the door, there's a nice thud when you close the door, nothing rattles, and it's, it's just nice. I used to, all my cars when I was younger, from when I passed my test up until I was in my 30s, all those cars in my my teens and my 20s were all old bangers that all rattled. So I had, always had a music system. I was wired a music system in, made sure I was playing music really loud, so it just drowned out all the rattles. right? But then eventually I managed to get a car that didn't have any rattles. It was well put together, and it was just it just sounded really nice and smooth. So when you were driving, all you could hear was the tires on the road and the engine. And I stopped listening to music. And I just started enjoying the sound of driving, especially with the window down. And I had a V6. It was just beautiful, man. When you put your foot down, it purred.
Well, my truck's a V6, but it's only single exhaust, so she's kind of quiet. But it's no wonder her husband loved that truck, because I told her, I said, honey, I really enjoyed driving that thing. I said, if you want to get rid of it, I want it. So,
I'd love to have a truck. I think a truck could suit me, like a pickup with a flat I guess a flatbed, in the back. Maybe not even 4 seats, just a 2-seater with a big space to fit stuff like motorbikes and quad bikes and stuff like that, or chainsaws and fucking axes and with a winch on the front and a good tie bar on the back. I just want to address this. Halsey, how you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Have I ever considered voice acting? Well, it's very strange you should say that, actually. It's yeah, I have, obviously. And I've been speaking to Rock about it, because Rock is an actor and he knows agents and stuff, and he said if I put a demo tape together, he could play it to some agents, and he reckons I could definitely get some work. I think, yeah, I'd love to be a voice actor, especially for a computer game or something, or I've even got in touch with Mysterious Middle East, the channel Mysterious Middle East, because and offered my voice, like I offered to lend my voice for free to them to do some, do some narration on their videos. I love their work. The panel's open, guys. We've got 22 people. There's not very many people chatting. Morgan, how you doing, man? You should come and join us. You're always welcome, dude. Rico's tinfoil sombrero. That's Rico's tinfoil sombrero. Is that one of the? Is this a YouTube kind of name change thing where I know you was something else and now you're called Rico's tinfoil sombrero? Or are you new to the channel? Either way, welcome and thank you very much for being here. The panel's open to anyone but Queen Stephanie. Or, I'm not even going to say their names. It's like Beetlejuice.
Yeah, don't do that. But anyway, it was good. It was fun, and so we picked up the wood to build a deck and a couple other things, and then we get home and I decided, well, either later today or tomorrow I'll be calling about trying to get some metal to go in my shed because it does need a new roof, and then I'll pretty much have all the stuff I need to just do things.
Say that again. Say that again. Because you're a little bit muffled. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm talking low too.
You're you are mumbling a little bit. Yeah. So say that again.
Yeah. Well, um, either today or tomorrow I'll be calling about metal to go on the roof of my shed, and then I got to do a little bit of measuring and stuff like that, and make sure I have the right framework to. Well, I bought the 2x4s. I bought like 22 2x4s. I'm not sure whether I'm going to need 22 or 24 to do the roof, so I got to do measuring, and I want it the
You gonna do the curtain?
yeah, because I got the
Yeah.
saw.
Measure
Yeah, I
twice.
got the
Measure
saw.
twice. Cut once. That's all I say.
No,
Just
I
measure
measure three
twice.
motherfucking times because I'm a dumbass. I'll measure 3 times, huh?
I love that
But
though. That you're practical. You know, get your hands dirty and just fucking and do stuff. I love that. It's like my cousin. My cousin's like that. She's got a small holding, so you know. I guess there's.
oh my God, my voice is really soothing. Thank you for that. That's sweet.
Oh yeah, I was going to
But
say, Wild Aussie Woman says your voice is really soothing. You could do voice work.
that's the only thing I've ever done is radio spots for a radio station I was working with about, oh hell, about 40 years ago. But I only worked there for like about 3 months because they weren't paying me enough. So
You
I
could.
was only, go ahead.
I was just going to say you could do like a ASMR, read stories to people really close to the
Oh
microphone.
hell no. I don't want somebody jacking off to my voice. No, thank you.
No, it's not. Doesn't necessarily mean that, does it? My word, why would your mind go there? Jesus. I
Because
mean, no. Some people. I'm hoping that some people just like to listen. It's not that they're pleasuring themselves while they're listening. They just like to listen. Because otherwise, I got an issue with Wild Aussie Woman asked me to sing her happy birthday ASMR style. This weekend. I know it does do funny things to you, I know. Who is this lady? Oh no, we've already answered that, haven't we? And Yvonne, have I said hey yet? Because I'm saying hey now if I didn't. Fuck off, Richie, get out of my head. Yeah, there you go. You could read children's stories. Can you do funny voices? Like, could you do a cackling granny, a cackling, like a cackling witch?
I probably could.
Have you got any grandchildren?
I have one. He's 7.
Did you ever read him stories?
No, because I've only seen him twice because we don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
That's funny. That it was sort of a subject that came up on Flo States, talking about families and marriage and children and if there was any merit or virtue or point in marriage, that men should get married. There was a lad on there. I say lad. He was 40 years old, but brought up by the army, and just dead against marriage and getting married. Saying no, you should be able to have babies outside of marriage and still have all the same rights and everything. he just we all agreed that he wasn't. Yeah, marriage wasn't for him. Definitely, marriage was not for him. Welcome, Dom. How you doing?
Hola, Dom. Buenos dias.
Good day, Rich and Paula. Hope you guys are both doing well.
Aye, lovely.
I've only been awake about an hour, Dom, so I'm not full throttle yet.
And I've been awake sort of since about 4 o'clock. So I'm just wired on coffee.
Well, I couldn't let Richie sit up there by himself, Somebody had to come up and say hi.
Who's to say Richie was sitting?
No, Richie was sitting up on the panel all by himself. I couldn't leave him there by himself,
As always, I don't even bother like giving a topic or anything. Just I start the stream, I open a panel and say, right, let's go. Someone come up here and strike up a conversation. And sometimes it can take 3 hours. And sometimes it can take only, 3 minutes. Just depends. Depends on what mood people are in when they watch and when they listen, Depends where people are at.
Well, I'm finding panel bursts to be an interesting thing. So
Say that again.
the panelverse, I'm finding it to be an interesting location. I guess you could call it a location, a non-local location.
I mean, I wouldn't. Although this is a panel of sorts, I wouldn't say that I'm part of the panelverse.
No, I don't think you are because they're a lot more ridiculous than you are.
Right.
No offense to the others, but I mean.
There's another way you could. There's another way you could have said that. You could have said they're completely ridiculous and you're not. But I love the way you said they're just more ridiculous than I am. I love the fact because I am actually ridiculous, right?
Well, being ridiculous.
I'm Rick. I'm Rick Ridiculous. My name's Richard.
Well, see, that's fine. You have to be a little ridiculous to, even get up on the panel, which I'm stating that I'm ridiculous too. But there's ridiculous and there's total beyond out there ridiculousness. So.
Did you ever see Ridiculousness?
No, I did not.
On MTV, and I think it was on. I think it started on MTV. Ridiculousness. It was. I guess I was watching it. Around 2012. That's when I came across it. But a friend of mine was absolutely mad about it. Just watched it all the time. Lived for it, and it was exactly that. It was ridiculousness.
I don't think we had MTV at that time. Actually, I don't think I've ever had MTV on any satellite or whatever I've had. And by 2012, let's see, about 2012, 2014 is when I just totally got rid of the satellite. So. Because I live out where there's no cables, We never got it
when I was a child. No, my parents never got Sky TV or anything because it started off as Sky TV with the satellite dish. There wasn't even really cable, Because in America everybody had cable, didn't they? Cable's been around fucking ages, like since the 80s, and that's where MTV started, wasn't it, on cable?
Yeah. My parents had cable, but they didn't have MTV. So if I wanted to see MTV, I'd have to go to somebody else's house to watch MTV.
Yeah,
it was all based on the package, and usually MTV, HBO, and all that stuff was a more expensive package, and my parents weren't spending that kind of money on it, so.
Well, my parents were quintessential 1990s 90s aspiring upper middle class, and they didn't want to watch that American trash. We've got 4 perfectly decent channels here. What on earth would we need 400? That was literally my dad's attitude. Except he wasn't as well spoken as that. He's not as well spoken as that. He's still with us. Mic check for Paula. It sounds weird.
I'm sorry.
It's gone. There's a little rattle that's come into it, which is a little bit strange. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it too much. Are you on a is your microphone on a little cable? You know, are you plugged in with earphones, or are you using the loudspeaker, or are you on computer?
Yes. I'm on a computer with Bluetooth headphones.
Ah, that's what it is. It's the Bluetooth headphones.
Okay.
Is it using that microphone as well, or have you got another? Have you got another mic?
I can switch headphones.
If you've got headphones that aren't Bluetooth with a mic on them, that would be better. If they're plug-in headphones, they always work better.
I don't have any of those because my computer's across the room from me.
Right. It's normally a battery thing.
Yeah. Well, I can switch headphones because the other ones are on charge. So I'll have to leave and then come back.
Yeah, cool. No worries. We're not going anywhere.
Okay.
We'll still be here. So,
right.
Dom.
Mr. Rich.
Sat there quietly in the background as always. How's it going?
Well, for myself, it's doing well. It's early in the morning.
Yeah, it must be like 5 a.m. 4 or 5 a.m.
6:15 right now, but close enough.
Yeah.
Couple topics I heard you were actually talking. You were talking about, I guess, marriage, and you guys are just talking about.
I wasn't talking against marriage.
No, you were talking about marriage.
Yeah. There was a guy that was against marriage. There was this. He called himself Alpha, the First One. Which yeah. But yeah, he's just got this very, very firm views about obviously just relationships generally. He's and like I said, he was brought up by the army. Joined the army at 16. So I pointed out to him that 14 to 16 is 14 to 21. Sorry, is a important part of our lives, and he spent a good part of that being brought up by the army. So it explained why he was thinking the way he was. I mean, I don't think that in the army they encourage the runts to go out and get married, do they? They prefer them to be single, don't they? It's just then they don't have they don't end up. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking. I'm speculating. I've got no idea, but
Well,
if they just want cannon fodder, much better if that cannon fodder's single, isn't it?
Well, I think things like marriage is a sideways conversation, but when somebody talks against something like, in this case, marriage, it would probably be better for the individual or the conversation to say, then what are you for? Bachelor life? And then they can explain, the reason why they believe in or value bachelor life. Because it's like me talking about, okay, I'm not for, I don't know, some other thing that I'm never going to do, opposed to if a person really wants to have an argument, I guess, talk about the things that you're for. Let the people that actually favor marriage or been in a marriage talk about those things, I guess. But I think, since you went sideways with the marriage, with the military part, there's advantages and disadvantages for people that are in the military, or the people that hire people that are in the military, that if they're married or not. And it's at different stages. Because you want to be able to reproduce that, right? It's like a church person. So.
I mean, what I mean, really, when I say that is that I don't think the culture with the runts, right, in the army, the lads, the squad members, the brothers in arms, I don't think the culture is for them to, get married. It's to have a lot of sex, for sure, have girlfriends, but not settle down.
They would have to have that. You have to hear it out of their mouth, such as, "Do you believe in reproduction?" If they say no, I said, "Well, go ahead."
I'm just going by the lads that I knew when I was younger, who were in the army, in the British Army, in the English Army. I'm just going by that. That's all, I guess.
No, I get it, Richie.
They weren't interested.
But again, when you're having that conversation with them, then you could go a little bit and say, "Listen, are you for reproduction?" If they say no, I say, "Well, then you're confused. What do you mean? You're in the military. Who would you be killing?"
Yeah, but just they might be up for reproduction, but just
Okay, so then
have a baby in every port.
Okay, so they're not talking about marriage based on maybe state and religion. They'd be talking about maybe relationships. Being in a relationship, but not married to them.
What worried this lad the most was a woman that he basically considered to be submissive to him because he's the dominant male alpha, right? Having any rights to half of any of his stuff. And even if she had children, if they had children, but it was put to him: if you had nothing when you met the girl, and then together you built it up, do you not think that she has any right to that? And he said no.
Okay, conversation done. Conversation done at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it basically, yeah. The thing is, this is over on Flo States, right? So. It's,
that could be any channel, whether it's Taylor channel or somebody else. That could be on any channel. Because you're talking to us earlier with Paula. It's not the panel verse that's funny. It's how we interact on these devices that make us funny. Because you could have the same conversation at a bar, at a mall. I've seen guys at a bar, the way they talk. So I hear guys at a bar. No different. I've heard guys when they get together at some sort of food stand. It's funny at best. Because they're not really looking for clarity with each other. They don't want to have a conversation. What they're trying to do is saying, "I just don't agree with certain things." Okay. That's a sign of maturity, I guess, if a person can do that. By hearing them say, "Okay, well, that's interesting. I'm not going to weigh in on it. And if I do, my question would be, what do I get out of this?" Because obviously that person's talking about what they get out of it. Like, was the guy trying to cult up with people by saying, "I don't agree with marriage," and then he put all those little caveats? Did he also talk about why he values or doesn't value religion?
He's a theist, but he feels the same. Actually, feels the same way about religion, as we do, as I do. Okay. Some of the things that he said were,
you can relate with.
I agreed. Yeah, I could relate to, and I agreed with some of the things that he said. I agreed with his opinion, about Andrew and Rachel Wilson, and all that. Because we thought he was going to come up on a panel defending. That was the scenario. Flo State was talking about something. We were talking about something, and this guy came in and said something about Sarah, who obviously had her issue with Rachel and Andrew, and we thought he'd come in white knighting for Andrew, and Flo offered him up, and he came up and basically described himself immediately to everybody. He's a 6'6", size 18 shoe. He was a Leo. He's in the army, but basically describing himself to everybody, and that's why he's not on drugs. He doesn't take any drugs. He's never taken any drugs. He's not on meth right now. He's just, this is the way he talks. It's
So
all
then,
it was all like, all right,
Richie,
all right, lad.
if I can intercede for a second, Richie.
Yeah.
You can't be in a relationship with somebody when they're all about me, me, me. And if you are, let's say you're a woman or a man with that type of person, it would be suffocating. So he's not into marriage, and he's making sure that, it's kind of like, I don't know why the ball keeps on moving down the street. Well, you're kicking it all the time. So at that point, he wouldn't even know to get himself out of a bag. So what happens is with a lot of people, if you start attacking something, you got to find a looper with you, somebody that's going to defend it. That's a perpetual cycle. That's not a conversation that guy's having. And the people that usually have those kind of conversations, they're not really having conversations. They'll say, I'll pick red, you pick blue. I thought we're having a conversation. Can I play it both sides? No, I can't. Okay. If a person doesn't value that stuff, they don't value it. But the fact that they have to overemphasize it, it's like a person saying, I'm a Christian, but I'm insecure, but I have to defend it. That's not a sign of maturity. Sounds like
Dude,
people
we've already established that none of us really are that mature, and the people that should be, the people that really should be mature have no level of maturity, especially not emotional. Emotionally, they are not mature at all. The people in Congress and fucking Parliament, for God's sake, making decisions that affect millions of people. Their emotional maturity is somewhere around 14.
That may be true.
Or they're sociopathic or psychopathic.
Again, that's all a possibility, Richie. Most of us, if not all of us, are in the dark trying to maneuver in this thing called life. But if we're going to have conversation, this is a great opportunity with these type of platforms. No different when people used to do meetups or Zoom or whatever. But what ends up happening is it's kind of like watching your buddies arguing with the TV because the outcome is not turning out to their way. Those are the type of people that sometimes come onto these panels. And then there's other people that kind of want to have a conversation, and we can, talk about all different types of topics, but do I have to lean in on a direction? And that's fine. If people agree or disagree with certain topics, that's nice. Okay.
So sorry, because I'm getting distracted by there's this gamer phone P5Q going join, invite me, and I can't see him in either one of my chats. So that immediately makes me very suspicious. So I've fucking banned him from stream. I can do it from here in StreamYard. So wherever he's coming from, I've banned him. Because if I can't see you in either of my fucking chats, mate, I mean, Rocky gets a pass because I know him, but I've got no idea who you are. But I do know I've got, malicious individuals trying to get up on my panel. So, Paula, let's test out your thing. Give us a check 1, 2.
Paula. We're trying to get radio contact with you right now, Paula. Could you at least give us a little check 1, 2? Over. Houston, we seem to have a problem.
Paula, what the fuck's going on? Can you hear me there, Dom?
I can hear you, Rich.
You can hear me, right? It's not me. We got issues with Paula's. I don't know if you can hear me, Paula, but your mic's muted and I can't unmute you. Greetings, Jay Heighton. How are you doing? How are you? Actually, gratings. That's even better than greetings. Gratings.
Radio check.
Yes. Woo. There we go.
Okay.
Check 1, 2,
sorry,
5, 5.
I had to leave the room for a minute, so
No
I
worries.
wasn't at the keyboard, so I couldn't turn it back on.
No worries. We can hear you.
Yeah, that's why I do the Bluetooth headphones, so I can walk around the house and go outside, smoke, whatever.
Yeah, that's true. They are
So
useful.
this set's working then, right?
Yeah, we can hear.
Plus, I was trying to get my son out the door. He misplaced his yellow light, so he was looking everywhere for it. So that was another distraction. But you and Dom were having a good conversation, so
Well, the subject. I mean, let's expand on what the actual, rather than this guy, this alpha, the one, the only, the first, the slightly mistaken. We're talking about marriage. Like, who here thinks that? Who here believes in marriage?
I've been married 3 times, and I've been divorced 3 times. And all of that was before I was, what? Let's see, I went through 3 marriages before I was 30-some years old. So I'm not the one to talk to about relationships and staying married, but if you're going to have children, make a plan to have a nuclear family for them, and not just, well, I want to make babies. That's total bullshit. If you're going to have children, take care of the damn things, you know?
Yeah, you don't need to be married for that, but it does, because it's the kind of, for people in America and in England, it is the traditional way still, kind of. It's not really working out very well, but, like for taxes and stuff like that, for custody, which is more of an issue because relationships break down much sooner, even when there's children involved. But yeah, I mean, I was married for 10 years. Well, I got married a month before my 25th birthday, and I got divorced about 6 months before my 35th birthday, almost 10 years later. But we'd been estranged and hadn't seen or spoken to each other for 4 years. So, and she contacted me. I think she was going to get married again. I think that's why she wanted it just all done and dusted really quickly, and she didn't even care. She was going to pay for it. I mean, she had a good career. She worked in the bank, in the banking sector. She started off as a cashier, but I know that she was going to pursue a career doing something or other, and I'm pretty sure that she would have succeeded. So I think she found a bloke and wanted to get married, and just wanted to get our marriage out of the way quickly. So she contacted me, said, "Do you think it's time we got divorced?" And I said, "Yeah." I hadn't contacted her for 4 years because when we split up, and for our marriage, for the entirety of our marriage, and when we split up, she was a danger to me, herself, and potentially the rest of the world. Like, she tried to stab me through my fucking heart with a carving knife, right in front of my cousin. And I managed to catch it. I caught the blade with both hands, and then kicked her down the stairs.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun.
Yeah.
But that wasn't my first rodeo with her, so I knew what she was like, I found out very quickly after I got out of prison what she was like. And it wasn't her fault, It's horrible what happened. Like, it's fucking horrible. There was inappropriate shit going on with her dad, who then hung himself when she was, I think she was either 9 or 12. I can't remember.
So she was pretty much traumatized.
Oh, massive. Like, you would have known instantly when you looked at her. She just always had a blank stare in her eyes. which was a shame because she had beautiful eyes. Like, she was gorgeous. She just unfortunately looked like a bit of a psycho. And she never smiled. And when she did smile, it was only her mouth that smiled. But we found each other at a bad time. Like we were. I was in a really bad place when I found her. When we met each other. So for a time we were good for each other.
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't mean that it was marriage material, you know. That was just insecurities that led to that.
Yeah.
On my part as well, I was the one that insisted that we got married in prison. She agreed to it, but I was the one that asked. I was the one that fucking suggested it. I said, look, it'll help me do this prison thing a lot better if we were just married. Because I trusted her, right? If we were married, I pretty much knew she wouldn't cheat on me. Because she seemed to, hold marriage. It was important. Or at least it seemed to be.
Mm.
I don't know if you can hear the conversation that's going on outside of my room. There's a very loud actually, it might be Pierre, so it could be the Italian guy. But all I can hear is him fucking talking. I don't know if he's on his phone or if he's talking to someone in the other room, but...
It'll be all right. Because
yeah,
I'll probably be outside in a little bit. So I'm getting ready to go out there and have a cigarette because I don't smoke in the house. I smoke on the front deck.
Well, it's nice that you got a front deck to smoke on.
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't mind going out smoking on the front deck. I don't know if I'd smoke all my smokes on the front deck. I'm not that fussed about the fucking smell of tobacco, and
Yeah. What was that I got called? I got called a what is that word? I got called a feminist, but I got called a, oh shit, what is that word? It wasn't a raging feminist. It was called a, damn, I can't remember the term that person used. But I got called a feminist.
because you smoke on the front porch.
No, because I've been married 3 times, and I kind of gave up on all that, because I already.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, obviously, by default, you become a feminist.
Yeah, but it's not like well, I guess I kind of have some feminist ideas, but I still have the nice conservative nuclear family ideas too. That's how I wanted things to be, but that's not how they turned out, But I gave birth to the 2 children, so I was damn sure going to take care of them. So I did, It didn't matter whether the man was there or not. I was going to take care of those kids. That was my responsibility. I spread my legs. I gave birth, so therefore, I accepted that responsibility. But anyway, and then, let's see, my last divorce was final in 2001. And then my fiance, who passed away 16 years ago, kind of showed up in my life from 2001 to 2009. So when he died, it's like I went on one lunch date with one guy, and all he wanted to do was talk about himself. And, so it's like.
And what, you didn't want to talk about him? That's pretty harsh, man. I mean, he was obviously a really interesting guy. He was obviously really interesting, though.
I interrupted the conversation, or his conversation that he was having with apparently himself, but I interrupted it, and, that's when he realized that, okay, we don't want this woman because she's going to interrupt and she's going to cause trouble because she has a voice. So anyway, after that one, I didn't date again.
Did he ever refer to himself in the third person?
No, but he may as well have. He was talking about all the things he'd done and everything. It's like, okay, you know. But he talked so fast you couldn't get a word in edgewise. And I literally had to interrupt him to get a word in edgewise.
I've heard loads of blokes like that on YouTube. There's there's a lot of them in the panelverse. Marriage, also called matrimony or wedlock, is a culturally and often legally recognized union between people called spouses. It establishes rights and obligations between them.
Now, I don't know how things legally are in other countries, but, you know, used to be in America or U.S., whatever, if you weren't married, then that child was a bastard.
I think it's illegitimate. It's if the dad doesn't recognize the child, it's a bastard. It's a bastard. I think like in the meaning of it, that it's if the dad didn't recognize the child, it was a bastard. But if it was out of wedlock, it was just illegitimate. But I don't know about America, man.
Well, back in the day, I only married my third husband because my son was called a bastard. You know, so, you know.
The thing is, that's just, you know, it's like people calling people nasties. And I'm using that as a code word, right? For little guys walking around doing the Roman power salute, you know, and their jack boots and swastikas and all that, right?
Yeah, but things were a little bit different 29 years ago, you know, so.
29 years ago?
Yeah, that's when my youngest was born.
I was 19. 29 years ago, I was 19 years. No, 19. And that was an important age in the 70s, wasn't it? In the 60s and 70s. No, 19. That bloke wrote a bloody song about it. The average age of American soldier dying in Vietnam was 19. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I remember I was like 4 or 5 years old when the Vietnam vets were coming home. Because I had a sister. I'm the youngest by a lot, okay? So, anyway, my sister was kind of hot, and her husband was in Vietnam. And so, a lot of young men were attracted to the household because my sister.
If I could share, guys, an indicator could be how people treat each other and how they communicate with each other of the same gender or opposite gender. Are you growing while you're with them? Will be an indication of what type of marriage it would be if you guys were together. Whether go ahead.
Sorry, no, carry on. I'm rude. Carry on. Sorry, dude.
So
I'm jumping ahead of what you're saying, agreeing with what you're saying and building up on it without letting you finish saying what you're saying. And I'm a dick. So I'm just going to shut up and mute up. Carry on, please.
Again, it's one of those things where it'll determine whether it's a spiritual one or just more of a state and religion one. I get the notion when people say it's about children, that's obligation. So if you become a better person and you're growing while you're in that type of relationship, then it's somewhat of a marriage, whether it's with your buddies, with your boss, with your grandparents, with your children. But unfortunately for most people, they don't realize how self-absorbed they are. It's always about me, me, me. You know the type of person. You're with them for a short period of time and like, I'm not really growing with this person. I'm not being the best version of myself. And then they wonder why a marriage fails. Either A, because they find out one person's holding themselves back. So I got to move on. Other people, but I got to be obligated. But go ahead, guys.
I think there's been a lot of social, there's been a lot of conditioning over the last 30 years that has helped foster that. Right.
We can thank our forefathers for that.
Because we're not really, it's never really, when I was growing up, the examples that we were being given were either, our parents and what we saw on the TV, right? And my parents have worked through all the difficult times. They've set a really good example for a marriage, for a healthy working marriage. They're still together now. They're still in love with each other. My mum's been taking care of my dad. She's going into hospital in January. He's been working hard to make sure that he's well enough to help take care of her when she's, because she's getting an operation on her knee. And, they support each other. And they've grown with each other. So I've had a really good example set for me. So I think that is possible. And I've seen having had relationships, long-term relationships. I know it's about, it's give and take, and there's compromise and patience and understanding and, all this stuff that has to take place. And if somebody's too focused on themselves and what they're getting out of it, and and trying to value, is it worth it to me all the time? And just, I don't know, it's been made so easy for people to discard their lovers, because that's all they are at the end of the day, is just lovers. It's just people that, people want to be kept warm at night.
Well, I thought I was doing things the right way with the first marriage. I mean, we dated for like 6 months before we got engaged. We were engaged for 11 months before we got married. So it wasn't like a spur of the moment thing,
Mm.
But
Mine was.
after he went through boot camp, he changed. And, that was probably, in my guesstimation, that was probably the downfall in the marriage.
Okay, so let's take that now to the panel verse. Are you getting the impression, and that's an individual thing at that point, you're going to be rationally selfish, do you feel as though you're getting support from the people you interact with? If you're not, those are things that people would divorce themselves from, and it would take an outside institution. And this is, again, whether or not you're doing that with your wife or your husband, are you doing it with your buddies? Are you doing it with a total stranger? Do you feel as though you're supporting them? Because if not, how does that law of attraction work then?
Right, so that means that what we're talking about is relationships.
Yes,
in their different forms, right? And that's what we're not taught. We're not taught how to build and maintain healthy relationships.
Yeah, I see what you're getting at, Dom, and I do understand that, and I have backed off.
That's why I'm having this conversation with you guys. But again, this is why this particular platform, like any other kind of platform, is a great opportunity to learn from it, or at least find out where you stand at that moment. A lot of people right now, well, not a lot, because I surf in a lot of places, but it sounds like they're struggling or they're trying to justify their behavior, which is fine, and I'm okay with that.
Especially when it's not really acceptable behavior as well, when it's
regardless if it's acceptable
obnoxious
or not, whether or not it is. But people get upset and they say, well, I don't like religion. I said, but you're doing the same thing. You're trying to cult up here. And this is what the panel verse does. They say shit like subscribe. Okay, that's fine. You could subscribe to it. But what else do you subscribe to? Do you subscribe to loving pets, having pets?
Do you subscribe to this channel? Do you subscribe to this channel? Have you subscribed to this channel? Have you hit that like button? Have you given that like button a little tickle for me? And have you shared it? Share it with your nan and with your mum and your dad. And sorry, just taking that opportunity there.
Great opportunity. You go ahead. I thought you were going to ask me, and you don't want to hear my view on that. But anyway, go ahead, guys.
And reminding everybody, this is an open panel for good souls, for decent people, for people that do not have malicious intent or want to play silly buggers, right? And we love all opinions, although we may not agree with them. And the opinions voiced by this content creator right here may not be shared by the panel hosts, and likewise, what the panel hosts' opinions might not be shared by the content creator. We never know, because we have such organic, flowing conversations where we can go from one subject to something completely different within an hour.
It's an ADHD channel then.
It's a very much ADHD channel. It's just for, if you're feeling like you've lost your mind and you found yourself here, you're in the right place.
Add a drop of lavender to your bath, and soon you will soak yourself calm. So, if you want to feel calm, eat more raw fruit and vegetables, yogurt, milk, and seeds.
Maybe I should let you get some rest.
When you rest, you are a king surveying your estate. Look at the woodland, the peacocks on the lawn. Be the king of your own calm kingdom.
Yes.
That was lovely.
Bill Bailey, a.k.a. Jesus. That's a funny one, isn't it? Why would Jesus? We pronounce it Jesus, right? But Spanish people pronounce it Jesus, and then but then it's Zeus. Hey, Zeus. And Zeus was a god, obviously, Roman god, right? Roman or Greek? No, he's Greek. Was he Greek and Roman? I can't remember.
I have a lot of theories on that one, so I don't know whether I usually get called a heretic, so.
You usually get called a heretic. Did you just say you usually get called a heretic? Because well, you're southern. You'd be where you are would be like a lot of Southern Baptist, right?
Yep.
Is it? Yeah. Do you've come across? You know who Jason Breshears is, don't you? But you've got an opinion about that. You've got an opinion about that. Is that based on his? That's based. Is it you that was saying because you feel like he's colting up? It's colting up over there. Was it you that said that, or is it?
Yes, that was. You have a very good memory.
Right. I don't think. I think the cult mentality is something that just, unfortunately, cannot be avoided. It's kind of a tribal, it's like this thin line between tribal and cultish. There are individuals that have a cult-like personality, like they're the sort of people that will join a cult. And because it has those sorts of qualities, they're naturally attracted to it, and then it's a cult to them, even if they don't know it is, you know? They're undyingly loyal, which that can be a good thing. That can be a good thing. There's nothing. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. It's just not necessarily healthy.
Right. Have you heard of Chief Ironbush?
Of what?
Chief Ironbush.
Oh, Chief Ironbush. Yes, I've heard of Chief Ironbush.
Yeah. Well, I kind of got booted from his chat, so.
I think I know Chief Ironbush from a long time ago, I think.
I mean, he says a lot of good stuff, as far as that goes. But I just can't just totally. I really can't follow any specific religion, so.
I think that there's every religion that exists has got an element of truth to it. They're all sewn together with the same strands of truth, right? Which are all about balance and honor, decency. The golden rule.
Mm-hmm.
That, the golden rule isn't just a Christian thing. It's the golden rule because it actually permeates all of the religions, really, in one form or another.
What about the religions? Most of them, if not all of them, have layers of deceptions.
That's why they're religions, right? Every single one has a layer of deception, even if it's not an intentionally bad layer of deception. It's still giving one, it's giving one perspective, one perception of something that should be interpreted by each individual, right? And should be perceived by each individual. Now, I didn't grow up as a Buddhist or a Hindu or anything like that. I don't know how they, how they grow up. Muslims, I know it's all been changed by the frickin' Jesuits, right? The Quran was changed.
Most of them have.
They did the same. They did the same thing to the Quran as they did to the scriptures.
So, but if a person realizes a layered deception, how do we not know when they say things like there's part truth to it? That's just another layer of a deception. A lot of people speak in vain. That's what I'm asking.
Right.
How would you know? By the way, Buddha and Hindus, that's more about teachings. That's not religious. But I get where you're going with that, Rich. So now at that point, when a person, it's like when people say, I have rights. Those are the same people who say, well, there's layers of, there's truth in dogmas. And we're just talking about religion. I could easily cross that over to state or science, even commerce. Those are all dogmas at that point. So at that point, when people say it's an indoctrination, we've all been conditioned, how far does that go? That's why when I tell people you're going sideways, what do you mean? Because that's where indoctrination does go. You go sideways. Go ahead.
I think it's all part of this keeping us out of balance, right? We need to navigate this realm successfully and effectively and productively and in a happy state, right? To have a good life, you really need to be a well-balanced individual, because you start, and it's so, it permeates every aspect of life, this idea of balance, right? If you're part of a religion, then you've picked that religion. But there's more than one religion. So you're picking a side. Well, there's many sides, but they're all just their sides. Instead of being able to see that there are all these different versions of the same thing, right? And sit there in balance above those, taking the true teachings from all of them, being able to encompass them into your life and live in then you'll live in balance, then you'll have a happy life, right? They want everybody to pick a side. They want everybody to pick a religion, or don't pick a religion. Be agnostic, that's great. Be atheist, that's even better. Right? You're picking a side. Agnostic, all right, you're sitting on the fence.
So
But
there could be a
atheists are
they.
still picking a side, right?
Richard, there could be a they, but who's doing all the enforcing? We are.
We are ourselves, but
Sure we are.
that is through conditioning, and you know, like we've
But then
been
again, who's it-
encouraged to do that. They learned very early on that we're like crabs in a bucket, right? Yeah, the crabs in a bucket thing. One crab starts to get out, and the other crabs all pulling back down again. Right? That's what we're like because of our herd mentality. Our herd like as simple learning vessels, right?
So that herd, let's change the word, that cult. That's what herd is. So now to navigate, like you're saying, a person would first have to develop their IQ, their EQ. Those are starts. And once you realize how much you have to maintain it, then and only then they can actually start having these in-depth types of conversation, opposed to just sharing people where they're really standing on wobbly legs. And they start attacking things like religion and science or state. You know, if a person's going to attack it, they're already revealing that they've already casted their vote. Opposed to, are we going to share with each other and say, listen, I'm going to try not to disrespect somebody that's chosen to be religious. That takes maturity for people. But for more times than not, what we're doing is being very childlike, very immature childlike. That age between 7 and 14, when you're starting to learn about your emotions.
Yeah, well, we're not taught. That's where we are severely lacking in our education, because what we're focused on is pretty meaningless bullshit that we're not really going to use much in our later lives. Right? Doing advanced algebra and fucking advanced, unless you're going to be a scientist or a doctor or something, there's not really much point in learning all this advanced maths and science and whatever. And
I'm with you, Richard.
What they teach us in schools is unnecessary brain clutter.
Well, where's the accountability when that adult now says, I'm going to look back at my own child and I'm actually going to try to nurture myself, opposed to blaming anything outside of you, whether it's your parents, the schooling system, the government. This is where people have to actually...
Right.
Go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you, but the trouble is, it took me a long time to get to that point. Bit where I was reflecting on myself and my childhood and school and everything. It was a while. It was like I was 35 before I was meaningfully reflecting, right? And able to.
Hence why children raising children.
Yeah.
I get the economic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is exactly what I think's been happening for quite a long time. Is emotionally, like they might be 20 years old or whatever, 30 years old, but emotionally, we've all been kept in this adolescent state. Well, that's what it seems has been designed, is that everybody's kept in this adolescent state where they're not in control of their own emotions or connect, feel there's just not in control and not fully understanding.
Things were a lot different because at one time there were generational households, and then somewhere around the 50s, it's like, well, you raise your children and tell them to get out there, get on their own, and make a life for themselves, do whatever, instead of like the generational households that they had before, where you stayed pretty much with your nuclear family, and whoever you married was from a location that wasn't too far from you, and the people involved had to be accountable to their families.
I think that was a very deliberate. I think they realized the strength of the family. They knew what their plans were. They knew that they needed to destroy the family and the community. They needed division. They needed to. They had where we are right now. They had that in mind in the 1950s.
Exactly.
Like the Second World War isn't what people think it was. The result isn't like, did we won the war? Did we? Did we really, or did the bankers and certain individuals win? Like, it wasn't us. The people did not win. Like the people of England, we did not win, because if we'd won, then we wouldn't have ended up with Keir Starmer from the fucking Fabian Society as our prime minister, destroying our country the way he is right now. It's all been intentional it's all been step by step to get to where we are now. And
Exactly.
they had that design in the 1950s when they changed from the League of Nations to the UN.
Well, part of the plan is long-term investments would be a community that grows, as Paula was talking about. But unfortunately, what they've done, whoever they are, they understand psychology and they just work with human behavior. They started making an investment where I'm going to buy a house, sell it, move to another community, make a profit on it. Even when they dishevel other countries and then bring them over here as immigrants, what they're actually probably trying to do is we're trying to break down that community. The advent of cars play a major role in all of that. But for a lot of people, they don't grow up in an environment for 30 or 40 years where the police officer in your community is one of your own. The people that are the mailman or milkman is one of your own.
That doesn't exist anymore.
It does.
Those communities.
No, it does, Richie. No, it does.
In the UK, it doesn't, right? There are no milkmen anymore unless you've got money. Then nobody delivers milk anymore, really. There's no local Bobby that knows everybody in the fucking street. It's all this community policing with these dickheads that are dressed up like they're in the army now. It's all changed a lot in the last 20 years.
Again, Richie, whether it's London, Manchester, Toronto, Berlin, whatever, those are civilizations. And in those civilizations, that's dead. So it's not about where I'm born, because you just have to look out and say, listen, Rome's no different, Milan is no different, Chicago, New York. Once you start talking about those labels, then you know those aren't communities anymore. Those are just like factories. That should be for a lot of folks, that should be a no-brainer. But it's when you start hearing about the communities that have been structured and how they're being disassembled. And then we call them like immigrants. No, they're the ones that are actually coming from somewhere where they actually probably grew up in some sort of community. The ones that are complaining about them, I said, you've been so indoctrinated, you just don't see, you have to see things upside down. Defending your country, nationality is like defending your religion. That's the divide and conquer tactic. Now, whether or not it was created by some group of people, the ones that are reinforcing it is us. We're the problem.
I just want to defend my community. I want a community, I want a family and a community, and I want to defend that community. Like America would be a really good place to have that community because of the Second Amendment, right? Because then if anybody came to threaten that community, I would die defending it. But that's how, I do want that. I want community. I want a tribe.
Which is what I'm working for in my community. But I decided it starts with me.
Well spoken, Paula. It's a within thing first. And if you die, no offense, Richie. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, but that's part of what my channel is. Like, I've got my Magic Treehouse channel as well, right? But I've got the Magic Treehouse group on Signal that I've got, 14 members in there now. We had a lot more a couple of years ago, early on, like 33 in fact, Illuminati confirmed. But a lot of those Signal accounts got deleted for some reason. So anyway, I've got my little out of YouTube community, and we're all like-minded souls. I think I might be the youngest out of those of us that chat in the group. But that's kind of I don't know. That's where I've tried to start a community. And this, just the YouTube channel, meeting people on here, chatting to people thousands of miles away. But I think the connections are important, and I've been using all of these interactions as opportunities to work on myself, right? to work on my patience and to work on my ego, to catch myself more in the moment. You know, to be able to observe myself when I'm conducting myself with people and everything. It's all been a learning curve. But that's part of what this is. That my doing it on YouTube. It's part of why I started the channel. You know.
Right, and that's very good because we can share also what we're doing in our local communities, and so that can branch out into other communities. You know, like what I'm trying to do here, what I've been working on for the last 3 years, is talking to my neighbors, which people quit talking to their neighbors. Well, I talk to my neighbors. I sit on the front porch. I wave at every darn person that goes by. You know, whether they wave back or not, that's immaterial. But I'm putting it out there that, hey, this is a friendly place. How you doing? You know, and then most of my neighbors have my phone number. They have both my house number and my cell number. So, if they can't get me on one phone, they can get me on the other. And, I'm just trying to build what little bit I can right here because I think we're probably going to need that. And also back to the subject of marriage and families and how things have changed. Because of those changes that took place in the 50s and 60s, we now have titles like feminism. We have titles like male chauvinist pig. We have titles like toxic masculinity. Toxic, that's the word. I'm a toxic feminist. That's what I was called. But
the feminism started in the late early 1900s, didn't it? With suffragettes and that was the
the right to vote
movements of it. Oh right. No, absolutely, but it was hijacked by the same people that are behind the feminist movement were funding the suffragette movement because they saw the opportunity. They took advantage of the opportunity of the fact that women do actually, should have the right to vote. But they.
Well, I was born into slavery right here in the United States of America. When I was born in 1964, I was not allowed to own property in my own name. And people can talk shit to me, but that is absolute slavery. That is abject slavery. That put me in a position where, marriage was a necessary thing to have a place to live. Either that or my other choice was prostitution.
Right, but you were never going to be able to own your own property.
Exactly. In 1973 was when women were given the right to own property in the United States of America under Richard Nixon.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that late.
Oh, yeah. See, a lot of people don't realize this, but the fact that we can own property gives us a little bit of security that if now that society has decomposed, from the nuclear family, from the family dwellings of generational dwellings, it's decomposed from that to the place where if I didn't have the right to own my own land, I wouldn't have a place to park my ass.
As much as that's a great splash, Paula. That's a great splash that women will be able to hopefully become equal. It's still a play on people when they tell people that you can own property. Most men have been so easily deceived. We can't own property, and even if you do, what club are you going to be in? Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I still pay taxes, but
that means you don't own
my
property.
Taxes my taxes were $152 last year. So it cost me $152 to rent the property I parked my butt on. Versus paying $3,000 rent a month,
Or you can technically, let's say that you build your house and you pay for it with no mortgage. You have the money and you build your house on the land. The most you can get is the mineral rights to the land, but you still don't own the land, do you? And you still have to pay property tax.
Tribute. Yeah, that's what you pay. Even the elites understand it. The masses don't. They're rulers. They're not owners. There's the difference. It's try to convince. This is the power that's on humanity for most of the part. Convince them that they can own it, and we can take it away from them. Truth of the matter is, rulers, they collect tribute. Now you can have allodial titles, and at that point you're not paying directly to the monarchies or these different corporations. You're paying to club members. But again, I get it. Go ahead, Richie.
They just disguised it. They like we're still in a technically this feudal system from the fucking medieval times that I don't believe really existed. I think that was their ideal. That the way they've painted history is what they really wanted history to be like, right? Because it all makes sense to lead up to where we are now, and that makes the status quo makes much more sense. With the history that we've been fed, this bullshit narrative that we've been given. But it's still a feudal system, It's still like that. Instead of the monarchy, it's the government. It's the fucking IRS. They got the IRS that collects all the taxes to give to the government, so the government can go to war. It's the same fucking dynamic, isn't it? It's exactly the same dynamic.
Well, you program a whole bunch of men and then try to convince a whole bunch of women to be just as dumb as them. That's what ends up happening. Women, they've obviously been disrespected throughout time, or whatever you want to call it. But again, it's the masses that are putting veils on themselves, not the elites.
But is it only in the West that they've actually been disrespected? Like if you go over to Africa, there's a tribe in Africa where the woman owns everything. Everything, like it's all right, okay, it's only a hut and some goats and whatever, but she owns that, and it's the woman that has the rights to all the wealth,
I get the private and public in the Muslim culture. Usually the man is the public display, the head of the household, but privately it's the woman, because they're the ones that are running most of it. So if you can take accountability for your goats, your chicken, and you can actually guard your land, whether it's from animals or from humans, then you can say actually you're a steward of that land. But the ideal of owning land is so delusional at best, because then you actually have to protect it. And this is why the monarchy collects property tax, tribute, so they can pay their governments, they can pay the military, they can pay for all that kind of stuff. If not, another tribe will come and say, listen, are you guarding your land? Well, no, then we're going to take it. Anyway, Bart.
The Grim Reapers joined us.
Well done.
I'd like to say welcome. Sorry. I couldn't fucking resist it. I thought it'd be quite funny and make people chuckle. But you're all soulless and you've got no sense of humour, so no one's laughing their tits off like I was in my little mind.
Everything I shared is actually a sense of humor. If a person actually balanced, it's the masses that are humorous. By the way, if the Green Reaper does come, Paula, he can spare 1/8 of your soul. But I think he wants it all now. It's greedy.
Well, he can go fuck himself, too.
I knew you would say that.
Man,
it's like,
am I getting predictable, Dom?
No, you're being honest, and I pick up your energy that you're honest when you talk, regardless if a person's a crook or they're saintly. They're being honest. For a lot of folks, they're confused. Forget about being honest. Most folks are confused.
Right. When you say honest, the word I would use is genuine. Right? Genuine and just. Yeah, genuine, man. Salt of the earth.
Well, for me, honesty is if a person's a crook and he talks like a crook and he acts like a crook, he's being honest with himself. What do you mean? If I challenge that and say, do you think, and I usually play these parts, do you think it's a good or bad behavior? Dom, I could care less either way. I said, then you're being honest with yourself. Who am I to tell you otherwise? But unfortunately, most people feel as though they need to judge them. I disagree with you. Okay, whatever. You tell me when you're done. I agree with you. Again, tell me when you're done. Sign of maturity is when you realize, do you really need to judge another human being, and who are you?
Exactly.
Shout out to Docs the fan. Obviously a new face in the chat. How you doing?
I like the picture. That's cute.
I mean, I guess because of what's going on, I'm just always a little bit, No, not nervous, but let's see. My guard is up. My fortress walls are being guarded. Jay Hyten, good to see you, by the way. If I have, I don't know if I've said hey.
And Jay Hyten was
Ricardo.
talking about a loyal title too, also.
And just I brought this up earlier and didn't answer. No, I don't remember Penny Bunny. I remember Penny from there were two. There's two Pennies I remember, right? There's Penny from The Big Bang Theory, and then there's Penny from Inspector Gadget. But I don't remember Penny Bunny. Was she a YouTuber? The panel's open, guys. We've got 3 people here. It means we've got room for 7 more. Don't be shy. Can I just remind you?
It may come as news to you, but we are currently in a war of information. You cannot afford to just sit there consuming. You have to take part. Come up on this panel and take part. Get things off your chest. Give your point of view.
Goodness. But Jay Hyten was talking about a loyal title. I did consider doing that, but there's kind of a drawback to that because it kind of puts a target on your back. And also, I was considering doing the sovereignty thing, where you can actually get your trust fund back that the government owns, and that will also put a target on your back. So my choice is whether I want a target on my back or do I want to live in peace.
Have you heard of Russell J. Gould?
No.
He's an interesting character. He comes across as a as a right proper type. But the thing is, I trust my instincts, right? And I don't think that he is the way he is because of what he's done. And there's something that he's done that obviously has worked, but it's taken a lot of time and effort and money to get there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it involves, it's about sovereignty. He drives without a license and stuff, but it's because he's got 10 million or something set aside and and he's been able to prove that he's got that money set aside when it's not going to be touched, just in the event of maybe he has an accident, right? So he's insuring himself to be able to do it. But he's a postmaster general. Right, you understand about the whole postmaster general, becoming a postmaster general of your own documents by putting stamps on them. You put 2 stamps on it, your thumbprint, and then sign and date it, I think. And then you are postmaster general of that document, right? And it's about stamp dynamics and stuff, but he understands all about flag dynamics as well, and flag dynamics come into sovereignty and stuff, right? That's why whenever he's on camera, he's got a flag. He's got a flag flying, and he owns the flag, the American flag from the 1990s, the one that was being used in the 1990s. In 1999, the US corporation went bankrupt, and the flag was basically up for grabs, and he bought it. And that's why, ever since then, they've been using the yellow trim flag. Because he doesn't own that flag, but he owns the original US American flag, Stars and Stripes.
Wow. I need to find out about this guy. That's some interesting stuff that I'd be interested in learning. I have heard of Cal Washington, and he's up there in Canada, in Dallas. I don't know what his last name. I think it's Hill, Dallas Hill, or something like that.
All I'll say is that I didn't learn anything from him for free. He's got stuff available that you have to pay for, right? And I don't. So I don't. I think, right. Well, fuck that then, because I don't have money disposable to just go and spend on something that I'm not 100% about. I don't know what's gonna go on with that thing. The trouble is the legal system, right? And the government and legislation and the legal system and everything. We're going up against more than fucking worthy foes in the courtroom. They designed the entire system. They designed it. So as soon as they start seeing fucking holes in it that more than just one or two people are falling through, then they start sewing up those holes. That's why one of the reasons why in the UK the Prime Minister is fucking scrapping jury trials for any sentence under 3 years. Well, all of these things that people are getting sent down for at the moment about freedom of speech, they're all sentences that are less than 3 years. If the people didn't take the plea deals and went to a jury trial, they'd be much more likely to actually get not guilty, because 12 peers aren't going to send people to prison. English people aren't going to send other English people to prison for fucking saying something, right? But the people that have gone to prison are all people that all accepted the plea deals. They bought into the fear programming. No, you're better off accepting the plea deal because it could be a much heftier sentence if you don't. If you're found guilty, and it looks like we're going to find you guilty, when they're not going to find them guilty, because it's bullshit. These things that they're being brought up for, like that bird that got put in prison for 2.5 years for sharing a post on X and deleting it. Right, so she shared it and then thought twice about it and thought, actually, it's not a good idea. I share that. So she deleted it and she got put in prison for 2.5 years. There's 30 people a day being arrested for social media posts right now. So they need to get rid of the jury trial so that they can you're just going up against a tool of the state, somebody that works for the state, the judge that works for the state, and they're going to decide if you're guilty or not.
Yeah, well, I got an opinion on what's going to wind up happening. And if it doesn't happen, then, yeah, across the pond, y'all are screwed. If it doesn't get to the point of pitchforks and torches, then... I know you might not be able
Tracy
to say
Chapman,
that, but
that's all I'll say. Tracy Chapman, I dedicate it to Keir Starmer every time I sing it. But don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds. But I say screw the revolutions, because that whole idea came from the same place and has the same fucking fingerprints on it, and I don't trust them. It's all about rebellion. Screw the revolution. This is about rebellion. We need to take back our power as the people, the power of the people. Take it back, and that means decentralizing everything, bringing it back to local ground.
there's a lot of that going on here because a lot of the states, all of their rules for carry permits and whatever, a lot of those rules are getting taken down. And a lot of states are actually going back to constitutional carry, which means if you can legally buy a gun, you're of the right age, then,
You're allowed
but
to carry it. You don't need a permit.
even
You can
that is
carry it.
still, even that's still, age range, having to be 18 or 21 to buy a gun. No, that's bullshit. You should be able to go in at 10 years old and buy a gun and be able to carry that gun, But we get back to nuclear families and everything, and the generational families that raise children to shoot guns and how to carry them from the time they were 8, 10 years old, then they were responsible for that. And they knew what life was, what it was to take a life. They weren't on all these video games, where you're an FPS, going around shooting
Yeah.
everything. That has not really helped the situation either. But that's
Dom,
just my opinion.
Dom, I'm reclaiming the term, and I'm saying that there's nothing noble about these assholes. The true nobles are actually amongst the real people. They're the fake people. They're the fake nobles. They're not really noble. There's nothing noble about them. They just call themselves noble. They call themselves right honorables and shit like that.
What if you're using their platform and their people actually representing them? When they're talking past you. When they talk about giving power back to the people, they're talking about giving it back to the nobles, and the monarchy will just go in the background.
Right. And I'm saying fuck that. We'll reclaim that. We are the nobles and we are the people, and we'll give it back to the people.
I'm a being having a human experience, so I'm not even worried about those kind of words.
You're a noble being, sir.
Am I a noble being?
You're a noble being, and even though you're a little bit kinky, I reckon you're honourable.
I try to be. I try to be the best, but then there's times where I'll call it for what it is. The person gets all upset about it, and I'm sure it sucks to be you, I guess, at that moment. Again, I'm here to share awareness. What people do with it, that's on them. Whether I'm practicing it or not.
We've always had the power, right? It's just been the fact that the power lies with the individuals that go out and cast their vote, right? It's this obfuscation of the fact that just even in that word, you go and cast your vote. You give your vote to the one that you want to put in power, right? That means that your vote has power, so you're giving away your power, right? But that's always made sense to me.
Well, we have power in numbers, but if that power has been manipulated, that's the direction of that power. That's the masses. They've always had the power. Go ahead.
This idea of convenience and everything has made people forget that with great power comes great responsibility.
That's right. That's the masses. It's not the individual. It's the masses. We have power when we walk on the surface of the earth to dictate the clouds. Yes.
Sorry.
And at the same time, it's been proven how many people work for money. That's the power. It wouldn't work if only one or two people play with fiat currency. So as much as humans are bitching and complaining about the few numbers, they forget you're in bigger numbers. You just have to look at the streets. How many people go to work driving a car? How long do you think it took to convince a whole bunch of people to drive a device that they don't even know who gave them that device, let alone the phone? Think about how long it took.
Dude, it didn't take very long for me at all. All I needed to do was see a car driving, and I was like, yeah, I want one. I want one. I don't care how. I just want to be able to sit in the seat and hold the wheel and push the foot pedal to the metal and go, right? And that it looks cool and all those things. And I can't build that shit. So it's it's a captured market in that sense anyway. Like naturally, as men and women, right? We see cars driving and we think, rah, that would be good fun. Not everybody, obviously, but see the freedom that it seems to give you, right? You can travel great distances by yourself. Like when I was young, when I was 17 years old, and I had a full tank of gas, it was like, bro, I could drive like all the way up to Manchester if I wanted. I don't have to ask anybody's permission. I can just go and do it. That freedom, that illusion of freedom that we get from having the car, right? We're actually chained to the car then with a financial obligation then to pay our road tax, and we have to fuel up. We have a financial obligation to the car to upkeep for the car's upkeep and the insurance and all those things. It's this financial lock with this illusion of freedom that it gives us. Oh yeah, you're free look. You could even work in the next town, and you'd be able to drive to work, and you wouldn't have to get the bus or anything. Right? It's all about illusion, isn't it? It's all about this illusion that they feed us.
Is in thoughts. So whether it's a car or a cell phone, you have to pay for it. You have to maintain it. Somebody has to give you, in this case, built the roads. Somebody actually has to say, listen, you got to sign these documents. It's always fun when I hear people talking about the free man game. I said, you're so asleep. I'm going to go to court and declare that I'm not this vessel. Okay, what about those thoughts? Again, anytime you hear the word free, Richie, run. You got to put effort. And in that effort, you're going to put effort into the real world, in this case, the material world.
I think that's one of the new gurus' things, is the free man world or something, the free man movement. Or I think it's I see what you're saying, right? I see what you're saying. But the thing is, freedom isn't free, right? Exactly. Freedom is not, oh, lovely fucking meadows and sunsets and beautiful life and freedom and wow, and everything's just great and gets handed to you on a plate. That's not freedom. Freedom is struggling. You have the freedom to struggle through this life because it is a struggle. Life is a struggle. It wouldn't be any fucking fun if it wasn't.
A lot of those words are spoken in vain. Rights, freedom, free will, and all that. Those are the people that are underneath the bridge snorting or doing lines of cocaine of happiness. Usually the energy behind most people that say that shit is lack of accountability for themselves.
But that again is another illusion. That's
sure it is.
For the short term physical pleasure and mental release that they get off the lines of coke that they're snorting under the bridge. It's for the illusion of happiness.
Yes.
They're happy because that's what they want to do. They want to sit under the bridge and snort lines of coke, and they've got some coke and they're snorting lines and they're high and they're happy. Yes. And it's all an illusion, right?
And what are they ignoring at that point? Probably other different depictions of emotions. I get when people are.
But it distracts people from the fact that they're trying to adhere to a reality that is just an illusion. At the end of the day, like the way people have been told that the world is not the way it is. Everybody's living in an illusion in that sense. Entire fucking reality, as people perceive it at the moment, really is an illusion because it's not working. It's not what they think it is. What's going on right now? No one's got a fucking clue what's going on right now. And it's definitely not what anybody thought it was. Yeah.
Well, Richie, but if you did, how would you explain it? Again, if a person sits long enough and question things inside long enough, and that might be about an effort, or it could be a moment, and then realize, so what am I perceiving outside? Oh, I've been going around saying that I'm calling things with descriptions. So where are the words? Don't know. And this is where, when people start doing called afterthoughts, they're speaking about it, or they're reading things like in their written work. That's the dumbed down version of us. When we think, okay, well, we do telepathic. You're always doing telepathic within oneself, but are you willing to question things from within? Because there's something inside of all of us that's by far more superior than anything that's outside of us.
We've been conditioned to pass off some of the things that are actually like telepathy, premonitions and stuff like that, or remote viewing in particular, right? We've been taught to pass that off as imagination, fantasy, like just it's imagination, it's not real. And so when those things happen, I'm talking about my own personal experience, right? When I speak to some people, I can fucking see them. In my mind's eye, I can actually see them. And it only became really apparent when I saw somebody that I'd never seen before, it was a situation where I was able to tell them, like, we were talking about it, and I was saying, it's funny because I can fucking see you. In my mind's eye, I can see you. It's like I'm up in the corner looking down, and I can see you, and I can see what you're doing. Like with your hand right now, I can see it. And I described what was going on. It was like an affectation that this person had where they touched around their mouth a lot while they were speaking, right? stroking their jaw and touching around their mouth and stuff, and it was sort of there was a little bit of, you know, covering the face or whatever. But anyway, I described it, and this person said, "Holy crap, you can see me. Fuck." Like, I didn't even realize I was doing that, but that's exactly what I'm doing.
So the word imagination, and you use the word describe, Richie. Me and you're chilling. Go ahead.
Well, I was ready for this person to say, "No, that's not what's going on. I'm sat on my bed. I'm eating a bowl of cereal right now, or something, or whatever." You know, like, just know that I was wrong, and it was just my imagination. But having it confirmed like that, it was like, oh, whoa. And then thinking back about all the other times when it's happened, and I've just put it down to my imagination.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe that's not what it was. Maybe I was actually remote viewing.
It can be, but you're always in your imagination.
Well, yeah,
You live inside a black box called the cranium. Everything you see and hear is not necessarily real.
That's right.
Because you're living inside of a black box. You can't think your way out of a thinking box.
It'll be like talking to a child.
But you're trying.
Yeah, a 5-year-old, and I'm trying to chill with them. And I say, listen, do you see everything outside there? Yes. And then they'll start describing things. Well, Dom, I see the rock. I said, that's your imagination now. There's the object. I have to use a word. But where is rock? Where's tree? Where is the sun? Where is the moon? Where is the sequoia tree? Those are two different words. All of those things are in your imagination. Let me change it. You're in thoughts. Let me change it again. You're in the light. Let me change it again. You're in the mint, the mind. We're always in our imagination. But what people do is, Richie, if you really ponder that, that's it is.
So that's when I say the mind's eye.
Yes.
That is the mind's eye. That is where that's the imagination that sits with, is the construct of the mind's eye, right? Or the imagination is constructed within the mind's eye. You use your imagination to construct the image of whatever it is that is being described to you, right? And it's all about when people, because when you see something, you see it, and you can, I mean, you then have to describe it to somebody else that can't see it. Right, and then it goes into that.
That's the realm that we're in. Hence, God created something in its image, called it man, not men, M-E-N. That's a formation. So you're in the image of man. You're in the image of man. That's the I. That's the whole ideal of the pyramid and the one that's separated. You're in it. Everything is gathered by the man, by the image. That's why we have many words with the word mint back in the Latin words.
You know that feminists hate that, man. Don't, like, that's really digging in the feminists.
I'm talking about
man, fucking man.
M-A-N, Richie. I'm not talking about M-E-N.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm talking about the all right, the LGBTQ, like whatever the other ones are. You know, the most recent woke movement about toxic masculinity, and you know. Man, they didn't want to call it. They changed the name of things that had man, didn't they? They said barman. No, it's not a barman anymore. It's a bar steward or something. I don't know.
Well, anyway, based upon Little Brown Book of English, when in doubt of gender, or when speaking generally, the term man is usually used. So if I was a raging feminist or whatever, I would not accept that, you know. But I do accept that using the term man because it's proper English. So, you know, carry on, gentlemen.
And I just want to make the quick observation that men is the first 3 letters of ment, as in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And mental. Mental. There he is. What's in your head? In your head, zombie. It's a good song, man. That's a bloody good song.
But anyway, as a general frame of reference, I do not have a problem with Dom saying the word man,
Neither
in
do I.
description of general terms as,
I wasn't talking.
whether man or
I
woman.
don't. I don't think you're a feminist.
Well, it's like talking about feminine and masculine energy. People get caught up again and they bring them back down themselves, back down to the evil part, the material part. They're thinking I'm talking about some physical thing. I'm talking about energy. Man, M-A-N, capital, not M-E-N. That's the formation. When people understand images, you're in images. Think about the word I am a jinn. You're in that. How would we get the concept of a car, let alone the alchemy of language? That's beyond the human capacity. Humans are fucking, at best, fucking dumb as fucking like a doorknob. But we're a human being. We're a being having a human experience. If a person that has not gone inwards, at that point I would say, then why the fuck are you here then? People have not matured themselves.
They're probably not here. That's the thing that really comes to mind right now, is the fact that actually the people that are here listening are not those people. We're talking to, because we're only able to have a conversation like this with people that have gone inside and done these things, and the people that haven't are definitely not here. They come in, they listen for 2 seconds, and they say, "No, this is not for me," and they leave. So I think.
Okay, I'm with you, Richard. But then when people start talking about governments and all that, we're bringing that shit in here. I'm not saying this is your channel. You do whatever you want with it.
Because, like it or not, government is an actuality in our objective reality, right? For everybody, we will have to deal with it.
Okay, government,
But
entertainment.
to live in a society, we have to have basic societal contracts. Now, the basic societal contracts that we've made to live in communities has been horribly violated by this entity we call government, which was supposed to be initially just something to unite a kingdom, for armies, for wars, or what have you, but that social contract has been violated with so many laws and so much bullshit, and United States is no better because we have the Patriot Act, which totally fucked all of us.
I get the word government, but we have other words where the mind's in. Entertainment, settlement, attachment. There's so many mints, but why be stuck on one word? I get it. People are going to have a strife and all that. I said, but are you doing the true works or are you just doing the earthly works? Most people are ill prepared once you eventually pop out of that fucking suit.
The trouble is, I think, that there might be a lot of people that are sat there thinking, right, I know there's this stuff that I've got to do and I've got to disconnect from this, but there's so much going on right now. This is just a crazy, that all of that's going to take a lot of time and effort. And there's all this going on, right? And I've got these commitments and these, responsibilities. And I think that people's situations is what is stopping most people from taking that step to actually really doing something meaningful about, taking control of their own lives and getting away from the state.
A lot of that tethers or anchors us here. The many doing things. I get it. Steward the vessel best as you can. You can even treat it like it's a recreational vehicle. But outside of that vessel that we're all in, it's temporary. So if you want to play with mortals and morals, that's fine. But eventually people are going to have to question, is this it? Am I so concerned about whether or not I rule a piece of land, whether or not I fucking eat food, shit it out, drink liquids, and piss it out? Now, that's something a person has to go inwards with. It might sound harsh the way I'm talking, but then my question for me would be, have you ever revolted from within? Well, no. Then what the fuck are you doing? When I say, why are you here? I'm talking about, why are you in that fucking meat suit?
I don't know why.
There you go. That's discernment. That's about wisdom.
Absolutely.
You have to be in your feminine energy. You have to reconnect with Sophia. Outside of that,
I'm here to
most people
save the world, man. I'm here to save the fucking world.
This is not about saving anybody, Richie. If you want
Dude,
saving,
I'm
I know
please
you are. I know you
recognize
are.
a joke when
I know
it's
you
when
are.
it's
I know you are.
when it's joked at you.
Well, if you believe all the stuff or whatever, the only energy that can save us is the Sophia energy at this point in time. That's just my opinion. I'm just throwing it out there.
I bet you
But,
love Jack, don't you, Dom? I bet you love Jack Talcott. Do you watch him?
I've heard Jack, yes.
Do you love it? The fact that he's here to teach everybody how to live without fear and hopefully speak to Donald Trump.
well, Dom said something very interesting. Is this it? Is this all there is?
Of course it is.
I had that come to so-called, in the Southern Baptist, we would call that a come to Jesus moment, where I was face down in the ditch with somebody pulling my head back, and you know how when you're about to be killed, your life's supposed to flash before your eyes, right? But that didn't happen. All I said is this all there is? Is this it? So he said something very powerful there. And yes, I have absolutely come to that conclusion. Is this all there is? Is this it? It's like, I've done a little prepping and I'm pretty secure in my physical status, like as far as food. My house looks like a yarn store exploded, but it's I've taken care of the physical to where I can get to the point where I can go to the mental, you know? There's Nude Guru.
There's things that I've accepted that I have no control over, and I'm not aware of really exactly what I can, the extent to what I can have control over. I've seen a lot of stuff on YouTube, but that's exactly what it is. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube, so I'm not an idiot. I don't have the experience or wisdom or knowledge to be able to discern what's actually worth something as far as this whole sovereign thing's concerned. I'm still a little bit it all seems really daunting. In my current situation, it all seems really daunting, and it seems like too good to be true that there'd be some magic path out of my situation without having to navigate the system in some way to do it, right?
Right.
Like traveling and, all that stuff. I would love to end up in America. Right. Midwest.
Well, come on over to North Carolina because the ones out west, if you go California way, some of those people have funny ideas, but I don't know. But I guess they probably think that about us because we got funny ideas too.
So Flo State and Keith and someone else, they were saying earlier about how Missouri is like the best state in America.
I know people in Missouri and they think that too, but so do people in Texas, so do people in Oklahoma.
Well, yeah. I mean, Texas looks. I wouldn't mind living. I'll be honest with you, man. I wouldn't mind living within a commutable distance of Jason Archaics. Like, that's the sort of guy that I'd want to be friends with. When the shit hits the fan.
Well, see, that's what I'm kind of preparing for, and Nude Guru actually has a lot to do with that. Like My goal of turning my yard into basically a perennial food thing that, with my stuff growing, then I can share starts and seeds and whatever with other people and, basically turn the community into a place where nobody has to go hungry, to take care of the physical, and then people will have time for the mental, to think, to do. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, I think we live in societies where those sort of communities and those sorts of things they naturally happen, and in a situation where there's been a collapse of society, right, and you can't get your food down the local supermarket, and there's no police anymore, there's no law and order or anything. I think that it's unavoidable. There are going to be groups of people, ne'er-do-wells, shall we call them, who don't want to, just don't want to play the game, and feel entitled and just want to take shit and, cause trouble and whatever. And so that means you need security against that, and it's I'm just playing the situation out in my mind, like thinking about it, and fast forward.
Trust me, I have a pretty good idea who has guns in my neighborhood and who doesn't. I have a pretty good idea on who's in my neighborhood that you can trust and those you can't. I know who's doing meth in my neighborhood. I know who's doing other drugs in my neighborhood. Because I put myself out there and I started talking to my neighbors and getting to know them. Now I know that I'm going to have to lead, I'm going to have to be tough, and I'm going to have to pull some weight. But I think I'm mentally capable and strong enough to do that in a reasonable, fair manner. And I can get tough if I need to. Which
you strike me as the sort of woman that would be all right in a Walking Dead situation, right?
My
just zombies walking
ex-husband,
around, and you got to be able to handle a gun.
my first ex-husband, he equated me with Sarah Connor in the Terminator.
Well, there we go. You see.
Now, I'm not busy doing pull-ups or whatever, but I have been to a psych ward, so I can relate to her on that, And yes, a lot of people think I'm totally out of my mind and I'm crazy,
And I think
But
Sarah Connor is actually in her 60s now as well, isn't she? So it makes sense. You actually could have been Sarah Connor. What was her name? The actress that played Sarah Connor?
Shit.
Me and my friends have sat there saying, Sarah Connor's just sat there face palming right now, shaking her head, because we're sat here engaging with AI.
Yeah, pretty much. I did have a conversation with AI for the first time the other day, and I'm probably not going to try that again for a while.
We've been joined by Mr. MacGyver. How are you doing there, sir?
Pretty good. How you all doing?
Doing good. I just want to shout out to Chris Sando. Hi, how you doing? There on your phone. I can see StreamYard's telling me the people that are there on their phones with the vertical, and they've got it on the, like I can tell they're on their phone because they're on the vertical, and it's automatically putting anybody in their phone onto the vertical one. You can't turn it on its side and it go into a full screen, which is annoying. And it really pisses me off. Like in the first 30 seconds, YouTube tells you to scroll up. It goes scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, with a little finger pointing up, like encouraging to scroll up. Like, go and stuff yourself, YouTube, telling people to scroll up as soon as they get on my. That's not how we play the game. What you're talking about? We're talking about, dude.
What you bring any
you had
money?
to be here, but what we've done, myself, Dom, and Paula, in the last 2.5 hours, what we've done is we've taken the universe apart and put it back together about 4 or 5 times. But each time it's happened so quickly, most people missed it.
Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Hey, Mac.
That's how you break your washer.
Then you got to call Mac.
Yeah.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting this gentleman.
Oh, this is MacGyver. You've heard of the gentleman. He's very handy in the tool shed. Like, you give him a roll of sticky tape,
Gum,
a
duct
couple
tape,
of bits
and
of block,
paperclip.
right, and he can build a tank.
Yeah. I
Give him
break
a
out of
washing
anywhere.
machine. Give him a washing machine and a microwave, and he'll build a spaceship.
I can break out of anywhere. And I've been fixing appliances for 45 years.
I'll take the so everybody can see everybody's names.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm the appliance guru.
Is that
Ooh.
red-green duct tape or is that like Gorilla Black duct tape, Mac?
You want stuff that says duck, not duct, because that duck tape is cheap ass tape, the quack tape. Yeah, you'll know. You don't want you get that cheap tape. You're going to rip it real easy. It's
Right.
like, damn, I remember ripping duct tape. It was so hard to rip before.
Duct tape is much, much stickier, right?
Yes, duct
That's
tape,
the
not
real-
duck, quack, quack tape.
And the result will confirm it, I guess.
Yeah, and that Gorilla tape, man, that's, whoa.
I don't like the Gorilla
Gaffer.
tape. I was not impressed.
Why? Because it's hard to pull off the roll?
No, because it doesn't stick as well as the DUCT tape
Duct
does.
tape.
Yeah, that's my favorite tape.
It's all about gaffer tape in the UK. You get your gaffer tape, and gaffer tape is like really strong.
Gaffer knife.
You can do things like tape small people to walls with gaffer tape, right? Just gaffer them up, and
Didn't you see the
because it's really sticky, really, really sticky, and when you peel it off, the glue's left behind, man. It's one of those nightmare tapes. You don't want it on your
Mythbusters?
cables and stuff.
Remember duct tape on Mythbusters? They duct tape a car off the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I think duct tape is gaffer tape. They're the same thing, one and the same. I
Is
think
it gray?
they're synonymous. A grey
All
one
they-
and a black one.
Yeah, all they
Right.
know is
And they've got a sort of like a cable, not a cable, like
canvas.
Well,
It feels like a
canvas or
canvas
bit-
material.
but it's like it's got bits of string that run right through.
Yes.
So it's not just the tape. You've also got these lines of string that run all the way through lengthways, like 10 lines of string or whatever, that kind of give it that extra strength.
Yeah, if you have to work with a lot of duct tape, when you grab it and you pull it out of the roll, if you do that enough times, your fingers will definitely get raw.
Right. If you strap it across somebody's mouth to stop them speaking, and then you tear it off really quickly, it fucking hurts.
Yeah.
If you do that to yourself, like it's a alternative to waxing.
It's torture.
You could actually, ladies, you could wax your legs with gaffer tape. You'd need a few, strips of it, but I reckon you could actually successfully wax your legs.
And
with
an
gaffer
iron.
tape. Might actually tear a layer or two of skin off as well, but
That's why they got wax.
Crack a few eggs to make an omelette. Yeah.
The best
Yep.
tape I got right now is that clear packing tape. I am starting to fall in love with that stuff. And but I got copper tape, electrical tape,
Painter's
black
tape. You put
I
on the wall
don't
and
have
pull
any.
off the wall.
I don't have the blue painter's tape, but I have the.
I've got green,
I have the
light green.
what is that
Paula,
tan tape called? I got some of that. I got copper tape too. That stuff costs a pretty penny.
so J Heighton. Paula is actually who they modelled the character of Strong Woman in South Park. You know, who ends up having a baby with the principal. What's he called? PC Principal, right? He gets with Strong Woman, and Strong Woman was modelled on Paula.
Well, thank you, Jay Hyden. Thank you also, Richie. This is,
And
you know,
and
a
and
lot
they
of
got
people don't.
the idea for Sarah Connor as well.
Yeah, well, a lot of people think, you know, well, if you're a strong woman, you must be a feminist, you must be a bitch or whatever.
No.
You know, I try to balance all of those things, you know, and just try to be me, try to be clear cut, to the point, you know, and keep it simple, stupid above all.
My wife's a very strong woman. Yep. She
There
may
you
not
go,
be,
Clever.
she may not be strong, but with her mouth and shit and the way she does things, yeah, she's a strong lady.
So, Dom, to answer that question, I say that there are attractive qualities in both. And if you can get one that can handle a gun and a shovel and the
I can handle
chainsaw and
both.
an
And I
axe, like so that's why I'm kind of a lot in love with Ava Zubek, right?
If I can find a girl fixing appliances, man, ooh, that'd be
I
hard.
can do that too. I put a washing machine motor on a Maytag washing machine.
What state do you
And
live in?
I live in North Carolina.
Well, I have to wife to kick me out of the house first. Well, that's good. How old was the washer? Or was it a dryer?
It was a washer.
Was
And
it down? Was it an older washer?
this was 40 years ago.
Okay, so the motor was down in front to the left, down the bottom on a cradle that rocked back and forth with two belts in the bottom.
Right. And
Yeah.
I bought the motor and I went home and it was a son of a bitch to get that thing on and
Wired.
get everything hooked back up.
Yeah, you
The
did
wiring
that. You
wasn't
did good. You did good because that is a bitch to do because that cradle keeps moving and you're trying to put the bolts in it. Yes. And to get through the little holes. Yes. The springs. Yes. It was a bitch of a job. Yes.
well, I went back to see the guy who bought the motor off of, you know, and I said, well, thank you very much for the advice and everything. I got it together. Everything's good. He's like, you did it by yourself? He
Yeah.
said, I know Maytag repairmen that won't even touch a washer like that. You know, and it's like,
I eat that washer for breakfast. I sleep with that washer. That's the best washer ever designed. It really is. You ever done a seal job on it? Is the washer still around?
no, because that disappeared with ex-husband number one.
Oh, damn it. Should have brought it with you.
But, yeah, well, the dumb thing I did was I kept forgetting to turn the water off because
Yeah.
it was on the back porch and the water froze up. And that little plastic piece, I had to replace that stupid thing 3 darn times because I wasn't bright enough to go out there and watch the weather and turn the thing off. So
Mac, I got a question because I just
I got a
noticed
squeak clean washer, by the way. Go on.
you had said that you would sleep with that washer. How does your wife feel about that?
Oh, she laughs at all my stupid corny jokes.
No,
Yeah.
like, do you drag in like a Maytag or a Kenmore into the bedroom?
Yeah, I do. Put it on. I don't use it. She does.
Dude,
I put a brick
I've
in
heard-
it. And I put a brick in it and I have her sit on it and put it in an unbalanced load spin. She loves it.
Everybody watched fucking Friends when Monica or whatever it was, when whoever it was, the girl got up on the fucking on the moisture machine while it was on spin, right, and getting the jollies off it. So I think, you know, bringing a washing machine on spin into the bedroom, you know, to use as some sort of sexual toy. What an interesting idea.
been
Well,
there,
they-
done that, sweetheart, but we didn't bring it into the bedroom.
Yeah, but they also made a washer called the Frigidaire Roll-O-Matic, and the agitator went up and down. It pulsed up and down. It didn't go back and forth. It went boom, 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 up and down. Remember
That's
that one, the
even better.
Frigidaire Roll-O-Matic washer?
Yeah, those go way back. I don't think they even make those anymore,
I'm
do they?
60. I'm 60.
I'm 61.
Oh, okay, I've got to respect you. She's our elder.
There's a year between you.
Yep.
You're from the same year in school, probably. You probably went to school. You probably graduated in the same year.
You in summer or winter? What's your month? I'm March.
I'm May.
Oh, yeah, so she is older than me. About maybe 8 months. April, May, 2 months off of the 12. Yeah. So
And I'm slightly older than Dom.
You're 8 months older than me.
You're older than Dom. I thought Dom was 64. Why did I think Dom was 64? I'm the pup. I'm the young pup. I love that.
It's right.
I'm
it's
not.
all right.
I'm not
It will
always the
teach
young
you
pup.
well. You've got the right people here on your panel, so we can teach you.
But this is Ava Zubak. Just if I can find a girl like this.
Are you musically inclined at all? And like repairing computers?
My son does the computers, but if I had to, I could do it. See,
I know. That's how I am.
My dad,
I put my hands on it, I can do it. I don't know why, but I just have the knack.
well, my daddy taught me one thing. He said, if you can read, you can do anything.
Yep.
So when I got my first car, he said, you know, go buy you an oil filter and buy the oil, and he showed me how to, know how to do the oil. He says, okay, it's your car. You got to change your own oil. So I did. And then when it broke down and the alternator, he did drive 5.5 hours to pick me and my car up. I will give him that, but when he got home and got my car off the trailer, he said, okay, well, now, do you know what's wrong with it? And I said, I do believe it's the alternator. He said, okay, well, go buy you an alternator and put it on. So I bought an alternator, brought it home, put it on my car. Before he let me leave, he just wanted to check and make sure I did everything right. The car cranked up and everything, and I was just a little slack on the belt from the motor to the digit from the motor to the alternator. And so he just had to tighten that. He pulled on it while I tightened the bolt, to get it tightened up to.
Me, I don't touch motors or transmissions, but I'll fix anything else in a car.
I haven't really been into
I don't have
engines.
tools. I don't have the tools to do that.
I've helped change rods on a car before, but that's about it. But I spend most of my time in the garage with my dad. So.
You're a tomboy. Face it, you're a tomboy.
No, I'm supposed to be a toxic feminist.
Toxic feminist? Oh, no, you're not one of those. Got your hair dyed blue and ride a Harley? And you're kind of like, buxom?
No, my dad had a Harley. I quit riding Harleys when I had children. Motorcycles. He had a
Those ladies
500.
scare me. Those ladies scare me.
Well, I would probably scare you too, so.
I can't believe you just asked that what you just asked though. I can't believe you just said that.
I stereotyped. I know.
No, it's that saying that, and you're quite buxom. I guess not everyone knows what buxom means.
Like buff, a buff chick, or a buff lady.
Buxom means like.
Or does it mean chesty?
Like 180-pound chick.
You got good rack. It's buxom and bouncy and big and bouncy.
Okay, now nice rack. That I understand.
You got big boobs.
I was trying to be polite.
He was asking if you got big boobs, but
I was being polite. I'm a total polite guy.
And you're a married guy as well.
Out being big, but after you nurse a couple children, they do get a little bigger.
Yep.
Well, actually, I thought there's a lot of women that say that if you breastfeed, then the kids kind of eat them, and there are some girls that end up a bit pancakey afterwards when they've breastfed. Not all
we call
girls
them
do.
flapjacks. We call them flapjacks.
How much she bench presses 2 or 3 minutes at a time. I got a story. I actually had a weight set in my room because I tore up my knee when I was playing softball, right? So I wanted a weight bench with the leg lifts so I could, rebuild the muscle and stuff in my knee. So anyway, I bought a weight bench off of somebody who was related, and I paid too much for it, but um, it had the bar at the top, so I could do bench presses. So anyway, I hooked it up. I was 125 pounds and I was a benching 185.
All right.
But
She'll kick her asses. I told you she would.
but my first husband, we weren't married yet, but he came over to my house and the phone in this is the corded phones, with the circular little cord that attached and you had to hang it up on the wall.
Yeah, the old
Anyway, yeah,
landline.
yeah, the landline in the kitchen was broke, so I had to go out to the garage to answer the phone out there because we put a phone out in the garage because, if Dad needed to answer the phone, he'd be in the garage. Well, anyway, so I had to go out to the garage to answer the phone, and that dumbass got on my bench press and was trying to bench my 185 pounds without a spotter. I
Dumb
mean,
shit.
my mom spotted for me. I never benched without my mom spotting for me.
I never had anybody spotting for me, but that's probably why I never exceeded 60 kilos, like benching 60 kilos.
Yeah.
Because to do more would have required a spotter. Because the only way you can increase your weight is by really pushing yourself, like really pushing yourself, and having a spotter there. Just for that little bit, just take the weight off just a little tiny bit, just to help you, or to catch it if you really can't. If you can't get it, once you just can't get it off your chest.
Right. My wife used to be my spotter, but she got a hysterectomy.
Dom, I'm just dreaming. I'm dreaming, dude. I love everything about this girl.
She sounds like a honey. She sounds great, really.
No, it sounds like, dude. She is in every way. She's practical. She's resourceful. She's independent.
That's what I'm saying.
She's fucking beautiful, man. And
She's
in
single,
my eyes,
Richie?
I think.
Is she single?
I think she's got a dog, dude. So
I've been married 35
and it's not just any
now.
dog either. Not just any dog. It's a fucking Belgian, one of those Belgian ones that are really loyal and like. So she had a relationship. It didn't work out, and she's
a strong woman. It's like this guy could handle her.
Yeah, she's a fucking strong woman. I don't think she'd be happy. Like I don't think she'd be happy. I think she's really happy on her own, right? Yeah. And I wouldn't want to get in the way of that. But if she ever wanted to have any babies, I would definitely. I'd say yeah, I'm up. Go on.
See the secret, guys. You got to say yes all the time. If you just say yes, stay out of their way, you'll be fine. I learned that secret, and make them laugh in the morning.
Dude, I've had some really fucking.
Been married 36 years.
I've had relationships with very complicated women.
She's got the stockings out.
So, like, I've learned when to keep my mouth shut, and
but I do like a handy person.
Do you want us to promote you to her, Richie? Should we get onto her channel and put in a good word?
No. I don't think she'd be attracted, dude. I don't think I'd be. I don't think I'm her type. As much as I'd like to be, I don't think I'm her type, dude.
Just tell her you have
I'm good on my own, mate. I'm good on my own.
It's
it's nice to daydream.
Yeah. I can't stand to be lonely. I want to be that old guy. I don't want to be that old guy on the porch saying, "Hey, young whippersnappers, get off my lawn." I don't want to be that guy.
But would you be good at it, Mac?
I probably would because I'm
gonna be the guy that lives in the cave, right? All the kids dare themselves to come up and fucking see what's going on, and then they come up and I say, right, lads, right, come on over. Sit by the fire, and then I'll teach them my wisdom, right? And they'll all run off and become young Jedis, and in our war against the Empire, right? It's all going to be. I might be sought out by some character called Luke or something. It'll be Obi-Wan Kenobi, basically.
Right. Yeah, that's how I got the name MacGyver, because I was always repairing things, stereos, TVs, you name it. I just take it apart, look at it. If I can fix it, I'm fixing it.
Leafy, I knew you'd appreciate this. I knew you'd appreciate it. She's got a fucking landy, mate. And she turned it into a little camper van. It was fucking brilliant.
Yep, I was looking at doing that.
Not by herself, but she got involved, I think she helped design it and that.
That sounds real good, really, really. Because I'd love to do that.
She was living in a tent, right? She bought this land in, so I won't say where, because she's had guys stalking her and that. So
what the hell?
I know what country it's in, right? But she's got this land, and she was just living in a tent on this land, and then she hadn't experienced the real winter, and this winter has turned out to be a real winter. So in October, she decided she got this little log cabin thing that she was just using as a storage shed, and she turned it into a little habitation.
Good for her. Good. That's good.
It was like she did it in about a week or something, week or 2 weeks, and turned it into a little home.
What I wanted to do when I was like 18 years old was buy a piece of land somewhere in the woods and build a log cabin. That was my dream. And you never know. There's still time. I might accomplish
It's one of the reasons, right, that I absolutely fucking love Red Dead Redemption 2. Because when you complete the game and die as Arthur, right, then you come back, you start playing as John, and one of the first things you do is buy a flat pack house, this wooden frame log cabin. You buy that and you build it. You build the cabin. You build this little ranch, and then you build a barn. And it's fucking brilliant, man. I love it. I like just playing it, just doing all the daily chores, like going right now. Go and feed the chickens.
I'm from Chicago here. In the 70s, my mom, we went out to Arkansas because she was looking for a company that makes log cabin homes. The kit. She was going to make her house a log cabin home because she wanted it. Never did it, though. Yep. It's hard work, though. It's 7:25 a.m. here in Chicago. And I want to get out of this place so bad. I can go out to the country.
I've got a message telling me that the Arab Republic of Yeltravia has subscribed to me on YouTube. Wow, that sounds. I just saw this email saying Arab Republic of. I was like, what? What? Oh, YouTube. Okay. Welcome. I don't know if you're here listening now, but welcome if you are. If you're one of the lurkers, we've still got 20 people here. We're managing to engage people in enough entertainment to keep us in the background.
Shut up, Dom.
Hey, say that again.
I said, shut up, Dom, because look at he typed in the chat.
Amazon cardboard home. What?
I don't have a problem with somebody living in my backyard, but the property owners association does. But what is wrong? My oldest brother lived in a camper in the backyard for a time, until he got another place. So.
Yeah, Amazon makes those tiny homes for like $10,000.
Just take all their boxes back and make a home out of cardboard boxes.
Yeah, but I'd have to dip them in
Microfit?
shellacking so it makes them really strong or something.
No, we have duct tape, waterproof duct tape. We're set.
Oh yeah, right. Make the MacGyver home.
Then you could charge
But no, if I
rent
was
maybe $3,000 a month.
Yeah, but
For
if I was going to work with
people living in
cardboard, I'd get the 2 double wide and put them together and dip it in some kind of a shellacking. You know what I'm saying? So it really is tough. A fiberglass it. That's it. A fiberglass it. If there's a will, there's a way. I definitely could survive out in the wilderness. No problem with that. But the wife, she needs to bring the microwave.
I mean, I could find shelter and all that. Like it would. I did. I had to at one point. Like at one point in Portugal, I was staying on the beach, like near caves. Cause
Did you have a Wilson?
No. That wasn't fun though, man. It felt like you're covered in salt the whole time. And the only place you could wash your clothes was in the sea. So your clothes were just full of salt constantly.
Get stiff.
Yeah.
Did your hair blonde out more?
Rubbing and chafing and
yeah. Yeah, I see all those people in their sailboats sailing around the coasts and stuff. I mean, I'd love to do that, but yet, like you're saying, the salt, the chafing, they make it seem like it's grandiose doing that, but I hear it's a pain in the ass to do it.
There's all kinds of other things that you have to take account for, like.
Yeah. I mean, I do love nature.
I love nature, man. I love all this. The only thing about all this is it looks very fucking cold.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. I'm sensitive to cold weather with all my injuries.
Rich, if you want, I put something in the back chat if you want. If people want to, live off the grid, but yet live within the city boundaries in a cardboard box.
You're serious about this, Dom? Oh yeah, I gotta get one of those things. Fucking, this is funny. Gotta get my pee jar.
This is fucking Anton
Matt
Jackson.
TV.
This is also Shaking Stevens. This old box. And
he's also part of the Hollywood elite.
Oh no, he says This Old House, not This Old Box. He sings This Old House, but I wonder if it's the same song.
Yeah, I like the Wayans brothers.
Hang on. I'm not sharing it. It's not a song.
He's dancing.
PBS, the Pavement Broadcast System, proudly presents a new do-it-yourself at-home home improvement show. My name is Anton, and this is my house / bathroom / kitchen / backyard / library. Oh, I forgot we're on TV. Let me fix my makeup. Now, we're gonna need a little bit of work light, so let's go to a convenient power source.
Is this SNL or something? This seems
No,
like
it's
an
Matt
SNL
TV.
skit. It's what?
No, it's Mad TV.
Remember, safety lasts when you ain't got no money. Now, today we're going to add on a new room. But I have to make sure that I got the proper tools.
He does his boogers to mix them together.
My hammer. My measuring tape. Oh, that's the extension cord. Let's just use the rope for now. And last but not least, I need my screwdriver. I need another one.
Right. I think it's interesting the things that they used to put on TV to entertain everybody.
Wait.
Isn't it?
He glues it together with boogers. Yeah, I've seen this one.
Definitely not Choofy Koofy.
Eat the boogers.
What?
Yeah, but it's sad around here in Chicago. The homeless people, it's getting really big, and they're all congregating in a place called Lower Wacker Drive in Chicago. It's underground, and they're all in there trying to keep warm.
I got a feeling
that
there might be some copyright thing about this thing that I'm sharing.
Oh yeah, don't risk it. Don't risk it.
Oh, it's already done. It's already done. We've already played it. It's too late to risk it.
Yeah. Well, anyways, just delete that video.
I've got a feeling. No, it'll block it or whatever. They'll claim copyright and block it in certain territories, and I'll just say, all right, erase that bit. But I don't know. There might have been a time when that made me chuckle, but yeah, I wasn't laughing at that. Definitely not Choofy. Who are you? What are you going on about?
Yeah, I can't work with the wife. We argue too much, complain. She's not really mechanically inclined, and I'm trying to help her, and she doesn't understand what I'm saying. And it's just, we start arguing.
Yeah, but I think, like, if you're with a woman that says, no, that's not how my mine works, that's your area, you do that, and I'll do this, right?
Yeah.
And you can say, yeah, I know how you are about doing the electrical stuff and all that, and maintenance, whatever, upkeep, right? That's how I am about washing and cooking and all that sort of stuff. So you take care of all of that stuff, and I'll take care of all of this stuff, right? And then you got a functioning relationship.
Yep. The kitchen's her place, and she doesn't like me in her kitchen.
There you go. See, right? Americans don't keep their utilities in the kitchen, do they? I know Americans think it's a bit strange that people in England and Europe, I don't know how in Europe, but definitely in England and Ireland, we have washing machines in the fucking kitchen right next to the cooker.
Right. I've seen that.
You've seen that, or you've not seen that?
I have seen that.
Yeah, I mean, in small properties, it's really, when you haven't got much room, there's not much you can do. It's just, in America, the houses were always a lot bigger, especially like back in the 80s and the 90s. Houses were much bigger in America. Like your normal size house in America was like a fucking mansion to most people, living in, particularly living in, Manchester or Liverpool or Birmingham or.
Yep, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, kitchen, living room, and basement. That's about it. It's a regular, home.
We never had a basement. We never actually no. We did. So the first.
What do you call the rec room?
The first property that we were living in. So I was born. The house that they were living in or the second house when I was about two and a half, house we were living in then, I think that had a basement. But we were only there for a couple of years. I was gutted because I had friends that had basements.
Right.
In base housing, way back when, the kitchen had the washer and dryer in there too. So.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, I got caught away. That was the building inspector department guy. And now I'm pissed because you're right. I don't own the fucking property.
No, I'm paying $9,000 a year of property tax.
I pay $152.
I'm moving where you're at. Where you at? That's it. Grabbing the
North
wife.
Carolina.
We're moving. We're moving there. That's it.
You pay property tax for not even owning the property.
Yep.
Or you are no, Paula. Do you own your property or?
Technically, yes.
Yeah,
I have a title to the property and a title to the trailer.
Yeah.
So.
If you don't pay your taxes, you don't have it anymore. So she really don't own it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
It sucks.
Yeah, they're paid up and not due until September next year. So.
Yeah. So I own my house. I paid cash for it. Okay. So I own my house, but not the land. Since I own the house, don't you think I can do whatever I want with my house? No. So if they kick me out of my house because I don't pay my property taxes and I, break the foundation down and really destroy the inside of the house so nobody can live in it, guess what? I'm going to jail for that.
You essentially become like a leaseholder of the land.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're not.
I do know one way around the bullshit that guy just told me on the phone. And if I got to cut every one of them darn boards and make 2 6x6 decks, I sure as hell will. Anyway, dumbasses.
So all the utilities that go to your residence, who gives them permission? You by the way, you're just paying for the usage of those utilities. They got to actually talk to the people that other people put them in those positions. So they got to go through the government. So you can get your electricity, your gas, your propane, your Wi-Fi. So that just confirms once again, you don't own the land. Because if you did, then you would be talking directly with the utilities and say, okay, so are you putting the poles up in my house? Yeah, but you're paying for it. Nothing indicates that you own land. The fact that people say they own land, sleeper.
There's a funny bait and switch type situation going on in the UK where when the English pound went off the gold standard, and the way they valued the currency and the debt and everything, what they were expecting the people to pay, there was an agreement reached where all of the utilities, like gas, water, and electric, were free to any non-business household, right? Just to the people, it's free. So when they send you your bill, when you're not on a pay-as-you-go system and they send you your bill, they send it with a gyro check, and the check is actually made payable to you. And they changed the word check for slip. Now it's a gyro slip, but it's actually a gyro check for you. And all you have to do is basically sign it and send it back, or stick a couple of stamps on it, sign it and send it back, and giving them permission to cash it. But the thing is, what they're doing is reimbursing you because they've already been paid. So if they cash the check, it means they are absolutely they're taking the bite twice, and legally they're not allowed to do that. So they put themselves in, they're not gonna cash that gyro. They know that they've already been paid, so it's basically your bill is settled. You don't get to cash the gyro and get that money because you lose that, but you don't have to actually pay the bill with money out of your bank account or out of your pocket. It's a trick. And it has been it has been tested. It's been put to the test. Like a lot of people have done it, and that's why they're changing everybody's bill, the way they're billing everybody, and they're changing the meters and everything. And they get everybody. They'd love it if everybody was on pay as you go, because you don't get a gyro check on pay as you go. You're paying for it.
Well, in England, didn't they have a device in the wall in the kitchen? You had to pay for your electric and stuff. You had to put money into it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the pay as you go is, right? So back in the 80s, my cousin, my auntie, they had a pay as you go. It's 50p. Right? I don't know how long you got for 50p, but you just put 50p's in the meter.
Right.
And that gave them electricity, right? And I remember at Christmas having to go and put 50p's in, and they always had to make sure they had 50p's, right? But that changed to a card. That changed to a little, like a little USB stick type thing, and you go and get it all done on this little stick, on this little key, and you plug the key in, and and then there's a reserve amount for emergencies when your money runs out. Then you might you get £5. You can go £5 into the red, into the reserve, before you completely lose your electric.
Now here I'm in an electrical membership corporation. So we paid $25 to join the corporation. And if I pay my bill on time every year, I get a dividend check, which actually I discount off my bill. So, I don't actually get the money. I just get money off my bill.
Is it a substantial amount? Is it a notable amount? Is it just like 5% or something? Or?
Not even that. If I figured it up, it'd probably be roughly 3% of what I paid over the year. I already did the calculations on that, by the way, because I wanted to know.
Shout out to all the lurkers, by the way. We've got 24 people watching us right now and about 3 people chatting in the chat room. Shout out to Angry Casper and NG, Nude Guru, Adam Cook. Good to see you, Adam. How you doing? It's been a while. Sean Kelly. How's it going there, Sean Kelly? I'm assuming
Glory be.
It's nationality there with a name like Sean Kelly. It's definitely it should be Irish. What was that, Dom? It sounded like you were sharpening a knife or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
Can you hear the crows out here?
It sounds like when you were Richie talking, it sounds like it was plug and play in England there. And Paula, what you were talking about, it sounds like we're in that credit system. Join a corporation, pay them, and then you'll get rewarded for being obedient.
The plug and play is instigated as soon as somebody has difficulty paying their bills, right? And then they go into a payment plan, and then the part of the payment plan is that they have this payment plan to repay the money that they're supposed to be in debt to, and they're given a prepay mobile phones, Perbs, dude. It's good to see you lurking, brother. This is the only guy, right? We've known each other since I was 11 years old or something. I'm loving that mug shot. Dude, that's an old mug shot. That's not a recent one. That's an old one. You're like in your 30s in that. And you're older than me, mate. You're fucking 49 years old now. We've been friends. We've been friends for a long time. I mean, obviously, we haven't actually we didn't exist in each other's lives at all for a very fucking long time. And then one day he came across my YouTube channel. We've got the Islamic ultra avian government. What's that, man? You don't look like you're a friendly person. I wonder what channel you're in. Is this individual in 007 channel, Perbs? You got a wrench there. If this individual
Islamic
it is looking to be like they're obviously a bit of a dick. I don't know. You come into somebody's chat and just this is the thing about having it up with the vertical as well, right? Having both options, putting it out in both ways. So if somebody's on their phone, they're getting it on the vertical, and if you're on a desktop or a laptop or a tablet, you're getting it on the desktop view, right? But it opens up the field, I think, to the people watching shorts and stuff. Because there's some people that stream just in the vertical because it actually opens up the audience pond, right, that you're fishing in. Yeah, we don't do that sort of stuff in this channel, mate. Don't spam. We don't spam like that.
So the agendas that people like to talk about, do you think it'll be seamless?
About what?
You just hear about when people talk about after what happened during 2019 and 2021. Some people started becoming aware of different agendas, whether it's 2025 or 2030. What I'm sharing is because I'm hearing you guys talk about, I use the word credit system or plug and play. Do you think it'll be seamless?
It'll be all electronic.
Yeah.
AI control everything.
I had a pay-as-you-go gas meter, but part of my trade was meter fixing, so I swapped it to a gas meter. I laid about a meter readers. Now don't have the nous to comprehend the meter point reference number. So I've heard stories that you can, if you buy your own meter and you get it all attached by a licensed electrician.
Yep.
It's they're not charging you for the electricity. They cannot charge you for the electricity, so they're charging you for the things like the meter and the pipe work and whatever. But you can put your own meter in as long as you don't damage the one that you take out. Right? Give that one back to them and have your own meter in there. So it's all right. I don't need to rent your meter anymore. Thanks very much. You don't need to take a reading. Go and eat a bag of dicks.
Well, on the meter,
a lot.
Yeah, on the meter, there's a motor in there that runs the system, and it's on our end that we're paying for their motor. So I complained about that. It's like, I want some money for us running your motor for your system. Yeah, good luck on that.
What an well, you can just go and fucking eat a bag of dicks as well, then, you wanker.
Can I get an extra salt?
I'm not having
barbecued,
it, mate.
Barbecued.
I'm not having it. The only way you're going to be able to prove that to me is get your ass up here on this panel. Get up here on the camera, son. Right? Get up in here on the camera and tell me that you haven't got a fucking grey beard and you're a year older than me.
And bring your bag of dicks with you.
Right? I have to shave the sides of my fucking hair off because it's all grey and silver. I mean, obviously, it makes me a bit of a silver fox, right? But I don't know if I'm ready to be a silver fox. I don't feel like a silver fox. I feel like a...
Y'all, I'm going to have to go.
No worries.
It's been nice, but my equipment decided to malfunction, and I may have to do a restart, so...
What kind of equipment you working with?
Well, the USB port thingy wants to malfunction. I'm on Linux.
Okay. Oh, she's even using Linux. Cool.
Nothing but the best.
Yeah.
But anyway, it has an issue with my USB hub, and now my keyboard won't work. So I'm going to have to disconnect and then reconnect,
Yep.
and I'll be disappearing.
Right.
Well, listen, yeah. If when you come back, if I'm still here and you're still, like, if it's all still going, then you're welcome. Come back.
Yeah, I'm having a great conversation with her. She's great.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the positive feedback because I don't usually get a lot of that.
I appreciate Dom pointing you this way, and you
Yeah, well,
having the
thank you, Dom.
but it's it is down to you as well because you're the one that came up. I
Yep.
invited you up, and you came up on a panel.
Yeah, very nice meeting you.
It's nice meeting you too, MacGyver.
I like women with balls, man.
Yep.
I like women with balls.
Me too. Me too.
No, I'm not into the trans G thing. We're just talking metaphorically.
I
right?
understand completely.
I'm not hitting
women with a bit
I've
of
got more balls
backbone.
than most men, so
Yeah. But I'm not hitting on her. I just love having a good conversation with her. I like mechanically inclined women. As a
Well,
friend.
I'm kind of old and I'm kind of not in the
We got-
market, so
Me either. I'm married for 36 years. Known her
Yeah,
for
well,
38.
my thing is I don't want to go toad kissing just to find Prince Charming. So
No, do it the right old fashioned way.
yeah.
I just
So
want to
I am.
welcome Sean up on the panel. Sorry,
Hello.
dude, if I sorry if you wanted to stay off camera. If that was just a little flick of the camera for me, and I brought you on too soon, I apologize.
I seen
Yeah, no, that was a mistake of me. It's fine.
I seen
him.
You can see my ugly face now.
I seen him.
I'm Jesus, by the way. Chosen one.
Oh, holy Jesus.
I'm actually his age, too.
Are you guys looking for Jesus? Well, I found him.
I'm trying to save you guys. I'm trying to bring you to the right path.
That's cool, man. Yeah, that's cool. You're all right, mate. I'm good. but I always appreciate. And have you been up before? Yeah, it's sort of. I think.
Yes, I've been on twice before. I'm like that lefty environmentalist guy.
Right. Yes. That's it. You get on. You probably get on with Nine Tails. Our friend.
Who?
Our friend Nine Tails. If that
I
is
wouldn't know.
Nine Tails, is that? Oh God, I can never bloody remember if that's you, Mel. Cosmic Fox. Mel Cosmic Fox. Is that right? Is that you? I can never remember if it is the same person or not, but anyway. Yeah, because it has to be because you take this from what I'm saying. You like women breaking gender norms, but not men. I didn't say anything about men not breaking gender norms. I got no issue with I reckon I'd be a really good stay-at-home dad. You know?
With the apron on.
I'd be if I was with a woman with a really fucking good career, and I didn't have a really good career going, and she was able to go back to that career, and we could do and I'll be the stay-at-home dad. That was something that I considered. That's something that I considered when I was in my 20s, man. I'm a 90s liberal. So when metrosexuality first started in the 90s, it was something that I was like, that sounds like I might be metrosexual, right? Because I didn't disagree with this idea of men taking a little bit more care of themselves, right? Of the image and everything. It was back in the days when I was a lot more vain, and I used to trim my beard. I had a trimmed fucking goatee beard like Beppe off EastEnders, and and yeah, I don't even know where I'm going with that. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 22 minutes. That's Skull and Bones right there. 322.
Yep.
So, what conspiracy theories do you not know of? Like, have you researched every conspiracy theory in the planet?
I don't even care. I don't know. Probably not, but a lot of them are just pointless rabbit holes that end up in echo chambers. So, like, there's a lot of conspiracies out there, and there's a lot of theories out there.
Yeah.
But there are some important conspiracies that have taken place that have been labeled conspiracy theory, right? But it's the psychological rejection that takes place when people hear those two terms put together, engineered by the CIA after the assassination of JFK. So a successful weaponization of the term conspiracy theorist, right? And the term conspiracy theory. There are so many people that just chuck it straight in the bin or laugh at it and belittle it because you've put conspiracy theory at the beginning of it. And at the end of the day, they're just making themselves look like absolute fools because they don't know.
They don't
know
know
what's
research.
going on. There is a conspiracy that's taken place, and it is a criminal one. There are many criminal conspiracies that have taken place, and they're being fobbed off as conspiracy theories. But the JFK assassination, for one thing. Anything that Ben Shapiro is getting involved in.
Conspiracy. I hate that guy.
Richie, I'm kind of excited. I kind of want to hear Sean's conspiracy theories. So please share, Sean, if you don't mind.
Oh, but this one.
Well, I used to be big into conspiracy theories, but now I'm more into like environment. I think a lot of conspiracies that are out there are bull, but there's some of them that might be correct. But the problem is, I think humans need to be educated on how to be critical thinking, how to use philosophy to debate properly, how to find the truth properly. And we should have more people educated on that to find the truth, because I think a lot of people fall into like these conspiracy theories without knowing how to critical think and all that. And that's the hard part of finding the truth.
Can I ask you a question? I think I know the answer, but can I ask you a question? Do you believe in the narrative, in what we've been told about climate change? Do you believe that?
Yes.
That narrative. Okay.
Yes. Mostly.
So now do you want to think about what you just said before that? Think about it very hard and carefully.
Well, yeah, I am skeptical of it. I do research the skeptical side of it and the pro side of it.
I mean, I say absolutely climate change is real and absolutely it is man-made, but I'm saying that what we're doing down here is not the issue. It's what they began doing blatantly in the last
geoengineering.
The last like 15, 20 years. They've been blatantly doing it, spraying shit, passing it off as contrails. So no, it's just contrails. Now they're admitting no, that's not. They're actually they're doing this aerosol dispersal of various things, including carbon,
Thermite,
barium, strontium, lithium, aluminium oxides, silver, salt, all this stuff, and they've been playing around with it for a very long time. And now they've actually managed to convince everybody driving around in cars that they're the reason, they're to blame, and that's why they have to pay a tax for it. When you've got countries like China pumping out more fucking carbon in a year than the West pumps out in 5 years. Don't quote me on those figures, but
no, I'm skeptical of I used to be into the geoengineering, the chemtrail stuff, but I think that just evaporation science. So the scientists I follow say just air, or it's a bit of the smoke as well from the fuel exhaust as well. It causes
okay.
It depends on the moisture in the atmosphere.
You're absolutely free to believe that. I personally massively 100% disagree with you.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
We're cool to
Yeah,
disagree.
the problem is in life, there's only one factual truth. In science, there's only one factual correct. I'm not an expert on philosophical terms or scientific stuff, so I'm not saying I'm 100% correct on everything.
Right.
But like, I'm trying to have to be open about things.
Yeah, no, you're.
That's
I
good.
mean, you're
That's
just.
good.
Yeah, there's no, and that's fucking awesome, man.
More people should
we
think
just-
like you.
Yeah, I disagree because of observations I've made over the last 25 years, right? 26 years, well, or really 30 years, over the last 30 years. The observations I've made in the UK, in Europe, and then what I got to see firsthand here, because for 2 years while I lived here, the first 2 years I lived here, there was none of that going on. Didn't see any of that going on in the skies above me. And then in 2017, in August 2017, it started. And as soon as it started, the weather started to change. And now the weather's completely changed here. It's still really nice because we're on the 28th parallel, quite close to the equator. So it's still warm, it's still nice. But it's really changeable now. It's a lot wetter than it was. It's way more humid than it ever was before. And that's all since they started flying over with their stuff that absolutely was not, and it was stuff that was deliberately being put out behind the plane.
Well, according to the climate scientists that I follow, it's because of climate change, probably. But the reason is that they say... Can you let me my narrative?
Yeah. Sorry.
The climate scientists say that climate change is going to cause Ireland to get 76% more wet in the winter and drier in the summer. So that could be one reason for it. It could also be because there's more moisture in the air. So when the planes fly, the contrails become more prominent because maybe there's more moisture in the air in the winter, maybe. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm skeptical because if they are spraying chemicals in the air to kill us all, we'll be seeing much more people dying.
Oh, no. They're not doing it to kill us all. That's the silly conspiracy theorist daftness, right? That's when right. So when people start making sense about stuff and they start finding cohesion about subjects and there starts to be a sort of movement behind it and like a grassroots movement behind it. What people that don't want that to happen do is they go and they get involved with it and then they take it off in fucking silly, ridiculous directions to make the people look like idiots, right? Because what they don't want is people actually finding cohesion and agreeing with each other about what's actually going on. Have you seen a documentary called The Dimming?
I have. I've seen a few of those documentaries. I don't remember much, though.
I'll watch it again.
Yeah, that was like in 2005.
And remember that
the
climate scientists, let me tell you, climate scientists are incentivized to be climate scientists. We'll just leave that there.
No, they were saying that the reduction in pollution is reducing the aerosols. So the aerosols are also reducing the light. It reflects the rays or whatever. So it makes the world cooler. So when you pollute less, the world actually gets warmer because the dust doesn't reflect the heat as much or the light as much.
I mean, the sun's more brighter.
Yeah. So that also has to do with aerosols from planes. If there was less planes in the air, the temperature might get higher, but it's probably a little bit. And they're also saying that the sulfur from shipping, they've reduced it now. And I heard that it's increased the temperature by a bit because they've reduced the sulfur in the fuel in shipping.
All right, can I say something? Can I say something here, guys? Do you know what induction heating is? Like you got a certain oven, it's got a glass top, and you have to have an iron pan, and there's an electric coil underneath that glass, and it generates a frequency, a magnetic frequency, which heats up the iron in that pan. You can lift that pan up.
All the ovens now are becoming induction heated and stuff.
Or you can take a a copper coil, coil it up, put some voltage on it, stick an iron rod in it, and it heats it up real quick. That's induction. So by the sun getting more brighter and more intense, as a magnetic frequency is getting stronger and it's pulsing on our Earth. And what do we have? We have an iron core, so our core is getting hotter. They know all about this. Look at the Farmer's Almanac. They've gone through this shit in their past. And what the chemtrailing is doing is they're messing with the crops and the food.
Yeah, that's all they're doing. They're messing with our food production to make us need to go turn to their plant-based, factory-based goo.
Yep.
Right. That they'll say, oh, no, this is instead of meat, because farming is bad and eating cows is bad because cows' farts fucking make a hole in the ozone land.
No, the main reason Bill Gates cares about animal agriculture is because he uses more land per acre.
Bill Gates has 180'd on climate change. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, it's probably because he's afraid of Trump and the Epstein files.
He's on there.
My name's Paula. Nice to
Hey,
meet
Paula,
you.
welcome back, by the way.
Is this Sean? Is that your name?
Yep.
Okay, I just put a document. It's a link to my Google Docs. It's weather as a force multiplier. It's a DOD document, now DOW, Department of War. It will tell you about all that interesting stuff that's in the clouds or whatever that they're spraying and whatever, and how they control the weather.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Owning the Weather by 2025.
Angel Engineering. Yeah.
This is the actual document from the DOD. So feel free to download that and read that, and then we can continue this conversation.
They do geoengineering. I understand geoengineering is possible, but it can't be done in if there are actually scientists now trying to, they're going to think about spraying sulfur with planes, 100 planes a year to spray sulfur high up in the atmosphere to reduce climate change, the effect of CO2 emissions inadvertently that we cause.
Listen.
So they're actually thinking about doing this for saving the planet and all that.
Right, yeah, and you know how ridiculous that is, don't you? You know that all they're going to do is make it worse.
Yep.
Doing that, all they're going to do is make
obviously there are side effects to it, but the side effects are not doing anything about of releasing CO2, which is a greenhouse gas.
Right, which is how plants grow, which is why it's called greenhouse gas, because it's the gases in a greenhouse that make the plants grow more, that make the food grow more. So this whole idea that greenhouse gases are bad, oh my God, we shouldn't have CO2, that is how our fucking plants, that's a lot of the plants that feed us, their food is CO2. So do you understand how what they're doing is attacking the food supply?
Yes, they are.
No, I understand that CO2 is a thing that makes plants grow, but it doesn't only, it makes the atmosphere warmer too. So that's why you see weird climate, weird weather in America right now, or weird weather in Europe right now. It's unusually warm right now. It's also causing the weather to get warmer, wetter, more stormy, and
their geoengineering has concentrated over the last 10 years and put massively over the last 5 years. During the coup and the lockdowns, the sky looked like checkerboard every day. It was insane how much they were spraying. And now weather's really different. Weather's really different. No, dude, you have not. Jesus, if you looked on the radars, it's possible to look on the public radars, and you can see there were as much, if not more, aeroplanes in the air and boats in the sea during the lockdowns than there are in normal times. They weren't lockdowns, dude. This is the thing. We all thought we were locked down. Well, yeah, the stupid people that locked themselves down because the government told them to were locked down. But other people were traveling around getting on with it. A lot of all over the world. I lived near an airplane. I lived near an airport where every single day I was seeing planes landing, taking off, landing, taking off, landing. Every day there were cruise ships out in the ocean coming into the port, because I live on an island, so I can see all this sort of stuff going on. It was insane how much movement there was still internationally during the lockdowns. Listen, what you need to come to terms with, I think, is the possibility that they really are lying through their fucking teeth. And these climate scientists and all these, science has discredited itself completely
in the last 5
Well, I
years.
think that the fossil fuel companies knew about climate change like in the 50s and did like the cigarette companies and lied about it to make us doubt it. So now we have loads of people who doubt climate change because of the fossil fuel, mainly because of the fossil fuel industry that were
Well,
sending scientists to say.
They don't want to tell the truth about the nuclear industry, which is actually probably the cleanest, safest source of, and cheapest source of energy. They've got everybody scared of nuclear and nuclear bombs, nuclear weapons, nuclear radiation, nuclear fallout. Oh my God. And they got everybody terrified of it because it is the best solution to provide energy and power to the entire Earth at a fraction of the cost. And, you know, obviously there are safety concerns, but there's safety concerns in every fucking industry. Mining, right? Mining for gas is a really dangerous fucking job. Deep sea oil rigs, really dangerous job. It's dangerous. There's danger involved in producing this sort of power. But the thing is, that sort of power is not... it's not a good business model for these people that like to control everything and control the supply of everything. But you notice how quickly they're starting up new nuclear power plants just to be able to power the data centers for the AI that's going to run the world. Oh, they've got no issue with that now. They're going to start building nuclear power plants to be able to take care of that energy. But they're not interested in giving that power to the people.
Well,
Sean,
yeah, I agree. Okay.
Sean, how long have you followed the climate change stuff? Have you heard of Michael Mann?
Yes, I've been following it for 15 years now.
Okay. Have you heard of Jim Hansen? Is it Hansen or
Yes,
Henson?
they're all the famous climate scientists.
Jim Hansen, yeah.
Okay. Back in, it was either 1985 or 1989 when Jim Hansen and Michael Mann decided to tell Congress about the climate change issues and everything. This is just after in the 1970s, where the climate scientists said we were going into an ice age. So now we're over in 10 years later in 1989, 85 area. Jim Hansen goes into Congress to address Congress on climate change. Do you know that they actually sabotaged the air conditioning system so it wasn't work so that Congress would be all nice and hot and sweaty when they heard the globe was going to warm and we were all going to die? Did you know that?
No, but I still think that the science was correct on what they were saying.
No, the problem is you're thinking and you're not following both sides of the science. I put a link in the chat. Did you copy that link?
No, I'm not too good with technology. If I click it, will I have to go out of this stream or something?
Are you on your phone?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
You can
probably
always
not
come
the
back.
best. You won't be able to get it.
Take you out.
Yeah, you can always come back. We'll let you back up.
Well, Paula, I think
I can't. I don't have a wrench, so I can't put it in the chat.
Do you not? I thought you did. I thought
No.
I'd given you.
Well, you can put it in the chat. You don't have to give me a wrench. No.
Well, at least he's investigating and checking things out, not just listening to the media. So that's good for him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh no, I do listen to both sides. I do listen to climate change deniers. I follow them on Twitter.
Right. You heard anything about the what's that damn thing? The oh boy, we got a big antenna system in Alaska. HARP. Yes,
Yeah, HARP.
we got like 5 HARPs
I thought
over the
that was
world.
changing the weather.
Yeah, we got
that was
5
changing
HARPs.
the weather.
We got
No, I
5
thought that
HARPs
was
in this
changing the weather,
world.
but I thought it was changing the weather, but it's only just for a communication thing for the military. But
It's
I don't
for
think it
pushing
works.
stuff around.
It's
You
not
know
for
they can
changing the
take
weather,
it.
though.
Do you know they can heat up our Earth's atmosphere and then turn it off, and that atmosphere comes slamming down and causes big hurricanes and stuff over here in America?
No, I think the physicists say that you need way more energy than that to heat up the ionosphere or whatever they are doing up there.
HARP is a big microwave antenna. That's what that is.
I
but
think
they
this.
say
I
physics
think
wants
this is
to
a
be way
pointless
more energy than that.
conversation.
Gotcha. I got you.
I think this is a pointless conversation for us to have
Pretty
because we
much.
stand on completely different sides on this. If if we're going to take sides on this, I'm not. I've seen enough for myself, in real life and through doing being quite thorough. But this was my first venture into what I didn't even know it was a conspiracy theory, right? I didn't even know what conspiracy theories were, really. It wasn't something that was on my radar. 2009, I moved to a country that I was expecting the weather to be a certain way because I'd gone on holiday there for 2 decades and that's how it was. But when I went there in 2009, that is not what the weather was like. It was like England. It reminded me of the UK. And then I saw the plains and I saw the trails behind the plains. And I was like, hang on a fucking second. I remember gazing up at the sky in the 80s and the 90s, looking up, seeing the plains with their trails behind. And there was always a finite length to those trails. And I was always disappointed that it wasn't like this great big billowing, I thought that would look cool. But when I started seeing it in 2009, I thought, hang on, no, this isn't cool. Because what's in that? What is in that that's pumping out of the back of that fucking plane? And then I started looking into it. And that's when censorship and being kind of sandboxed as far as my reach was concerned, that I first experienced that on Facebook and stuff in 2009, because they do not like anybody pointing out what was going on.
Yeah, but do you also follow the mainstream scientists and the it's more complicated, like a lot of maths in it and all that shit. I don't even go into that detail.
So
They've
I think
been paid
the
off.
apologists that are there apologizing for it or trying to fucking explain it as something else have been paid to do so. I don't think they have any fucking integrity whatsoever. I don't trust anything that
They have to
saying,
follow their
so, no.
narrative if they want their job.
They're doing what they're.
Yeah, but
they're
most
told to.
scientists, I always hear that 90% of scientists trust the climate science and all that. It could be fake.
Yeah, listen, consensus, like don't find any security in consensus. There's a brilliant Christopher Hitchens quote about that, right?
I love Christopher
consensus.
Hitchens.
Consensus means shit, man. It's
Look how many
like
scientists have been unalived.
and especially amongst the scientific community. I follow a couple of scientists that say, like, I'm not. The scientific community is not really the scientific community anymore. They're just a bunch of, if you're what you're saying is not within the narrative, is not within the accepted narratives, then forget it. They're not actually using scientific method anymore. That went out the window a long time ago. Now it's all fucking maths and equations and theories. But no proof of a lot of these theories, and they're coming up with such pointless theories that at the end of the day don't actually fucking mean anything. There's no point to them. They are absolutely senseless to even theorize about these things. And yet a lot of money is spent on theorizing about these things that there can be no successful outcome to. It's just a waste of time. They're black holes for money. Science has become a black hole for money.
Let's say you guys are correct.
The only place that science has actually made any kind of leaps and bounds is in the war industry, making devices that unalive lots of people, efficiently, and that's where the real advances have been made.
Hypothetically,
there was technology around in the late 1800s, early 1900s. There was technology around then that they have fucking swept right under the carpet because it meant less control for them. It meant less money for them. So everything, our entire narratives have all been geared towards this this status quo situation where these people control the energy supply, creation and supply, and we all have to just like it and lump it. So you can only get your electricity from the local electricity
You know that the
company.
solution to climate change will cause a lot of us to be independent, off grid, and all that stuff. So solar panels are great for the off gridders, the people who don't think the same.
On low consumption base, people that aren't like you need a lot of solar panels to run a household with all the fucking it means people letting go of a lot of attachments to creature comforts, that are unnecessary, like televisions, refrigerators, and but really all you want to be able to power is going to be your refrigerator and maybe some lights,
Well, at least it's better than the lifestyle of the Amish, and I think the Amish are doing pretty well for themselves.
Do you know
I got
what?
a community right here. I got a community of Amish right here.
On a health and well-being level, I think they've got it wrapped up, man. I think there was there was something in what they're doing. It's just I don't really like the outfits, and it's a little bit weird. But I love the way they can fucking move a barn. Like, just get the village out, all up inside, pick it up, and you watch it. You watch it on a time lapse. You watch this barn lift up and move down the road. Fucking brilliant, man. The way that the community.
No,
I like that's what I like as well. Is their community. They take care of each other.
They're healthy. They cook good food. They grow good food. Nothing's contaminated.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. You can get whole milk there.
Except by the chemtrails. It's all contaminated by the chemtrails.
Yeah, that's what they've done.
Even if they were spraying chemicals to kill all the crops, you would get more poisoning from eating meat because they eat more plants.
But you're saying
you're saying
that might not be the reason why they're doing it. Right? It might not be the reason. It might be a byproduct that they don't care too much about, but they're not necessarily doing it just to get rid of all the crops and whatever. They might be. I think they're, in a way, it's like they're terraforming our atmosphere, right? To be able to do their blue beam holographic shit in the sky. And make people think we're getting invaded from galaxies beyond, with alien ships, or to even tell everybody that the Third World War started and all these nuclear bombs have gone off, right? But might just be how they painted the fucking sky. And there's places that have heard really crazy sounds, like they're testing some sort of mega sound system.
Yes, tuba noises.
Right, and so I think they're getting ready to try and pull a massive deception.
Yeah.
What were you saying? What were you going to say there, Paula? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Paula.
Oh shit! Now I got to remember what I was going to say.
Yeah, it happens when you get old, like me. You got it in your head. You got to get it out quick. If you don't, you're going to forget it.
Listen, I can lose my train of thought.
Oh, I remember.
You got it.
How many Mr. 19 therapeutic vitamin shots did you take?
I didn't get vaccinated because I wasn't very good with technology and I was lazy. But I come from a family who are anti-vaxxers, so we're kind of out there. But I'm more. I used to be more into the conspiracies, but I'm not as much anymore. I'm more into the science mainstream stuff.
Yeah.
But I do believe that some of the mainstream is lying on something, so I'm not 100% okay with everything in the mainstream. So
right. We're non-GMO people.
There might be hope for this guy because he is not a GMO person yet. But
no, I agree with GMOs sometimes. Like, I'm not like most of the meat in the world is fed by GMO soy and corn and whatever. So
yeah, it's
like, I live in
unavoidable.
Ireland.
Right,
Yeah.
it's unavoidable, man. Absolutely
Like your
unavoidable.
B12, there's insulin. That's probably all GMO as well.
Yeah, we got
But, yeah,
microplastics
I
and
think
metals in this.
There's microplastics in the tops of the mountains in Tibet. They've tested it, the snow up there, and there's microplastics up there. It's like it's in our water supply now. Microplastics are unavoidably in our water supply. So many people drink, me included. I drink my water from a 8-liter bottle. It's a plastic bottle. If I could get a glass bottle, I would, but they don't offer it in a glass bottle. You can only get it in a plastic bottle. And I'm not drinking the tap water here, and my distiller's broken. So my only option is bottled water from the supermarket. So yeah, they say it's got so many microplastics in it, like if you're drinking from plastic bottles, and especially ones that if they've been out in the sun, and you never know how long those bottles have been there with that water in, and if they spent any time out in the sun or with the sun shining on them, where they got really warm, where the water inside got really warm. You don't know when you're buying it from the supermarket. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they say that plastics have chemicals that might turn us infertile. They have health effects. So, yeah, I think we should all.
It's more than that. I think vapes are helping with that. I think that there might even be an argument to say that the jibby jab from 4 years ago is responsible for making quite a lot of young ladies miscarry and find it difficult. But that's all complete speculation. This channel is not. We're just yapping shit. We're sharing opinions and nothing more.
Except me.
And everything's allegedly. Everything's allegedly. A nude guru, dude. I apologize because I swear I let you in, and then I stopped looking at the screen because I'm rolling up some cigarettes, and I kind of forgot you were there.
Nothing to apologize for.
Because you're so quiet, I kind of forgot you're there because I wasn't looking at the screen. But you just piped up there, so welcome. Have you got anything to say to our good friend Sean here?
To your good friend Sean. Well, nice to meet you, and hello everybody else. Good to be here.
Hello.
Right. I don't know how much of the conversation you've heard, or if you've heard where.
Kind of been lurking for about an hour.
Right, so you've heard the best of it. You know where Sean's coming from.
At least Sean's not one of those, dumb people just sit there and believe everything the media's telling him, and hook, line, and sinker. At least he's actually out there trying to think about what's going on, because I think he's got that brain that wants to know. You know what I'm saying? That kind of person. So
I just realized that you're Sean Kelly. So I was right.
Sean Kelly.
Well, yeah, I'm from Ireland.
Yeah, you're right. I was right. Well, with a name like Sean Kelly, it's have to be from fucking Ireland. And I'm trying to place where you're from. It's like outside of Dublin, maybe a little bit.
Out the County Court.
No, it's not.
Rich, is there a
Below.
third channel going on today?
I'm from Ireland. I don't want to dox myself.
Oh,
for some reason, I can't see any chats, and I've got the top chat thing selected, or live chat.
Where are you? What channel are you in?
I was looking at both the 007 and the Tree one, and I can't see most other people's chats. Just a few. I can't see Dom.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
There's not really anybody in the Magic Tree House. There's two people apparently.
Is that where Dom's?
No, Dom is over in 007.
Really?
So maybe refresh.
I tried that. I tried refreshing the browser, and everything is really strange.
That there's fucking weird.
Yeah.
I had two people on my Magic Treehouse channel who I couldn't see. They were making comments that were coming up on the StreamYard chat, but I couldn't see them in my channel. And so the only way I could block them was from StreamYard. There's something going on with YouTube. They're being dicks.
Well, that's always the case.
They've been bigger dicks. Hey, Charlie, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah,
what time
trust
is
the
it?
science is not how you do science, of course, right? Science is you verify it yourself.
Yeah, but if everybody didn't trust the science, there'll be no science. I mean, there'll be no progress happening. If everybody was skeptical, I mean, there's a balance to be had. If you have too much skepticism, nobody will trust anything or anything will be done.
Trust is moronic. So science, if you want to do science, you verify yourself. Otherwise, it's just hearsay, and that's just a religion.
Yeah, but you trust your science.
I don't do trust.
Listen, I have a principle that says, if somebody is proven to me to be a liar, right, either pathological or compulsive, and habitual, then I don't trust anything that comes from them. The industries themselves have proven themselves to be lying. Pathologically, habitually,
Scientists have been bought off.
compulsively lying to themselves, lying to each other, and lying to everybody else as well. So I say, do you know what? Fuck you. I'm not going to listen to anything coming out of their mouths anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not
Look how many scientists have been murdered.
Because what actually matters, right, about actually being, is that none of that is that I'm not a scientist, and I don't think that you need to be a scientist to get through life and live and be a person and integrate and assimilate into a community and do your bit and whatever, just live, right? You don't need to be a scientist to do that. You don't need to understand about any of those things. You just have to take care of yourself and the ones around you and the people you care about and stuff, right? So that's why I don't think it matters, that I don't believe or trust anything that they say.
No.
But do you trust everything you believe in?
No. I don't. I try to believe in as little as possible. It's open to me. If
You
I
think
don't-
your ideas are more correct than mine, than the conventional?
Sean, hold up a minute. My Zen teacher was an evolutionary biologist, which means he had a whole lot of education. And he told me a little thing. He says to believe in science takes a great deal of faith. So what does that tell you right there? Science is a religion. And therefore, in your religion, you must have faith. Now, I offer documentation to prove my point. So,
I'm really
Well,
happy
I
to
have
hear
documentation
Sylvie's
too,
still
but
here.
I'm not expert on technology, so. But yeah,
Sylvie.
obviously, people have their values.
you need to educate yourself on technology. I don't know how old you are, but I
I know about like the internet and all that. I'm just saying that I followed the alternative science, and I disagree with most of it. Some of it might be correct. Like
Are you
the
a
agricultural
scientist?
stuff. I
Are you a
studied
scientist?
horticulture. I studied horticulture, and I'm a beekeeper with my father, so I know a lot
Okay.
about nature and stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, farming, right?
That's good.
That is fucking awesome.
It
I actually looked at that as a possible pathway when I came out of prison.
Yeah.
I looked at there was some work going on a farm, like a proper and it was like a college as well. There was a college thing going on there where they were teaching people about farming and stuff and nature.
Yeah, man. There's science in everything. Everything we do in life can be improved with science. And
Right,
some of it is fake news. Like there's a lot of fake science out there. I understand that.
Yeah.
And
I just want to put a pause on, just because I just want to acknowledge this. Sylvie, very happy to hear that you are still with us and that you feel fine. Waiting on a toxicology. They're thinking it's a golden crowned snake bite. Thank fuck for that, eh? Like, yeah, I think I got bit by a snake. Yeah, but it's okay because it was a golden crowned snake bite. All right, thank fuck for that. I don't even know. Like, does that mean that it isn't poisonous, or that the poison isn't serious, or what does that mean? That it's a golden crowned, or
If
does
it's
that
in
mean that the
Australia, they have so many snakes down there that will kill you.
yeah?
You hear they're doing in
But
Florida?
they do have, but they have got snake bite, like snake venom, what's anti venom for most, if not all of them, I think.
Speaking of snakes, do you hear about what they're doing in Florida? They've got these big grasslands, and they've got a lot of what do you call those big ass grass snakes? Boa constrictors. Yeah, they're lighting these fields on fire, and these boa constrictors, they didn't realize how much snakes were in these fields and overpopulating majorly. So it's open season on boa constrictors in Florida now.
Boa constrictors will bite you, but they're not venomous. They'll just crush your bones if they're big enough. Like crush the life out of you if they like stop you being able to breathe if they're big enough.
There's a
and get
lot
wrapped around your
of
chest.
belts and shoes that they're ruining. They could be making.
Yeah,
If it was a brown snake, she'd be dead. The ambulance took a long time. Right. Well, listen. Thank God.
The problem with the boa constrictors and pythons in Florida
That's a python.
is there are no natural predators for those two, and they are overpopulating, and they are destroying the wildlife habitat in the grass
Yes.
and in the Okeechobee down
Yes.
there.
You're right. Yes.
I have a son that lives in Florida, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I care a lot about nature and stuff like that. Even if hypothetically climate change is not real, CO2 emissions was fake news, I would still like the solutions to solving the biodiversity collapse, the loss of nature, can also solve the climate stuff. So hypothetically, if Trump cared about the environment but not CO2, climate change, he could inadvertently, if he cared a lot about it, though, to be fair, you'd have to do a lot of lifestyle changes to save the biodiversity collapse. Because I follow nature news, and there's a lot of reduction in nature, like a 70% reduction in from the 1970s.
Yes.
So
I do agree.
Just
Like,
for the
I
record,
absolutely
capitalists
agree.
and care are antithesis of each other. Go on, Rich.
I absolutely agree, right? But I do think that what they're doing in the air is having an effect on insect populations and stuff.
We need 'em.
There's huge, they've wiped out so many bees. So many, bees are getting to be a freaking endangered species. And I think that maybe it's a natural thing. Maybe it's an intentional thing. Whatever it is happening, there is this shit that's going on. The climate is changing, and it would be great if we could all work in a way that was in more in balance with it, rather than overloading it as much as we do.
Well, the scientists I follow say the reduction in insects is mainly to do with habitat loss, changing in agricultural practices like spraying herbicides, monoculture, like keeping only one species of grass or crop. So if you have no more weeds if you have only monoculture, you have less insects. And plus they're spraying chemicals that are killing everything. That's the main reason, I think, for reduction in insects. And also lights in the nighttime.
Monoculture. I'm glad you brought up monoculture, though, because that's had a huge effect.
Let her talk.
Go on.
Sean, who are the scientists that create these chemicals that are killing off all the bugs? Isn't that a part of science?
Well, yeah, they rely on fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are a big part of our life.
You understand that
scientists create the chemicals. That is science. Creating chemicals. That's chemistry. That's part of science.
Right, for the MIC as well. Like that's where the first sort of Roundup weed spray came from, was all of the stockpiles of of biological weapons that they had from World War II. They needed something to do with all those stockpiles of all of those chemicals, and so they marketed them as weed killers, right? So that's one example of how these things that we use to kill insects and plant and weeds weren't actually maybe necessarily designed to do that when they were first designed. That's not what they were designed for. It's just that's something else that they can be used for because they kill life. The biggest industry is the military-industrial complex, right?
Yeah, and it's also the nitrogen, the fertilizer that we use for farming to feed the crops came from the war industry. It was the Haber-Bosch process, the Germans. So without that fertilizer, they say that 4 billion people wouldn't be here. So,
well,
so are you pro population reduction then?
Well, I'm saying if you want to solve the biodiversity, nature stuff without climate change, if you want to solve the loss of nature, our lifestyles are going to have to be reduced. Our energy consumption is going to have to be reduced. So,
do you think
it will inversely cause a reduction of humanity? Yeah.
Do you think people should die to depopulate the planet so that?
I don't think he's saying that. I don't think that's what he's saying.
I just want to make it clear. I want to see how extreme he is. Do you believe that people should die? Do you believe in getting rid of people to reducing the population to save the planet?
The carbon
yes or
tax.
no?
Well, some ecologists say that the humanity is using too many resources for nature to sustain. If we use too many, if the population keeps on growing, nature will not be able to sustain our current lifestyle because there's side effects to what we do. So if we destroy nature a lot, then nature will collapse, and then we won't be able to survive because we rely on nature. So some scientists are saying
eugenics. So you believe in eugenics?
We already do eugenics in healthcare. When you're doing healthcare, it's positive eugenics. But I'm just saying, yeah, obviously, if you're pro-nature, there's limits to growth. Okay, there was a book that came out in the 70s, Limits to Growth. The Chinese had to think about this because if they didn't control their population and they didn't care about the environment, they would have starved to death if they destroyed nature. So if you keep on growing the population and don't care about the environment that you destroy because of it, then you could starve. Mass starvation happens. It happened before in the past when they killed all the birds in China. There was mass starvation because the insects grew and killed all the crops because the birds were controlling the insects. So if you mess with nature really badly, you could have mass starvation. So that's why I think we need to control human population. I don't want to do like genocide and like Nazi shit. I just want to do like education, contraception, and that's it. I don't want a mass starvation.
Yeah,
So
I do agree with him a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with some aspects of what he's saying. Like,
Okay,
I think there is truth. There's truth in that. Like,
do you realize that populations are going down?
Yes.
Have you? Okay.
Yes, it's because of lifestyle. I think people are.
Yeah, I reckon it's a lot more the stuff that the people are doing than it is the numbers. There's a factor in numbers, of course, because you have more people who are doing shitty things that results in a higher level of shitty things. But you know,
certain
the
industries,
shitty things that they're doing is really the root cause, right?
Yeah.
And you reap what you sow.
Well, the reason why the Western world or the rich countries have lower populations is because they have other things to care about. They have other pleasures to do instead of having kids. It's because we have more energy. The more energy a country consumes.
That is pretty racist.
No, I'm talking about energy. If a country consumes more energy, you have a better lifestyle. And if you're poorer, you care more about like having kids because you have nothing else to do. You have and also education and contraceptions and drugs has made us not care about have as many kids as we want. So it's a multifactual thing. It's not only life. Anyway, I'm just saying that the way they say, Elon Musk says that the Western world population is going down, the economy is going to collapse when we have no more kids. It's fair enough, but it's still going to be like a long time away. The population of the world is growing by 20 million a year. And if we don't solve the environmental problems that we have, a lot of people could starve or immigrate because of these environmental. I'm not talking about climate change. I'm only talking about biodiversity problems. Not
Trouble
even
is, we're
climate change.
basing
That's
all
the
of it.
problem.
We're basing all of this on statistics given, like that. I don't even trust the statistics.
Like my daughter, she don't want to have any kids.
I just want to.
nowadays.
Listen, I've just got some housekeeping. Listen, Cosmic Fox. I don't take. I don't have much time for snidey comments, like. So, just wind your neck in. It's unnecessary. There's no reason for it. This isn't. You know, one of the normal channels that you go on
and troll,
farming for energy. You know, farming for attention, whatever, with your comments. That just it doesn't fly here, right? And I'm protective of people I like. So don't make snidey comments, or I'll kick you out completely.
Yeah. So my daughter doesn't want to have a kid. She doesn't want to bring it up in this day and age the way it is. I mean, a lot of people seem to be doing the same thing too.
I think that's a shame. I think that's a shame because I think it's our responsibility to have children, but actually bring them up outside of the school system. Right. And start teaching them, you know, because I think we're the generations that are going to be able to. We're the only ones that can do anything about this. Because if we don't do anything about it, and they get their way, then you know.
Yeah,
they'll only get their way because you didn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Always rests on the people.
Acquiescence, laziness, fucking fear,
irresponsibility, excuses, blah blah blah. You rip at your soul.
Unwillingness to be like you have great power. The possibility for great power. With great power comes great responsibility.
You ever see the Earth at night and all the lights and stuff? It looks like Earth. These are all the cancerous spots on Earth.
That monetary system don't mean shit if people don't use it.
The cities are kind of where the virus has taken.
Yep.
But you have to be careful because if everybody wants to go off grid, hypothetically, if everybody wants to go back off grid, Amish lifestyle, it could happen, but it'll cause a lot of problems too. So
I think it's going to happen, right? Yeah. I think it's actually naturally it's something that's going to happen in the next 15 to 20 years. It's going to happen. There's going to be an event that is going to mean that we go back to basically Amish type shit, steampunk fucking back to the internal combustion engine, steam powered shit until we've got our act back together and can start.
You don't even need to do that. It's just the rest. Yeah, it's really just the rest of the stuff, the way of functioning and not participating in an abusive, toxic way.
Right, getting communities again where we actually the communities take care of each other. Like everybody in the community, you're a farming community. Everybody gets their fucking food.
Yeah, that's healthcare, right? You don't need fucking, capitalism-based pharma and all this kind of shit. No. That's just a gaslight. I want to hear what is it, Sean? You were about to say something there about.
Well, I am sympathetical. I'm sympathetical to the eco cause because I was educated in permaculture and horticulture and all that stuff. But then I was looking at the science and I was like, oh shit, if the whole planet were to go back to organic farming and permaculture, you would have to have way more farmers because organic farming requires more labor. So all the big tractors and all the big. So then I think.
At least at first, right?
Can I point something out? Can I point something out that I think needs to be considered, right? So you said you educated, you've gone and done, you went to college and university, farming college, university. You are educated in this shit, man. You've been learnt about this at school, in higher education, right? But I would argue that all higher education has been infiltrated and hijacked by individuals that or ideologies that have an agenda. So it has been baked into what you've been taught.
Well, yeah, the universities are more left-leaning, but a lot of them have good courses, but a lot of people go into courses that are not very useful for the incoming collapse of society. So I'd rather people learn like engineering or science stuff instead of arts, which most people do, I think. I could be wrong. If everybody were just...
I did business management, but yeah, I wish I'd done something useful.
Can you go a little further with that? Because I see what you said there a second ago is, you need more farmers, or in my view, it's just people being more aware of how to farm, how to forage, this type of thing. And I don't see that, like the fact that people aren't doing that is really a lot of the root of the problem. So
I think farming should be made sexy again, man. I think, like farming is a good, honest, hard day's man's job, right?
Once you're set up, it's actually not much. It's more the initial.
Yeah.
These governments are being hard on the farmers and shit.
Except, obviously at times of harvest, at times
if you're thinking agricultural terms, wrong way to look at it, right? That's capitalism again. But if you're setting it properly in alignment with nature,
in Europe,
it's totally different.
Sorry. In Europe right now, the farmers are protesting because there's a big trade deal between South America and the Mercosur deal, where the Brazilian farmers want to sell their cheap meat to Europe, and that's going to affect the farmers in Europe. So they don't want that. But the reason for this is because the Germans want to sell cars to South America because of China taking over the car industry. So I'm just saying that if you want to be, if everybody were organic and better for the environment, you have to have more young people farming. Like 50% population will have to go back to farming, or more. I don't know exactly. And we'll probably have to eat less meat because
not that much.
70% of the land, most of the land that's grown monoculturally is to feed animals. Like most of the land in Europe is to feed animals. If we reduced our animal consumption, you would reduce your fertilizer and pesticide and all the bad chemicals that are destroying the insect that I care about. And you also be healthier meat, because the factory farm meat is not good for us. Like,
I did a
vaccines.
Neither is the factory farmed fruits and vegetables too. So it's all that right track for sure. Reduce the way that capitalism incentivizes and go back to just not just the environment, but your own health will be solved. That's what's causing the disease.
Yeah, if people need to stop buying their meat from the supermarket, right? Meat should be something that you buy locally from a local farmer,
butcher shop.
But the trouble is, that's
going to be more expensive
in some areas where it's population. Like in a city or in the suburbs of a city, the population is too big to be able to live off, one or two farms, little farms where they got their meat from. There's too many people, right? So with this whole overpopulation thing, there is truth in that as well, but it's because of the disbursement, the way that people are dispersed. It's done in such a way that we're dependent on a centralized system.
See, that's why I think fossil fuels have been so great for humanity, because without fossil fuels, we would have still be living in the 18th century. I mean, if we want to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy, it can be done, but I don't think it'll be able to replace everything, because renewable energy is not energy dense. So you'll also have to build nuclear, but nuclear has its side effects too, because if there's no more water because of climate change, or there's risks to everything. But I guess we'll have to just be energy. We'll have to use less energy and just live more in the countryside. But you could still have a high population. You could still
live. Has those fossil fuels done as far as progress, in your view, where you see that if that wasn't the case, we'd be in the 18th century?
Well, fossil fuels has allowed us this technology. All the bells and whistles we enjoy are flying everywhere. All that great stuff that we enjoy, plastics and all the computers and all that.
You don't think that there would have been other ways to get that? And even if there wasn't, which is not the case at all, that the compromise of health and the decline in vibrancy of the species is a regression?
I don't think they're trying to make plant-based plastics, but I don't think they're as good as real plastics. So we should probably still do plastics, but we'll have to reduce the other plastics. Like
You
some
can
plastics
make
will probably
That was a dodge of my question. What about the health of the species?
As in the,
Well, yeah, the human race
species.
is less healthy now. It's less healthy, honestly.
Right. And
But
what
it's also-
good is having this technology if you can't function?
Yeah, all of
obviously,
this.
humans are not educated.
And if you're sick and if you're totally dependent on it and don't even know how to function without it at this point, you call that progress?
Yes, obviously there's side effects to everything we do. So hypothetically, if we were copying you guys, there would be side effects to you. If you guys were in power, you would get negative side effects. But it's probably more positive than negative. But there's always when you start changing, there's always that.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. There's you guys get in power.
What does that mean when you guys are in
Yeah.
power? What does that mean?
I'm wondering too. Yeah.
What does it mean when you said that?
If I were the king,
Interesting.
Is that what you mean?
You know, vaccines are important for humanity.
If I were the queen, I would release free energy. We have free energy. What about Westinghouse and ditching Tesla and his Tesla Tower? We could have had free energy all along, but it's capitalism. You can't make people pay for something that's free.
Well, no, I think the physics that was wrong. That was fake science, pseudoscience. The physics, I don't think.
No, dude, it wasn't.
No,
It
no,
absolutely
dude.
wasn't. It's proven and reproven by people every day on YouTube. It's not fake at all. There's nothing fake about it. The difference is between Edison and Tesla, right?
Yep.
Edison stole the idea
DC.
and saw an opportunity to then monetize that idea. But Tesla's idea didn't really have a good business model. It could be.
Exactly. You can't charge people for electricity that's free. So Westinghouse is the one that ran Tesla out of business when he was building his Tesla tower. Now, Edison was responsible for direct current, DC.
Right.
And Tesla, when he came up with alternating current, that's why we only have one or two lines going above the, to here and there, versus the direct current, which had lines running and filling the skies.
But
and had amplifiers in the lines to keep the voltage going.
They fucked around with his funding and stuff.
A lot of people died on DC.
Right?
Yes, a lot of people died on DC.
Right, but wasn't it Edison that electrocuted an elephant using AC or something to try and say it was dangerous? It was like that Tesla's version was dangerous. So they
He probably did, but that was entirely faked. That was.
I'm not expert on electricity, but I don't think the physics of him trying to make free energy above the atmosphere is. I saw videos, scientists saying that that's not physically possible. You need to create a lot of energy to set it up in the air and then to spread it everywhere. I'm not a scientist, so I could be wrong.
Apparently, yeah, you're not a scientist, and apparently
What's
you are
up,
wrong.
Sasquatch?
Because there is a thing called ether that they took off the periodic table of elements back 150 years ago. Now, Tesla was getting the energy from ether. And do you really think electrons go through those wires? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You'll have to do some research on that, and I suggest you do.
Ether?
Because some of us have.
What is the ether?
Ether is what's all around us.
Yep.
It's an indescribable, but it is the energy and essence of everything. Without ether, you would not be alive.
I could drive a copper pipe. Yeah, I could drive a copper pipe in the ground, bury about 3 feet deep, copper wire about maybe 100 feet. I'll get voltage
100
out
meters.
of it. 100
I'll get
meters.
voltage. It's every 100 meters. It's called scalar.
Yep.
Scalar waves.
There's free energy.
I know what he's talking about because you can actually make batteries in your freaking yard to power your house.
Yes.
With copper,
There's also a lot of ways
wire.
to get things done energetically without relying on electricity. And since the Amish were mentioned, they have quite a bit of knowledge in that direction. Compressed air is one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just as an example.
Now,
Right? So there's a lot of other different options. You know, everybody's trying to just put in all their baskets in this one, all their eggs in this one basket, and then now it's a problem. Now we try and find a solution with the same methodology. You're not looking at the source properly. That's why it's not getting solved.
But hydrogen would be great.
It's possible to make engines that run on H2O.
And air.
You know? And air as well, yeah. It's
They
just
exist.
these things, they're damaging to the business model that exists. So
Yeah.
they're never gonna
So the
allow
capitalism
those.
and the pursuit of that's the whole right. And the people are choosing that over self responsibility to make something better for themselves, and that's why they're not getting it.
Sean, I promise you, my friend, that those individuals are paying scientists to back up what they're trying to say and dismiss and
I looked at both
debunk,
sides, and
you know.
I looked at videos debunking the physics of hydrogen, how they're trying to make engines out of water. You still need a electrical source to split the water to make hydrogen and oxygen.
You do that underneath the hood. You do that underneath
It's
the
not
hood.
like a free energy machine or something like that.
Yeah, but see, there's no money in the water. They need to make. They still got money in the ground to make money of. You think they wanted to have everybody having hydrogen-powered cars? I mean, that'd be the best thing for us. We got plenty of water on this planet.
And if you're going to go that method,
possible to do.
If you're going to go that method with some electricity, again, because you're reducing dramatically the use and reliance on just that, the other ways of producing electricity, which are far less toxic and have a lot of room for improvement as well, dramatically can reduce the toxicity effect, which brings your health back to a better place. That's really focusing on the health needs to be at the forefront, and then the rest starts to fall into place.
I agree.
That's
We absolutely do not need fossil fuels, and fossil fuels is a misnomer, by the way. They're
Right.
not made from dead dinosaurs. But anyway, we do have free energy. Our government has free energy. A lot of these petroleum companies have free energy. They bought the patents, and now they hold the
They use it
patents.
for military
So
purposes and stuff. They use it in
Exactly.
military bases and shit.
a lot of these drones the government's flying around, those baby are running off of free energy.
Well, no, they have batteries. I
get
looked into
self-panels.
the science of free energy stuff, and it's not. The laws of nature does not allow that. I think it's the second law of thermodynamics. Sorry.
Nature
But I'm
is
just
free
saying-
energy.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously
This
we
is
get
dude,
energy
listen,
from the sun.
This is just another one of those subjects that we're going to have to agree to disagree on. We disagree. We completely disagree.
I can agree partially that
None
we
of
do
us
not
do.
need fossil fuels. We do
I'm not
not.
plugged into a wall.
I agree we don't need fossil fuels, but I think it's because we have alternatives that are available that are just as effective, if not more. And also this whole nuclear thing, right? Nuclear energy is not it's not as bad as it's been made out to be, right? There are ways that we could do nuclear energy, create nuclear energy that would be completely safe, but would actually generate incredible amounts of of power, of energy for, the cities and whatever.
I have a question for the
There's
panel.
probably some merit to that,
Hold
Rich,
on,
but
hold
you
on.
should lead the forefront and make one for us.
I have a question
No,
for
I'm
the
not
panel.
interested in getting
What was
involved
the
in all that
first
shit.
nuclear accident?
The
What
first
was-
Chernobyl, I think. No, not Chernobyl. There's
Nope,
something
it
else.
was 3 Mile Island here in the
Yes.
United States.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Mercury Island, yes.
We
You know,
had
they're getting ready to start 3 Mile Island
There's
back up.
companies.
So
we had
where
our
does
one
that
go-
say that there's an issue
We're-
with nuclear problems?
we had one in the UK called Sellafield.
All right. But yeah, we're definitely destroying the earth for making battery fields, and that's not good. Make too much batteries, it's killing this planet.
Yeah,
Well, the
honestly,
new
I think that
We've-
All
to
right, you can
reduce
make plates and forks out of the.
I think
recycled
we've
material.
got the. I think we've got the shit battery technology. I think there's another type of battery that's available. Right, they were making batteries back in the 1900s or something.
They're making back in the Kuwait
that
days.
had way more power and
The
went way
Baghdad
longer.
battery.
Kept their power for much longer. Like the battery life was much longer in the batteries that they made back in the 1900s.
there's a new
than it is
technology
today.
that's getting ready to come online. It's called they're going to use silver, which will defeat the dendrite problem that they have with the current lithium cobalt batteries. The reason why you have the runaway heating effect in a regular cobalt lithium battery is because the dendrites will escape from they're like ice crystals that cause problems in the battery, and it creates an electrical thing, and it causes runaway heating. They
Right,
have now
and then
discovered, Samsung is now probably going to try to corner the silver market, which is why your silver is going to go through the roof. They're going to be using silver to solve the dendrite problem in the lithium ion batteries. And also, in another 10 to 15 years, maybe, iffy, the sodium batteries will probably be on the market big time. You know, so people are trying to
Yeah, I heard
make
they're cheaper to
movements
make.
toward progression.
Yeah, they're trying to replace fossil because the problem with renewables, if we were all to go renewable and nuclear, you need batteries to store all the because it doesn't rain, it doesn't shine and blow all the time. So they need a lot of batteries to store for overnight. And they'll probably use sand, heating sand, or sodium batteries, which are cheaper, or whatever technology.
I
The
just
scientists
gave
are all
you, I
progressing.
just gave you the two things that are coming online as we speak. If you go do a little research and study into this stuff, you will find that there is progress being made in this direction. You know,
Yeah, I
but
agree with
you
you, but I'm
can't.
just saying that if you want to get rid of, hypothetically, I was a dictator and I want to get rid of all fossil fuels, there would be bad consequences for that. So you have to do if climate change was real and we wanted to solve it really quickly, it can be done like a war effort. You know, we've done extreme things in the past for problems.
right, but
What
if
are the
it
bad
took,
consequences?
hang on, if it took
A lot of
years
people
for
died in
those,
those consequences too.
and if
A
it
lot of
took
people
years
died.
for those things to get really to the state that it is in now, why doesn't it make sense that it would then take years? It can't. It's not something that can be quickly fixed. I think it can. Right. I think that the moment they stop sending those aeroplanes around that are clearly spraying stuff out of the rear ends of them, as the moment they stop doing that, there would be a huge change, a shift. England would go back to the weather it used to be like in the in the 80s and the 70s and the 80s, and
Do you think if they did turn off all the chemtrailing and all that stuff, that would have some kind of a backlash until the Earth straightened out?
No, I don't.
All right.
It would have some backlash because they've been
Yeah.
doing it for so long.
Right.
I don't think
You
it
know,
would.
because a lot of the stuff they're spraying out on, I did a deep dive in TiO2 nanotube arrays.
Right.
They are spraying that in the chemtrails.
Right, it will take a long
some
time
people,
to get all of that stuff out of the soil and out of our systems.
Oh, yeah.
But it will not take long for the Earth to respond and recover. It will be almost immediate, I think.
Well, it's part of the Earth already.
Yeah.
Unless if it's coming from somewhere else.
Oh, I see what he says. It was part of the Earth. I see what he means.
Yeah, it's been manufactured, isn't it? It's been manufactured.
That's right.
And the science.
It's us that are being affected by it.
Right.
But it's so concentrated in certain areas. Then the Earth comes apart.
Right. You ever consider that it's the people that are pests and the herbs in the site?
Yeah, we're the cancer of the Earth. Yeah, we know it.
Right.
Well,
I think we've become somewhat of a cancer on the earth, man. But I think that's just because of.
But in those
think-
pesticides and herbicides, right? You ever consider that you're the pest in the herb?
I think it's the capitalism. You know, it's this.
He's right.
Capitalism has turned us into a parasite. I just want to say we've got 35 people. Did I get raided and I missed it? Because I got 35 people watching and 2 people on the treehouse, but 35. That's 37 people watching right now. People, I've not done this. Like I think I might have done it once, and I've been going for 4 hours and 38 minutes, and I've got 37 people here.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming up to Christmas. And my only income is from donations from you beautiful people. So please consider.
When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze, Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity.
Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate.
Yeah, I gave Rich a Christmas present. If you can help him, that'd be great.
No, but like, if you have no money outside of this, like, can't you get government help if it gets really bad?
No.
He's above that.
I've said too much. I've said too much about the government and various governments all over the world and various different agendas and situations that has put me on somewhat of a blacklist. So anything that I try and do just falls into a black hole or gets denied.
Right.
So.
Richie,
Going back to capitalists again to help
What
us.
was that, Dom? I haven't heard Dom. What was up, Dom?
I was just going to ask one thing before, NG, if you want to share something. Can we have that song that you play every so often, just to lighten up the mood a bit, just a bit?
The one about something being on someone's face.
That one too. The one that we can dance to.
I'm like dancing, man.
You can bop to this, man.
Let me get my washing machine ready.
Definitely bop to this.
There you
Break it, I'll repair it. You break it, I'll repair it.
Sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. I think I found it now. What I've been looking for. Isn't it beautiful? It's got my head all up in the clouds. I think I found it now. Everything I want might be a miracle. No, I'm never coming down. I don't gotta worry about a single thing. I could be the light coming down on me. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. I don't gotta care in the world right now. Higher than the ceiling, breaking through the clouds. Sunshine on my face. I got sunshine on my face. Yeah. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I got sunshine. I gotta let you know. It's so incredible. I'm finally letting go.
Yeah, I appreciate Sean coming up here because look at the conversation we got.
I do too, but I want to say something to y'all. I see a lot of positive things coming. It's not all negative right now. The silver use in the lithium batteries is going to be a game changer.
Yes.
We're talking anywhere from 75 to 100% more
Efficiency.
battery power in a battery. You know, and then the sodium ion batteries, I see that positively coming. It is progressing. And I also have a lot of faith in Generation Z because they got the balls to go out there and kick the shit out of the government.
Right.
So, you know, I am not giving up hope, y'all. Absolutely not.
Sodium ions are already out, by the way.
Yeah.
I know they are out, but they are not as efficient right now as they need to
infants.
be.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What about the Earthmatic motors that run by themselves? Once you spin it, they run. You see those, right?
Yeah.
Magnetic motors.
Oh, magnets is something that needs to be, the people need to
Yes.
get on that. For sure.
Big time.
I have a friend
They do
I
have
have
it,
a
but the
friend.
government won't let it be released. You don't have patents on it to stop the shit from coming out. That's what sucks.
Right.
I have a friend right now
A
that's
magnet is
working
a
on a
battery if
free
you look at it.
energy
Go ahead.
device. And I have a friend right now who is working on free energy devices.
Me
There
too.
are Discord groups that are working on free energy devices.
Yo,
So
yeah.
I'm just saying, it ain't over yet. The fat lady ain't saying, and,
Hell yeah.
You're
yes,
still breathing.
God,
You know
Jesus,
what I'm working on?
all right.
I'm working on these stators on the bottom of the cabriole washer. If you spin it, you get like 110 volts out of it. You got two of them, you get 240. I'm just getting a
Yep.
capacitor bank to hold up amperage, dude. All they need is a little bench grinder motor to run this thing instead of running off the pole. I can run off this little unit that I make to supply my whole house. And all I have to do is get off the pole is just 110 to run my little bench grinder motor to run my whole house. I could do that.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. See?
Paula,
There
um,
are people who care.
Yeah.
I saw your messages yesterday, by the way, in Discord. I'm not on there very much these days, but I
I
will be
know.
again soon. But
Yeah,
if you wouldn't mind, if you have any links saved about the one with the battery with the silver, can you fire me a couple in Discord?
I like
I'd be
this
interested
lady.
in looking
We
that
got a
up.
lady here with the brain. Yay.
oh, well, you all, thank you for appreciating that. Because usually I get cussed out. I usually get told, you're crazy. You don't know anything. I have almost a year of college, but I've studied all throughout my life. And I've got two children. One of them's 39, one of them's 29. And they study shit too. And I learn shit from them. So it is a learning process. And if you quit learning by God, you deserve to die.
Yep.
I'm sorry. That's the only reason I think somebody should die is if they
Oh no,
decide,
you could still
and
be
they will
ignorant
die.
and still
Actually,
go to
they
heaven.
will die.
No, you think that all the people, the poor, the savages in the world, like all the poor people, deserve to go to hell because they're not educated?
We didn't say how.
I
She didn't
didn't
say
say
anything about
education. This
how.
has nothing to do with education.
Nope.
I would burn every college campus on this country.
Oh, this
You
college.
reap
Right
what you
now, I
sow
would
is a
do it.
law of nature. It's not an opinion.
Yeah. These
Exactly.
colleges today suck. They don't teach shit.
There are people in Africa who can feed an entire tribe off of digging up one plant.
Right.
I mean, I have seen a lot of stuff that's absolutely freaking amazing, you know? But I'm not
Right.
giving up. I
There's a
am
lot
not
of
giving up.
spoiled minds living today.
Yeah.
Right. Education, as far as going to college, that's one thing. But choosing to learn about what's going on in the environment, what's going on in politics, what the latest technology on the silver, using silver in the lithium ion batteries to stop the dendrite problem is freaking amazing. And that's going to hit the market very, very soon. You watch silver prices. If they don't bust 100, when they bust 100, you'll know the word's out. You will absolutely know it. They say
But
that
isn't the
silver prices,
gold prices are going up too because people are? I think it's China buying up all the gold because they don't want to buy American debt because they're afraid of trade war or something. So everybody's
okay,
buying gold because they're afraid of the economic collapse. And
China
silver
is
might be
buying up
better
all
doing
the
that.
land over here.
well, let me tell you about a little thing that our dear sweet president did. There was an executive order, and if I'm not mistaken, there's something that's been either in the works or being passed by Congress, where gold is going to be where you save money at. And you're going to watch and see, you're going to watch silver being confiscated by the government or bought back, choose your terms there, because it's going to be for the batteries. It's
Yep.
going to be a, a natural, what do you call a resource? It'll be um, like instead of petroleum, silver is going to be the new thing. So anyway, just watch the silver prices and see what happens.
All
And
Well,
right.
I hope he
also,
doesn't go to war in Venezuela for oil, or is it freedom?
That's bullshit. Or
Venezuela, I don't know what the hell they're doing there,
yeah.
but just
That's a glimpse into the
New
future.
technology is coming out. And that part gives me hope.
Right.
That part gives me hope. The other bullshit, the genocide that's going on in a certain little country, you know, the other genocide that's going on against the Ukrainian people by the Ukrainian government, you know, y'all, there's some
Allegedly.
bad things going on, but we got to focus on building what we got now, building our communities here and now. And it's like,
Get rid of these agendas.
Guru there. He inspired me to start investing in perennial plants. I want to turn my entire neighborhood into a food place where nobody has to be hungry. You know, that's what I want to do.
What do they call those seeds that had not been GMO'd? Perennials?
No,
No,
they
they're
would
called
be,
organic heirloom. Heirloom.
Right. Which are all in the mountain in what, Switzerland there, all of our natural seeds? What was that all about?
No, it's big
I'm not going to
companies,
give away
big,
those secrets.
Oh, sorry.
big agriculture companies save seeds in that vault there, doomsday seed vault, because
Right.
they need those seeds to breed new varieties of GMO crop or whatever. If the shit hit the fan.
If they
If you
destroy
make it past
everything.
the Antarctic wall, you might have a chance.
Yeah, but if they destroy everything, at least they have seeds to back it up.
okay, so you've studied botany, correct?
I know I'm not
Sean?
an expert on the heart. I only studied like college. I'm not
Hey,
university. I'm
honey,
not
flippies.
Okay,
I read
Where
a
did
few
you
books
where did you study horticulture?
in college. I didn't go to university. I went to a college.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, for horticulture, it is basically because it goes on. It's longer than just 2 years, isn't it?
No, it's 1 year, but then after that, you can go to university, and that's like 4 years or something.
Oh right, okay. So
I
you just
said,
did the you
okay,
just
so
did
you
the
don't,
first bit.
so you don't
You-
know about how they make the
It's
GMO
seriously,
seeds?
No, I do know. I looked it up on the internet. They don't explain to you the details, but they did genetically modify the genes with technology I'm not too sure about, CRISPR and all that stuff. It's mad what humans do with science. It's crazy.
And you have so much faith in science. That's interesting. But anyway, when they take,
Well, I have faith in science, but I also I'm not faithful in everything they do. Some of the scientists that do bad things. Like a lot of scientists work in the fossil fuel industry and the chemical industry that I don't agree with.
so do you believe in flu shots and vaccines?
Yes, most of them, but I know there's side effects, but there's side effects to most medications. I
You
didn't look up at
do
the details. I'm
you
not
do
a
realize
vaccine expert.
that you
Did
do
you take them?
realize that the
Are you up on your boosters? All of them?
No, I didn't take any COVID vaccines, but I've taken other ones when I was younger, but I didn't take any flu vax. But I think
Why not
vaccines
those?
in general have saved a lot of humans. If we didn't have vaccines, most of us would not be here.
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
Well, if you look back into science and the history of science, you would realize that every bit of the pharmaceuticals, all your vitamin shots, so to speak, all of that came from the petrochemical stuff. All of it.
No,
If
I
we
heard
go back
they
to
say that
nature,
40% of medications we use have plant-derived chemicals in them. So it's not all oil based.
Disclaimer: we are sharing opinions here. I'm an idiot. Would take any advice, legal, financial, medical, parental, fucking climate, whatever, from random YouTubers, let alone this one.
yeah,
Please
we're
don't.
just a
Just
bunch of crazy
remember
people here talking.
the opinions and views shared here may not be shared by the channel creator. Likewise, the views shared by the content creator may not be shared by the panel guests.
I
So,
accept full
just-
liability for everything on this panel today. How about that?
I accept liability for everything that comes out of my mouth.
Yeah, me too. I accept liability for all the things that come out of my mouth. So accountability. If I've said something stupid,
Yes.
and I listen to it back, and I go, "Oh shit, that was stupid." And I'll say,
If
"Yeah, I
I
wish
say
I'd caught that
something
out
stupid
as
and
being
you can prove
stupid
me
sooner."
wrong, I will absolutely admit it. But a lot of us nowadays take herbs. We are trying to get off of all medications. I've spent
Right.
5 years trying to straighten up my diet and to get off the medications.
So this is an excellent opportunity for me to say.
Add a drop of lavender to your bath, and soon you will soak yourself calm.
Yeah, I like the herbal medicine, but a lot of it can be exaggerated. I heard the wellness industry is way more. There's way more money in the wellness industry, which is your vitamins and your food supplements.
Which
That's
is
way more
industry
profitable than
based.
pharmaceutical.
No, but it's owned by the
The
pharmaceutical
petrochemical,
industry.
exactly.
Those
It's been long
countries, those
infiltrated.
wellness
That's not
it's been
answering.
infiltrated a long time, and they're owned. The majority shareholders are pharmaceutical industries.
I'll tell you what's not infiltrated. You go out in the boonies, away from a toxic city, and you pick up a dandelion, and you heal yourself.
Yes.
I don't think dandelions and herbs. I researched herbology and I thought it was the future as well, but I don't think it's going to solve all the problems we face. I still think we need modern medicine. We still can't go
Well,
all
if that
off
was the case,
modern
I'd be
medicine.
in trouble. And I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm thriving. And many
Well,
other people that I
without,
collaborate with and know,
without
they'd
nuclear
be in trouble
science,
too, and they're not.
without nuclear science and radiation therapy, my brother would not have been here because he had brain cancer, and he went to Germany for a brand new technology that saved
What
him
do you
from
think
brain
caused
cancer.
that?
So, yeah, but I don't
What
think
No
God
buts.
prevented it
If you're not
anyway.
going to get to
People
the
get
root,
sick
you're not
all the
getting to the
time.
solutions and answers.
Yeah, but even if
You're looking for
hypothetically, if everybody
that make
was
money.
eating healthy, okay, hypothetically, if everybody was into herbs, we would still get sick. Obviously, you probably get sick less. We would be healthier and skinnier and all that stuff. But you'll still get disease. Everybody's going to die. But I was just saying that not everything the pharmaceutical industry does is bad for us. I mean, obviously, they do use fossil fuels. I wish they can use more plants.
There is no
But I
use
still,
case for ingesting gasoline, and there's not one that I've found that doesn't have an effect 100 times better, something coming from nature. And I've been doing this for a long time.
okay, so what do you use to solve cancer? How do you stop cancer?
That's a holistic picture. You have to.
You got to stop feeding it.
Yeah, you got to stop. Cancer is a misnomer. Actually, it's it's just a synonym for oxidation, and what causes that is your lifestyle.
Your alkaline levels.
You have
are
to
messed
fix
up.
your lifestyle if that happens.
Yeah. You got to fix your alkaline levels. It'll start
you
out
better
that
do
cancer.
it.
and-
Yeah,
You
but
better do
even
it before
healthy
the point
people,
of no return.
But for
even healthy
YouTube legal
people,
reasons, legal reasons, we can't actually offer anybody any
Yeah,
sort
we
of
don't
advice
know.
on what to do
We're just
with the big C. It's a
speculating.
really terrible thing, and the best thing you could do is go and speak to your doctor for legal reasons. I just need to
They
just
know
add
best.
that little disclaimer. Please don't
Again,
forget.
I
Thank
accept
you.
full liability for everything.
And don't listen to
Yeah, I
Dr.
know,
Brzezinski
but
whatsoever.
they won't care when they strike if it's your liability. The trouble is, I'm the one
I know.
responsible for everything on this
Yeah.
channel. So
Yes, I know. I'm just adding to the disclaimer.
thank you.
And if you want to look at Dr. Brzezinski,
Anyway,
that's another one.
carry on.
Somewhere back around World War II was when cancer started breaking out. And that was the event of a lot of chemistry, mustard gas, and all kinds of fun stuff back then. And it really, really took off about, let's
yep.
see, my mom got cancer in 1980, roughly, and my mom was born in 1923. So she lived through World War II and the Great Depression. But between then and because they didn't let Tesla do the free energy thing, and everything's been based on petrochemicals and all the drugs and all the shots they made me take, I was the first of my mother's children that had to take a shot to go to school. The first in 1964.
Yep.
So,
You can't get in class without it.
unfortunately, you're dealing with somebody who has lived a little bit and knows a little bit of something because I've been there.
This is
You know?
the logic
You're
behind
right.
trusting the
You're
science
right.
is moronic. See, this is the idea behind it, right? The causes of a lot of these diseases because of the petrochemical. So let's go to another distance by trusting the science and using petrochemical as a solution for that too in medicine. Really? You're out of your mind. That's not a
Us
solution.
yes, older people seem to see the change, and that's why,
That's what you
see
get
it.
when you trust capitalists with your health. That's the ultimate moronic thing to do.
Yeah, but the herbs you use are from capitalists too. I mean, obviously
Not
this
mi-
chemical.
not mine.
Herbs are from nature.
Not mine. I don't
Yeah,
buy things.
I understand.
So,
Yes, I
do you,
understand there's chemicals in plants that we can copy using fossil fuels, synthesize it from oil, the chemicals.
You don't even need to do that. You just need to eat them whole, unadulterated, uncontaminated, wild foraged, and grow them yourself as is, raw. That's all you need to do. If you do that and you make that a part of your lifestyle and what you ingest, you're not only are you going to heal yourself, you're going to prevent yourself from getting sick because
Yeah, but
not doing that is not doing that is the reason why you're getting sick. You're depleted. You're depleted in nutrient.
Yeah, well, insulin. How are you going to get insulin from plants? Insulin is was solved in the 1920s.
If you're
because
depleted in insulin, it's because you're having a hormonal imbalance because you're nutrient deficient. So again, the solution is the same. You need to replenish yourself.
actually,
You're out of balance.
there is something you can take for insulin or in place of insulin that is 100% natural. And you might want to do some research into what is it? The pine something or other cactus. I have that pulled up somewhere on my Discord, if I'm not mistaken. And also there's another one where you can eat the root of it, and that will take the place of insulin, 100%.
It's kind of like the
Okay.
idea of, if you put enough gasoline all at once on a fire, you'll put it out. That's the petrochemical method.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you that pharmaceutical companies do some shady stuff. They have done some bad things with the opioids and maybe some other things I'm not aware of. Maybe you think do you think vaccines are all bad for us?
Yes.
They're unnecessary.
Not all, but yeah, they're bad for us.
And yeah, especially bypassing the body's natural filter system to go directly in your vein like that.
Yes, they are all evil.
And especially when you weren't the one who made the tincture, and you weren't the one who made the tincture and have no idea what the hell's in there. Yeah, not very smart.
That's why I'm non-GMO person.
In your world, you would ban all vaccines. Is that what RFK Jr. is trying to do?
I don't do banning. I educate. I tell people.
They started doing vaccines back in the 40s.
We only want to
lived
talk
fine
about.
before
We
it.
want to be careful what we're saying about jibby jabs and stuff. We just really.
You want to?
Let's use.
I'm just going to
V-word.
pop out of the room for a second, and I want everybody to be very careful about what they're saying on this subject, please. And try and maybe use code words or whatever, but I don't want. Don't get me in trouble.
Okay, the first inoculation that I have record of was 1913. Was that during World War I? That was the smallpox one, and the polio was the other one. Those were the two that we're experimenting on. Now, the polio inoculation that we have now actually causes more polio than not taking the shot. The
I reckon it's
inoculation,
probably what caused it back then too.
more than likely, absolutely. And the
And of course, there's a lot of money to
smallpox.
it.
Oh, they made a whole lot of money off of that smallpox and the polio. And what big guy got kicked out of what country for? Oh, that was India. Was that Billy Gates? Billy Goats? Yeah, he's kicked out of Indiana. Indiana. I wish.
India.
India. India because of the polio issues. And what was it? 100,000 children that died. You know, and India
Well, yeah,
isn't
that's
as
because
they don't like
it was
that.
a it was a poisoned it was an accidental thing that happened. It wasn't it wasn't done on purpose. I mean,
Watch
every
your words.
medication could be every medication can be
Oh boy,
badly
you can
done.
believe what you want.
A
You
lot of people
go
can
ahead,
die
believe what you
from
want.
health food products. A lot of people can die from bad side effects of vitamins and herbs and all that stuff.
That's
Only if you
correct,
don't know what you're
especially if they're
doing.
concentrated in concentrated forms of
Yes.
pesticide. So again, that's
Yes.
not their there's use cases for that, but
Education.
it's Band-Aid. The true solution is to get back to fucking nature, because not being with nature is why you're in disease. It's real
Exactly.
simple.
Yeah, but everything is part of nature. Everything is nature, but not everything
Oh,
in
come
nature
on.
is
You
good for us.
understand the context that I'm using that in.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that we use fossil fuels because it's useful for us and it's part of nature. But they have negative side effects, but they also have positive side effects, which we are addicted to. Which we have great things because of fossil fuels.
All right.
And
Let me help you
out.
out. Make it this clear. Go stick your nose to a tailpipe, and then go stick your nose to a peppermint plant, and tell me which one has negative side effects.
Yeah, homeopathy is pseudoscience. There's a lot of medication stuff out there that's pseudoscience. That's fake science. It's con artists, scams.
Yeah, petrol is
I
a
have
scam.
a
That's my
book
point.
that was written in the 1800s that was published in
Wow.
1928 about herbs.
Wow.
Wow, I'm totally blown
Holy
away. There is
shit,
helping this
man.
young man.
But a lot
How
of
old
people
is
think like me.
Sean? How old are you, Sean?
Jesus Christ, his age of death.
I'm 60. How old are you, Sean?
33.
Yeah, get a little bit older, you'll be a little wiser. You know, the brain gets smarter every 10 years. You think different than you
Yeah,
think
but
now.
people
every
that
10
are
years.
old are not always wise.
I'm
I
very
mean, they always say that
disappointed.
old people.
I'm very disappointed in you, Sean. You should have said 33.
Sean, what I meant was...
You're fucking traitors, you fucking Ireland. You should have said
10 years
33.
from now, 10 years from now, you'll be thinking different. And then 10 years from there, you'll be thinking different. That's all I'm
If
saying.
he's still alive. If he's still alive. Because good
Well,
old
you think
Trump
about it,
raised...
you think
One
everybody who's
country,
vaccinated is going to die from the
not a
vaccines?
scam.
Probably. A strong possibility.
You guys are reading chat, right?
I'm not.
Now, honeybees. She does beekeeping. She's got like 500 gallons of good, like very good stuff. The honey she makes. Now that's so good for you. It's good antioxidants in it.
Antibacterial, but it's not like the cure for everything. It's not going to cure everything. It can still cause diabetes if you take a lot of it, or tooth decay.
The cure for everything is a lifestyle issue. You have to change the lifestyle. That's because that's the root of disease, is the way people are living.
I wonder if she sells her bees to help.
It's
I
help fertilize other fields.
kind of want to live like New Guru lives. I'd kind of like to live in that fashion.
It's a beautiful reality.
Right, but I'm here, and I'm here, and I'm
Are you in the
where I'm at.
countryside, New Guru? You off grid, the countryside with loads of herbs and plants around you?
I'm very nomadic and fluid, but yeah, I typically do that type of thing.
Yes, I live in the countryside too, so I do have idealistic view of like everybody living in the countryside being more environmentally conscious and growing their own food and eating less meat and using less, being healthier basically, which is mainly being not obese, because obesity is caused by saturated fat, a lot of fat and sugar. So if people just eat less
Type 2
fat and sugar.
diabetes.
Yep.
Actually, you got that
A lot of
backwards.
that.
Saturated fats, like animal fats, can actually make you lose weight.
Yeah. But these seed
Yeah,
oils
but if you
and
eat a
shit
lot
gotta
of it,
watch out for.
if you eat a lot of saturated fat, I understand that if you eat a lot of fat, there's all, yeah, if you mix it together, I think if you mix sugar and fat together, they fed it to rats and then the rats got fat. But if you only fed them only fat or only sugar, they stay the same weight.
Just remember, you're not a rat.
Well, we are humans. They use a lot of rats for scientific stuff. So
We're
it's
mammals. We're mammals. We're mammals.
yeah,
Which is
rats
kind
are
of
mammals.
silly.
Like we do on the Discovery Channel.
Tom.
Yeah.
Well, right now, humanity
anyway-
is the lab rats. You know, we are the lab rats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I think most scientists would agree with my views. They would probably, most doctors would disagree with you guys, obviously.
Yeah, of course,
Well,
because they have an
Not much
incentive to
agrees
make
with
money.
me.
That's what they're focused on.
Right. They want to keep their jobs. They got to go with the flow.
It's not they would. Yeah, it's not
Interesting.
that they would disagree from a honest view. They would disagree because it's going to cut into their grass.
Yep.
Yep.
No, but you could still make money out of the alternative medicines. I mean, the alternative medicine industry is growing a lot. I mean, they make a lot of money from it. Supplements, herbs, and all that. So you can still make money. Hypothetically, if we got rid of all the pharmaceuticals and replaced it with herbs, you could still make loads of money from it.
Yeah, for a while until the root of disease starts to fade, and then it cuts into your profit. So, you know, there's a lot of people with a lot of shares and a lot of invested time and interest in petrochemicals. That's why. That's all it is, right?
Can I intercede for a second, guys? Because I'm hearing this sideways
No.
conversation.
Shut up, Don.
Okay.
Shut up,
Okay,
Don.
I'm done.
Go for it, Don. I'm just kidding.
We're trying to have a personal conversation. So when people interject by saying science, doctor, you got to give a name, like literally a name. Because hiding behind terminology like science, religion, doctors, you're wielding somebody else's views, which is okay. But who is it? Was it Einstein? Was it Freud? Was it Socrates? So we can actually look up that stuff and then become more informed. But when people start peddling that stuff, I'm like, interesting. So you're not really here to have a one-on-one conversation. You just want to peddle other people's views, which I know we're all doing it as we're using a language that we all got conditioned with. If we're actually talking about discernment. If not, then we're just peddling knowledge, which I'm okay with too. But when I'm hearing a young man talk about science, religion, whatever, I'm like, that's nice. Especially when Paula's trying to break it down because she's done some research, and I'm pretty sure even Sean and whoever and other characters have done that. If not, what we're doing is we're peddling our views opposed to sharing them.
Well, yeah, I use science to, I can go into details, but I don't have a good memory. There's scientists that I follow that are mainstream that will, I'm not an expert on the medical science. I'm not an expert on anything. I'm just an amateur guy.
So can you cut and paste?
Most of us are.
Hold on,
but,
can you cut and paste? Can you cut and paste? Can you give us, so we can learn something here? Because if not, you're openly admitting you're not the one that actually could be the representative of it at that point.
Yeah, but you guys are no expert neither. I mean,
I never said I was. You're talking to me. You're talking to me right now. I never once said I was an expert. No, have social awareness.
Okay. Hypothetically, if I were to share with you my science of debunking all the, I mean, I follow this guy called Professor Dave on YouTube, and he's got millions. And he debunks all those pseudoscientists, all those liars.
Well, post it so people can actually hear it.
All you need is good common sense.
I don't even know how to do it.
I know Dave. But the thing is, you could post it because you're coming in like a bull in a china set.
Yeah.
Professor Dave is a scientist who debunks a lot of this pseudoscience. He makes good money out of it. and he debunks all these anti-vaxxers, climate change deniers using science. And he's on YouTube. You can look him up. I don't know how to do it myself, sharing it to you guys. I'm not an expert on this shit. But
Well, then learn.
Let's get this straight. Expert is a subjective opinion that's very arrogant. What you need is experience from doing it yourself. That's what counts.
yeah, I'm doing it myself
like
by
it, me.
researching this stuff. I'm being experiencing watching this shit on my side of the truth. There's only one truth, and one of us is lying.
You said
is
your
wrong.
side of the truth. You said your side of the truth. Your side of the truth, in my opinion.
Yeah, you think you're right, and I think I'm right.
I just
So it can't be.
posted the Samsung solid state battery in the private chat. If somebody wants to put that in the public chat, I'd appreciate it. Because I don't have a blue wrench.
You have a lot
Yeah,
of hearsay that you're bringing to the table there, Sean.
I don't even know what that means. I have a bad vocabulary.
Hearsay just means like what someone else said
You heard
or
through the
a
grapevine.
third party. Yeah, you heard through the grapevine. As opposed to something that you did yourself and you saw results, you gained some experience and wisdom from, so on and so forth. That's the difference, right?
Well, that's what most
That's
people
all the
do.
people that seen the change.
Most people don't learn from doing things. You have to learn from other people who have done it. Because if everybody had to do it themselves, progress would be much slower.
You're correct. Most people in the corporate society, exactly, and that's the problem with them. But you're on a panel right now talking to people where that's different.
It's like me. I've done 45 years of appliance repair. I go to a job somewhere. It's like, no, we can't hire you because you don't have a degree. This guy's only been doing it for 5 years and went to schooling, all that's got a degree. But yet I've got experience of 45 years, but they're going to hire that guy because he got a piece of paper. You know? You know what I'm saying?
And I
Warren?
reckon that just spending your time in an environment of people who just want to engage in debates and lip service about which third-party hearsay is true or false or right or wrong will continue to loop yourself to get nowhere.
Right.
That's a waste of time.
Yeah.
You want to find out, do the work.
Yep.
Yeah, I researched it. Like, we have internet now, so most of us spend most of our time on the internet, and we research stuff. We don't fucking physically. I don't physically
research helps, and theory helps. But if you're not going to do it and find out, it's still theory and research. It stays there.
Yeah, but in the scientific method, theory is the highest proof of facts. It's the scientific method.
Bullshit.
Look it up. Wikipedia.
Look it up. That's like saying the Bible's correct because the Bible said so. No, I'm going to do it and find out for myself.
Dude, you're a little bit confused there, right? Theory is not the highest form of facts. You have a theory about something, and then you have a hypothesis, right? That you test, and you either prove or disprove, right? Hypothesis, antithesis, thesis, all of that crap. I can never remember how that all
What's the
works.
point, right? What's the point of arguing over theories and opinions? What's that going to get you?
Nope.
Silly. And that's not to negate that bringing views for observation doesn't have merit. That has tons of merit and tons of value, so that's different, right? But making a conclusion that those hearsay-based opinions, especially from the source that they come from and the reason why they come from there, which has a history for obvious reasons of being dishonest over and over and over again. That's not. Where's the intelligence in this?
Well, who's being dishonest? Give me the detail. Which? Okay, you think that the pharmaceutical companies are lying about vaccines? Is that your main gripe?
1,000,000%.
Petrol is a scam.
Watch the language.
And that's
Watch
not
the
an
language.
opinion.
1,000,000%. Yeah. If that was a
Don't say the V word. Don't say the V word.
petrol is a scam. 1,000,000% a scam.
what you
That's
guys
from my
haven't done-
experience and my lots of years of doing things.
So's Diesel.
And finding out.
Yeah.
So's
Okay, you
Diesel.
guys have
Diesel's a bit of a
the big
scam.
guy, the biggest anti-vaxxer in the world right now is RFK Jr. And he is not all against all vaccines. He's probably against
He's not-
maybe the,
right,
you know what.
Right, so why
vaccine.
did you call him an anti-vaxxer? He's not the biggest anti-vaxxer
What does he have to do
at
with
all.
me?
But yeah, I mean,
So who are
gotta
the
watch
biggest
the B
anti-vaxxers
word.
out there?
We got to watch the
Give
B
me-
word.
who cares?
Give me
Yeah,
the
what does that have to
professors
do with
you
anything?
follow. Dr. I know I
You want to
follow a
go
few of them.
back
Joe Rogan loves them all.
It sounds like you want to go back to people who are doing the same thing I was just talking about, arguing about theory.
Yeah. But at least he's thinking, you know. That's good. He's thinking.
I'm just
I give
representing
him
the
that.
majority of people out there who are not into this. Joe Rogan is
Stop.
the
Stop. This is not going to work. This is like, what is this, the lowest level there is? This for children?
I don't want to talk
Joe
about
Rogan
vaccines
is the
anymore.
biggest guy.
I don't
who-
want
who
to talk
cares
about
this stuff.
vaccines anymore. I don't want to talk about. I
Right.
want to change the subject. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
All right. What about
Sorry.
this one? When Jesus was born, right? There was a star in the sky called the Star of Bethlehem, right? I'm not talking religious. I'm just talking thing. Now it's kind of odd with this 3-eye atlas and Christmas coming. What if this thing happens to do that? I'm just
Can you
saying.
repeat that?
You're
A little
fired.
bit cut out at the end there.
MacGyver's fired. He's fired from the panel, asking silly questions.
About, you know, the Star of Bethlehem. When Jesus born, there was a
What?
star.
Yeah,
you know?
no, but I mean, oh, please, it's stories, all right? More
The stories.
Trying to change the
That's the
subject.
one about the
that's all.
three wise men.
Yeah,
Right.
the 3-eye
So the
wise
three-
men.
The 3 eyes. I stands for intelligence. Wise men. Yeah, it must be. The 3-eye atlas is actually the 3
I'm
wise
not
men
saying
coming
it.
back for the second coming of Jesus Christ. The
Just saying.
Messiah. He's coming.
And there's people believing this.
Yeah, and do you know what we've just been saying as well is that doctors might have, you know, the pharmaceutical industry might have good intentions.
Gee, shoot me for changing the subject. We can argue about that now.
Wait, so you think that the 3-eye atlas is actually this? Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's a big
comment.
professor there called from Harvard. What's his name? Avi Loeb.
Yeah.
No. This,
So
no,
you
this,
have a
no.
problem with Avi Loeb?
Go on.
Yeah, Professor Dave, the YouTuber that I follow, says that he's a con man or something.
You know that
He
you know
thinks
that
that-
Professor Dave is not a professor, don't you? You know that, obviously. Professor
Right.
Dave.
Yeah,
is
I think
not a
he's like
professor,
he used to
obviously.
teach. He used to teach science, biology, or something. He's not a university professor, but he's still a guy who knows science stuff.
Right.
He's a guy who professes to know science that doesn't
Yeah.
have a degree, in other words.
He's a professor of confession. Yeah.
I'm a professor. I'm
Yeah, I profess.
professing.
You profess to know the truth.
Fill in the blank. I professed.
No, no, professor. And I believe in good, wholesome food, but I do really like these spicy knickknacks. So,
Yes,
a different
I'm a
subject,
bona
let's think.
fide Dorito endorser.
No, I don't go near Doritos.
Right.
No, it's the devil. But I'm sure these aren't much better, but they do taste much better. They're supposed to be corn, these corn snacks, but yeah.
Ooh, yeah, taffy popcorn.
Isn't there something to this? You are what you eat.
Yep, I am a bit of a spicy knickknack.
I have a question. How
Yeah.
could this Professor Dave guy teach physics? And he's got degrees in chemistry.
What about Bill Nye the
That-
Science Guy? He's not a professor.
No, he's not. Everybody trusts him, don't they?
Well, it's in the name. It's called Bill Nye, the science guy. He doesn't say Professor Nye, the first science guy. I think it was an engineer.
And the kids grew up with him, so they believe his word.
Yeah, but he's not like he doesn't share really complicated stuff. He does it simple. It's not like university level stuff.
Yeah, we got Tyson for that.
Do you know what? Regardless of anything else, I love the fact that you are here, Sean.
Yep.
I appreciate
Good to have you,
I
Sean.
appreciate your appreciate you being here, right? Because it means that this isn't a complete echo chamber, and it reminds me to your being here reminds me to just wind my own neck in a little bit to hear out what
It reminds me of my younger me.
where they're coming from and stuff. I mean, you are. I thought you were young, probably in your early 30s, late 20s, early 30s. You said you're 33. Is that right? You 33?
Yeah.
Yeah, Illuminati
it doesn't
confirmed.
matter. The
Dude,
truth
you
matters.
are Illuminati confirmed, my friend.
Yep.
You are Illuminati
33.
confirmed. So it's all
So
good.
you think I'm part of the evil cabal that's trying to kill us all?
No.
joking.
What you're doing is jumping to conclusions based on words that have triggered you, right? Such as Illuminati. And you cut 33 and you've associated it all with conspiracy theories, right? But 33 is a master number, my friend. It's one of the it's 11, 22, and 33. And
Building
Jesus
blocks.
was 33 when he died, and there's 33 vertebrae to the spine.
33-degree parallel.
The
Wait till you
33rd
get to
parallel.
69.
Right. It's a special time in life. Over the next couple of years, right, when you're 35, I'm going to predict that you're going to feel differently about some things.
10
And
years.
then when you
10
reach,
years.
and then no, it's not even 10. It's 7.
All right. Gotcha.
It might even be 5 at the rate we're going.
Right.
Well,
Technology is
no.
going so
I'm
fast.
talking about how the way we think changes.
Yeah.
Like in sevens. So 7, 14, 21, 35, 49, 56.
Yep. When I trusted everything.
I was 35 years old when my thinking changed. I was 42 when it changed even more. And I'm coming up to 49.
47 when my changed.
And I'm definitely, I think,
Yeah.
maybe
If you
I'm
wanna-
maturing. Maybe I'm
ma-
maturing, but also maybe pigs might fly.
A reminder message from myself to myself and everybody as well. You want to fast track some of those years to that have an effect of learning and wisdom and whatnot. The one root of this, if anybody can take anything away, would be practice being honest with yourself instead of being right.
Yeah. It's not about being right.
I don't need to worry about that because I'm always right, so it doesn't matter.
No, you're not always right. You're half left.
No.
Did I finally find God?
Yep. You goop up there, Rich, a little bit. But that's okay. We love you. You're entitled to your beliefs. Everybody use.
I am. That I am. Da, 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 da.
Mhm.
This, man, this is a crazy experience. This is a crazy ride we're on. Right? I'm having an awesome
Fucking
time.
fun if you're in the right place.
I'm having an awesome
Put your arms
time.
up and you go downhill.
I'm not always having an awesome time. Sometimes I go and make it way too complicated, and I bump my head. Right? If there's something I can bump my head on, I'll always do it. I'll always bump my head on something like corner of a fucking cupboard or something, or whatever. And it's just generally in life.
I'm
Yeah,
a work in progress.
They say that people who are very educated and smart are not always happy because they know too much of the.
This
Ignorance is
explains
bliss.
why I've been as unhappy as I've been for as
I
long
can
as
agree
I've
with
been,
that.
because I am actually a genius. And people haven't recognized it.
I was just thinking about this
joking.
yesterday. There is an interesting weight that comes with the territory of being able to see the darkness when you're in a state of being enlightened.
I see that.
It's a heavy weight, and to be able to bear that burden, you have to really be strong and centered. It will test you.
Well, it's
Some people
almost
get
as
depressed
difficult.
over it.
It's almost as difficult, or could be put compared to.
Might even be more.
Being able to appreciate the light when you're in a particularly dark place, right? Being able to appreciate other people's happiness or have moments of your own. Like when I was homeless in Spain on the streets, got out of prison and out of jail, and on the streets just with my guitar and my leather jacket and my phone and my clothes I was wearing, and I had some of the coolest moments when I was living that life. I found some of the just finding pleasure in the simplest things and finding value in the simplest things that we take for granted when we're not living, when we're not in that situation. Do you get where I'm coming from? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yes, that's why religion was the philosophies of a lot of religion is about that. It's about all that stuff, philosophy and
Controlling
self-help and all
people.
that.
Well, it might be a surprise, but I'm somewhat of a philosophizer myself. I enjoy it. I've been philosophizing with philosophication for fucking hell since I was 6 years old.
Thinking outside the box.
Well, for a long time, I spent a long bloody time trying to get my head around what that actually meant. What does that think outside the box like?
It's actually
where's the
it's
fucking
not,
box though? Like
it,
for a long
yeah.
time.
The funny part is it's outside of the box is not a thinking thing.
Thinking outside the globe.
You cannot. Well, you can't think outside of the box. It's like
You're
it's like
done as soon as you try.
It's like the goldfish thinking outside of the fish tank, right? we're not.
It's like saying I'm trying to think outside of my mind. Okay.
It's like trying to say we'll vote our way out of this.
I want to imagine what it's like to not be in my mind.
Nuke sis, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Right,
I mean, the Indians have a history of this spiritual stuff, so they care more about the spiritual, and their lifestyle is more not very materialist. They don't care much about material.
They're about the land.
Class. But they do actually have beliefs that are quite class. So not all religions, I think, are great for human flourishing.
Yeah, India is about the land and nature.
We've got 41 people watching right now, right? We've got 39 people on my main channel. They're not really talking. I'm not sure who we've got. If it's AI bots, or if it's new subscribers, or if I've been raided and I've missed it. I see Morgan. I see your new. You've been. I don't know when you arrived, dude. Cheeky Sprite, obviously, and Perbs. Dude, you're still here, pretty much. You were here 4 minutes ago, so that means you're pretty much still here. Curious Georgia, how you doing? Good to see you. To those people, I don't know who you are because you haven't said anything. Plasma Void, how you doing?
Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Sorry, I'm just going to try and... I've not really been paying any attention to the comments and stuff, and that is all part of being a, YouTube content creator, doing a panel, trying to make sure that I, pay attention to what's going on. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just scrolling through to see the new names and stuff. But I hope everybody's having a good time. Adam Cook.
Jesus is bringing the crowds. Jesus is bringing the crowds. Praise Jesus. No. My ego is overtaking me.
I haven't got any issues with Jesus.
It's kind of hard to have issues with a dead guy.
I think of him in a different way. I think of him in I just think of him in a different way. I think of Jesus in a different way. I've had my own experience when I called to Jesus for help, in a situation, I feel that I got the answer that I asked for. And and so me and JC are good, man. Obviously that's not actually his name, because the letter J didn't exist until 1400s, I think. Just put.
So what was his name originally? Yahweh or Joshua?
No,
Esau.
Esau. Yeah. Or maybe David. Dave. Everyone called him Dave. It didn't really go well in the story. It didn't sound like a good name. They didn't want to say that. Well, his name was Dave. All right. Who are you? I'm the Son of God. What's your name? Dave. Didn't carry the same weight, so they decided to call him Esau. And then they invented the letter J for some reason.
That's when there's the epitome of insanity, when people are actually subjectively debating over the name of what's supposed to be a divine being. That's like
got several names.
Come on, guys.
I think that if there's any truth to what I think there's truth in this, we can create what we focus on. So if lots and lots and millions of people are focusing on this character, this individual, then even if nothing else, then we've created, there is a spirit there's an entity that exists, and maybe it's just been created by our belief, but it's, that one was walking around called Jesus, wears sandals and stuff.
I don't think.
Pretty nifty with the bread and the fish.
What did she say?
What's that, sorry? What did you say, Paula? Sorry.
I said Jesus did all right without petrochemicals. Maybe we should too. I'm not opposed to that, but I do know that there is free technology, and I do know there's been at least 6 people murdered or unalived. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Unalived in the past 5 years over free energy inventions.
Yes. Like the guy in his water-powered car.
Do you think Trump will be open to these ideas, more open than others?
I think he would. Absolutely.
If they let him.
If he can capitalize on it, as well, he's going to want to, even if it's just...
He's just doing as he's told.
I think there's a massive, huge part of that as well.
Go back to the hidden hand.
Is a placeholder, But the thing is, I can believe that Trump's ego is that big that he doesn't even realize that he's being controlled.
Well, he's in love with capitalism. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
That's the perfect candidate to put in that position.
Yeah, of course.
And he's doing a great job at what he's been hired and paid to do.
Right.
If you understand that it's a corporation.
Yep.
But the question is, why blame clowns for being clowns when the real question is, why are you showing up to the circus?
Well, because everybody was told that the circus was a council meeting, and the clowns were respectable, councillors
I guess-
or whatever.
Because there's
I guess
elephants and donkeys there.
I guess the answer to that is the clown has a hard time recognizing itself in the mirror. Is that the answer?
Well, the clown doesn't realise it's a clown in most cases.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I see that.
And so does its best to disguise its silly wig and big red nose.
Yeah. And then while it's doing that, pointing the finger and saying that the clowns are over there.
No,
Love the
it's saying-
scapegoat-topia.
It's not saying clowns are over there. It's saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Clowns don't exist, but there's a bunch of raritists over there. Sorry, I just caught that.
Raritists.
Yeah, eratists.
Heretists. Fuck these label names.
Are you not entertained?
Can you dig it?
I think it's capitalism that's got a hold of this earth, and because of capitalism, it's given too much power to ego, and that's the issue that we're all facing. It's not a fucking climate, it's not just an imbalance with nature. It's an imbalance within ourselves as a species.
Yeah, nature itself is not in balance.
Right, nature's in perfect balance. Even adjusting for the fuckeries that we're getting up to, nature's still managing to get on with it pretty well.
Of course,
But
that's why it's
likewise, so are we. Right? Because despite all of these toxins and chemicals and shit and plastics and microplastics and crap that's going into our bodies, we're still managing to get, we're still alive. We're still crocking
You're
on.
still alive. You're still breathing.
Right.
I reckon, though, that there is a threshold. And if you don't sort that out before it's too late, well, that
I
rubber
think the
band of
threshold is
attrition
different.
is, when
I
that
do
snaps, it's pretty painful.
Yeah, I think there's different levels for different people. Certain people might reach
There
those
is.
thresholds at a sooner, quicker in a faster time or whatever.
There's a lot of variables, but the importance of the equation is don't kick the can down the road. Be as far ahead of the curve as you can in life.
Yeah.
The thing is, like a good buddy of mine usually says, that dude on Leak Project, be the change you want to see. Be it. Do it.
Of course.
Oh, the Leak Project. That's old Rex.
Yes, he's a
The
dog
Leak
baby.
Project. That's Rex Bear.
No,
Is
Rex.
it Rex Bear? Not Rex Bear. Rex.
Yeah, Rex.
Yeah.
Rex Bear.
Not Clockwork Rex.
Rex. He's gone on Jacob Israel's channel. I sort of stopped watching him because he entertains things
Right, I'm happy
too
you
much
don't
that I just
live
I'm not even going
forever.
to entertain those ideas because they are just narratives. They're just Hollywood narratives that are going on.
Richie, on the note on change, do you mind if I put some LED lights above the dartboard and the pool table back here on the backstage?
Yeah, it does need a little brightening up.
Maybe some sort of code for something, but yeah, go for it, man.
Needs a woman's touch.
I'll bring my feminine energy while I'm back here.
Put on your smock.
And I'm just going to say quickly.
Hey, this truck like it's getting ready to move here. I couldn't see if it was him or not. See if we can.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Please can I have £1,000 now, please?
Christmas coming up.
What do you think about universal basic income? If AI takes over, do you think we should get free money from the government? I would like that.
I think it's a trap. So no.
There'll be plenty money out there for that.
It won't be money anymore. Money is something that you can save. You can save money. If you can't save it and there's a fucking expiry date or a use by date on it, like, we'll give you €2,500 a month to spend. But
Money
if
is
you
a
haven't
scam.
spent it, if you haven't spent it by the last day of the month, You don't get to save it. You don't get to accumulate it, and they also have control over it. So if you want to spend it on something that they decide that they don't want you to spend it on, they can just switch it off. Control the things that you're able to spend your money on. No, so
Yeah, what's that ID
absolutely
thing
100
about
million
digital ID?
billion gazillion% no to
Yeah.
digital ID or the currency.
Everything's going to be on your digital ID.
Cash is king, baby.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that,
Uh,
but for a very different reason than anybody else would be.
I can't go on any plane until I get my digital ID.
Well, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is kind of like they're trying to get rid of the fiat money stuff. But I heard there's a lot of scamming involved in that, and I think it's not all
Because
legit.
the same people are trying to get involved and get control of it, right?
There's a
The
lot of
same
scamming
people.
in every capitalist.
Banking is a scam. Banking, personal bank accounts, right? Your personal bank account is a fucking scam.
You're making
money
up that
itself
account.
is a scam.
You opened that account and you paid your money in and opened that account. What you were doing was giving them an unsecured loan on these crazy terms that they could give it back to you. No, they agree. If you ask for it back, they'll give it back to you a little bit. But if you ask for too much of it back at one time, they want to know what you're spending it on. You lent it to them. It should be you that has the terms and conditions on the loan. Like, I'll give you this loan to open my bank account, and you will pay me this much money because they're going to be using that money on their. Well, obviously, fractional reserve doesn't even exist anymore, but they were using it with their fractional reserve money system, right? Using our money as their security.
Your money?
Well, you know what I'm saying. Fuck off.
No, it's important to state that because
It's
that's
my
the point.
money.
It's not your money.
The money that had been exchanged, given to us.
It's my wife's money.
Like, back in the day when people used to get their paycheck at the end of the month, at the end of the week, or the end of the month, right? They used to get it in a brown envelope, like, and it was all dollar bills or pound notes or whatever. But it was the promise to pay the sum of, and you could exchange those notes in the shop.
It's actually
for food
it's
and
actually
cigarettes and stuff, right?
Yeah,
So
it's actually an incomplete receipt note if you look at it for what it is.
There you go, Najee.
it's all
Stop
been
it.
because
You're
it's
doing it
all been a
already.
scam. The whole time it's been a scam, right? It is just a scam. But
so what do you?
It's a scam on the trade and barter system.
I'll go back
It
in the
was
corner
used-
there, go.
Thank you.
Go on, I'm going to shut up.
But Richie, you are tapping onto something. What are you trading in that barter system for that currency?
More money.
No,
it's an exchange.
Not
No,
more
it's,
money.
it's an equal exchange of.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I thought that's the idea of bartering.
You're
is that you-
exchanging your energy for
Yeah,
something that's
yeah,
lesser
that's
of
what-
value in exchange for your comforts.
It's
This is not about free
money.
energy. This is not about free energy. I know Paula shares that, but it's perpetual energy. We're using our energy. It's constantly here. And
Yeah.
we've exchanged it for a currency, a digital system. Back in the days, it was twigs. So we're bartering it. We can exchange our energy with nature, and then we'll have something that's of use for the vessel. But
I
when
don't know
people
what
say-
you're talking about, Don,
There
but you exhaust me. You really do.
Then I'm quiet.
That was a joke. It was a joke. Okay, I'm playing on the situation and the energy and stuff. And yeah,
Get to the point.
I am. Sorry, I didn't mean to totally cut you off.
No,
I was
no
just-
problem. I'm just sharing out
They
loud.
took the wind out of
Whether
his
you
sails.
take it or not, I'm just hearing words. When we say things, we need money or free energy. Is it really free? Anytime you hear the word free, run. You need effort. And in that, you can exchange it. You can manipulate it if you want. But for most of us, we're exchanging something for something. But is it valuable for us? That's something a person has to go inwards.
Yeah, for sure. It's perpetual is probably the best word to use to describe it, and it's where you're directing it. That's all that's going on here. You want to direct that to a certificate of exploitation? Are you sure you want to do that? That's what money is.
Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Because that's
Bloody
what'll
hell.
happen. That's what'll happen. I'm sorry.
And permission based on top of it, right? So without this, I'm not entitled to get access to the things for my sustenance. Are you sure? I'm not allowed to eat unless if I go and trade my energy away for a certificate of exploitation that has the face of another man.
But
that's what I want to do.
And then at that point, that's their system. Our wants, back to the old way of using the word want, lacks. But people judge it. They think it's bad or good. No, it's a system that we've chosen either to be brought up into, because I'll say this jokingly, you can leave at any moment. Take a chance with nature. Leave all your technology here, Wi-Fi, your cars, that piece of paper, and take your chance with nature. And you'll see how quickly most people will come running back to civilization and say, I want my comforts. There you go. At least you know where you stand now.
That
now
depends.
we can have
Can I have a gun?
You would have to
Can I
make
have
it.
A gun and like.
You actually
a
don't even need
weapon.
to leave the technology behind. It's just how you access it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At that point, Nenji, it's your attitude towards it, and if you're at peace with yourself. But for most people, when they're arguing about something, they're not at peace with themselves, which is fine.
Yeah,
I choose to be the fool by talking out loud. But for most people, they're really not honest with themselves.
Right.
What was the toughest job in the kingdom, in the old king's court? The king, you got the queen, you got the nobleman and everybody that shows up. What was the toughest job in the
The
court?
jester.
Being a court jester, making the king laugh.
Very good.
Making the
The
court
court
laugh.
jester. The court jester was the only one who could say the quiet part out loud and not get unalive.
Right. It's how,
The irony is that
the jester was was kind of in a way the most powerful in the court because he could take the piss out of the king. And
yeah,
so
but
the king
the
laughed
irony
along.
that the jester is just as much a clown because he's a part of the fucking circus.
There you go. You got it. So that the jester will talk publicly to the king, but to a certain point, because he knows the king says, I have to honor you by beheading you. But privately, the jester will rip a hole both in the king and queen.
Yes.
They're not have a private conversation. I'm not going to be talking publicly like this, even though I get frustrated sometimes. How many people are going to be honest with themselves, whether somebody else is ripping a hole in themselves and others?
Just don't forget to use the king's money to pay for the improv night where the jester is giving a show.
Yeah, then at that point where Shakespeare dressing up as men dressing up as women to mock the king without him being aware of it. That tells you how much, like that boy, what's it called? The boy.
The king's new clothes?
Yeah, new clothes.
Listen,
it was a child. Go ahead, Richie.
Women were not allowed to be actresses. That's why the men dressed up as women during Shakespearean times. Because women were not allowed to be actresses because that would require them to wear makeup and stuff, and then that would mean that they were harlots.
Yep.
And they were just it would mean because they knew that what actors were was a form of prostitute. Right?
It could be, Richie, but women back in those days were doing so many fucking tasks. They didn't have time to play with men. People forget that shit. Women have actually been the ones who've been doing a lot. I don't mind philosophizing because my life is somewhat comfortable. But if I had to do the ruts that most women have to do, I wouldn't have time to have these type of conversations. It's always fun when people take back a glance into the past, but never go inwards, that everything's recorded, and realize how much men have become fucking morons.
Well, I heard that women are taking over at university.
Speak for yourself. I'm not a moron.
The women are going to take over in the West. The women
my
are
wife
taking
does
over at
everything.
university.
Yeah, my wife does everything.
I'm happy that the women are taking over.
Just because my name's Ron, and people say, "Come on, more Ron, more Ron."
Be more Ron.
Doesn't mean that I'm moronic.
At least you're more on than off.
That's right. That's right. More on target. You mean?
She hit it.
More on. You're right. More on target.
She hit the nail on the head.
But just
Sorry,
from a woman's perspective in here, as far as what Don was talking about, I did not have time to get on the internet, or talk or really do much of anything until my youngest son graduated from high school. And that was 11 years ago. Just saying, Dom has a point there. Unless you're one of those women who, somehow manages to juggle a career, children, and everything, but still you're stuck doing more than everybody else or the men. And I'm not trying to be mean toward the men because I know some of you really try and some of you actually help your wives around the house. And I know some of you actually care about your children. But the thing, or if you have children, but the thing is, it wasn't always like that.
So,
well, technology has helped us to have more equality. If there was less technology,
Bullshit.
I could be wrong
so
though.
my mum,
You are
my
wrong.
mum was a stay-at-home mum until I was until I went to secondary school or around the second year of secondary school when I was 13 years old. And she had to go out of work because things had just got really tight and Dad couldn't afford to pay for everything anymore. So she started going to work, but she was still having to do all the work at home as well. That's when roles started changing and shifting a little bit, and Dad started doing more, and we we had to start doing we always had to tidy our rooms and stuff, but that's when Mum got us cleaning the whole bloody house, and doing the washing and the ironing and all that sort of stuff before she got home from work, so that she didn't have so much to do when she got back. But yeah, I mean, women. I think part of it, women doing so much, is that because a lot of women are kind of control freaks and they like to just do it.
Yeah.
Because they want to just control how it's done. My ex-wife, right? I
My
thought
wife
I'd
now.
be really helpful. I thought I'd be really helpful for her to and do all the washing and stuff. And she went fucking postal on me
Because you don't know how to
with
do
the
it right,
washing,
like her.
because I did it, and I did it out of sync or something, and I did it in the wrong order, and
Yep.
and this, that, and that, and it's just better if I just leave it alone. And I was like,
That's
right,
my wife.
okay, Jesus.
Yeah, that's my wife.
My mother would have had a cow if I'd have folded the towels wrong. We had education sessions on how to fold a towel properly. You know what I do with my towel? I throw it over the shower rack. That's what I do. I have totally gotten rid of a lot of the conventions that I was raised with, just out of sheer, you know, what is the point here? You know? You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I've
things
actually
change, culture
changed.
changes, lifestyle changes. Humans, we like
No,
change. Well, not all the time.
culture didn't change me. I changed me. Because I decided I don't want to fold the fucking towels. So each person in the house gets their own towel. Each person in the house has their own towel rack. If you don't hang your towel up on the towel rack, then you got to wash your towel. And then when my children were 12 years old is when they were taught to use the washer. And from then on, they were responsible for doing their own wash and folding their own clothes and hanging them up their way. Instead of me instituting, this is how you do it, this is how you have to do it, there is no other way, I didn't do that. My oldest son was 17 years old. I said, you're cooking Thanksgiving dinner this year. I bought the turkey, I bought all the stuff. I said, here's the turkey. I said, read the directions. If you need any help, I'll be in the living room. All you got to do is holler. He only had to ask a couple questions, and he cooked that whole fucking Thanksgiving turkey, the sweet potatoes, green beans, mashed potatoes, and dressing, all by
Yummy.
himself at 17. I wasn't going to let my sons grow up and be wimps and not know how to take care of themselves.
Right.
You know?
Well, the problem that I have, as soon as I step foot in the kitchen, if the wife's in the living room, like in a recliner, recline back watching her TV, Automatically, she pauses what she's watching. She goes, "What are you doing?" I go, "I'm just getting a glass of water. Don't make a mess." So yeah, I gotta watch what I do in the kitchen.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Adam,
not like that anymore. If you don't
sorry.
fuck with just don't fuck with my coffee pot. You
Yeah,
fuck with my
exactly.
coffee pot, you're in
In the
trouble.
morning,
You know?
she's a coffee Nazi. I get up, I make my little, pot of coffee because she doesn't like the way I make the coffee. Yep. In the backyard, she don't like the way I cut the grass. She's got her plants in her garden back there, so she cuts the grass.
Adam, thank you for giving it a go, dude. With PayPal, I don't know if you wanna try Ko-fi, if PayPal or Barclays is giving you the business with them. Ko-fi's generally quite successful. Thank you.
Sounds
man.
like you need your own coffee pot there, man.
Yeah. I don't like PayPal. It takes too much away from the people you want to give money to.
Sasquatch is doing it's Squatch family Christmas today. It should take about 20 minutes. Give them cheesecake and soap. Okay. Can I ask something, right? Where's this whole fucking sweet potatoes with marshmallows on? Thanksgiving. What the fuck is that about? Like, for real? Seriously, do you eat that?
Yep, I do.
What the actual...
My wife makes it. It's good. I grew up on it.
Freaking frack. Sweet potato with
candied yams.
Marshmallows.
Well,
But
the
is it served up as a dessert, or is it served up with the fucking turkey? How's it served? It is a dessert, sweet potato, and all right.
I do it on a
that
side.
makes a little bit more sense.
But I don't use it as dessert. I just use it as a side.
But sweet potato, I
Have the
don't think
pie
of
as
sweet
the
potato as
side.
dessert.
With the stuffing, oh yeah.
I think like
Well, you can make the
my
salad
son,
with chicken.
my son does. My
Yep.
son does sweet potatoes with the marshmallows. I
Yep.
do sweet potato pie without the marshmallows. So
All right.
So you can do chips with sweet potatoes, and they're supposed to be healthier than chips with starchy potatoes. I just
Unless
never
you're
thought of them
cooking
as
it with
being
sweet
a
oil.
dessert or making like a sweet potato pie.
Well, sweet potatoes are sweet. They have higher sugar than potatoes.
I know it makes sense. It's just the potatoes. So it's this word glitch thing that's going on in my brain. It's a potato. How's a potato fucking dessert? How can you have it? How's it sweet? That's why I don't really eat sweet potatoes, see? Because I think it's an oxymoron.
Well, you put brown sugar on your sweet potatoes.
I don't
Yummy.
put anything on me fucking sweet potatoes, my
Oh,
friend.
we
I
do.
eat potatoes. I like potatoes.
I like garlic potatoes.
I like my starch and complex carbohydrates.
Well, he likes his tater tots.
Oh no, tater tots sound like something that's come out of a fucking factory. No, I like roast potatoes. Like roasted jacket potatoes. I like new potatoes. I like mashed potatoes. I like roast potatoes. I like chips.
Twice baked potatoes.
I like hash browns. Anything potato. But sweet potato, I mean, I've eaten it, but it just doesn't really do it for me.
Well, I'm trying to grow sweet potatoes. I might try and grow it next year, but
Sounds good.
in Ireland, it's quite hard to
That
grow.
means he's probably
so, you
said
know.
bye.
Right, sounds
All
good.
right, Dom says thanks, Rich and Mac, and then G and Paula and Sean. Thank you to Sean for bringing your views, dude. Dom's ducked out.
See you later, Dom.
He's done a Voynich.
All right, but dude, you do long shows, my guy. Must be tired.
Oh, this is a short one. This isn't that long. It's only 6 hours.
Yeah, it's been on like 8 hours, 10 hours before. 12.
I did 12. No, actually, it was more than that. It was 13 and
Right.
13 and 3/4 hours or something. But I did sleep for like 3.5 hours.
I did 24-hour stream.
I've done.
Those are my kind of
24
panels.
Yeah. Now, with my other friend, we got Acme going. We did 22 days straight.
Sweet potatoes are a warm weather thing.
22 days straight. 24 hours. We took shifts.
I
He was
like
FM,
me some
yeah, he was PM, I was AM. That's why you see my name says AM, Mac Me AM.
Sweet potatoes are on my list for one of my perpetual foods also,
There you go.
I mean, look,
as well as Jerusalem artichokes and I the tiger nuts. I got the chupa um in the mail the other day, so I'm going to be planting those after
the
the
chupacabra.
full
Hey,
moon.
Chupacabra.
Is it chupa? Is it chupa seeds? I'm probably pronouncing it wrong because I've never heard it actually spoken.
That's
It's all
great.
right.
You probably know about permaculture and loads of weird plants and stuff like that.
I'm learning, sweetheart. I'm learning.
Yeah.
I think it's
That's my
interesting.
education. That's my education I'm working on right now. You know,
There used to be corn available, right? There used to be a corn that grew that looked like the LGBTQ got hold of it, right, and turned it into fucking
Yeah, it's still there. You can still get it.
multicolored, right? But it's
Yeah.
not. It's not a very. It's not a well sold thing, but it's probably better for you than the corn that we actually eat, right? The corn on the cob that we actually eat. This stuff's got more nutrients.
Well,
and whatever.
most of the corn grown nowadays is to feed cows,
You can get out
animals.
of
It's
right.
Christmas.
I love me some corn on the cob, right? Just
Which
boil
one do you
up
need?
some cobs, boil up some cobs and
Which
just
one do you
boil
need?
in water to a couple of minutes, and then
What
just
about Della?
oodles and oodles of real butter
I'll give you money.
melted all over it, and just
Trying to make it easier for
yeah.
you.
Oh, I'm
Shut
just
up.
making my mouth
Listen to
water.
me. Do it. Like Adela can't make it.
Are you talking to me, Mac?
No, my wife just popped in the room. Sorry, I didn't mute my mic. I thought I did.
Right. Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
She's gonna go
Dana,
more
how you
Christmas
doing?
shopping. She wants more money.
Oh, don't more money, more problems, son.
well, give it to her. She stayed with you for what, 37
Yeah,
years?
Yeah.
I'm a
you
yes
Yeah.
guy. I learned to say yes. That makes a good relationship.
said? See, then when you're in
That's
my
good, man.
position where, I run the household,
She does
it's,
too.
yeah,
Man
but
is either right. A woman is
there
either
is no
right.
man.
Oh, there is no man.
They say what?
How does that go?
Happy wife, happy life.
No.
I say happy dad, no one's sad.
Man is either right or he's happy.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Well, you're welcome to all the men out there that I have not gone hunting for over the past 16 years, that
Wow.
I've stayed single and celibate after my fiance died. So
Oh,
you're
sorry about that.
welcome. I'm glad you all are happy because I've left y'all alone. You're welcome.
I'd be lost without my wife.
Oh, it
I'd
was
be
rough
lost
when
without
I
my
first died,
life.
Yeah.
but as far as, an emotion, we all focus on happiness, the pursuit of happiness. Um, I was talking to Dom, I believe, and it's not so much, why are we focusing on that one emotion? You know, I have a good time when I'm angry sometimes, and
It can be
sometimes I'm
good fun
so
to be
angry,
angry
We're
sometimes.
weird.
but sometimes I'm so angry, I laugh at myself and I break out in fits of giggles.
Can you teach
It's
that to
like,
my
oh
wife?
my God, I can't believe I said that.
Teach that to
That
my
right
wife.
there, love. That's alchemy right there. That
Yeah,
is.
teach
That's
that to my wife,
transmutation.
please.
What about when
Transmuting the anger into humor and expressing it in laughter. Very powerful. Very powerful magic
She's
you
a
did
powerful
there.
lady. Gotta watch out for her.
I'm saying it with a stupid accent, but actually it's very fucking true. It's true. That's transmuting, that is. In the moment.
what's wrong with being sad? What is wrong with that? I
There's
was
nothing wrong
sad
with
when
being
Eli
sad.
died.
It
You know,
it's wallowing in it and like just being sad because you're sad, and that kind of it's wallowing in it that's not healthy. It's not good, right? You should express sadness. You should allow it to,
is the
but
person
understand
really?
why you're feeling sad. Understand what it is that why is this making you sad, and is there anything that you can do about it? Is there anything that you can change about it? Like, can you? And if not,
Let's take Eeyore, for example. He was always sad. He was always down in the dumps, which is his right to be sad and down in the dumps.
It's
Why
all
should
a
we,
reflection of focus.
exactly, why should we infer that Eeyore should be happy when he's just as happy being sad?
Maybe he was born that way.
Right.
Some people are being born to be more
Do you get
depressed.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It hurts
Nonsense.
us. It hurts us when we see
Poppycock.
somebody sad and we want them to be happy. But maybe that person just needs to feel sad right now.
So Eeyore was Christopher Robin, wasn't it? Christopher Robin and
Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh, right?
The Tao of
Yeah.
Pooh, one of the best books ever freaking written.
Yeah.
I do remember being amused when I realised that he was called Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the shit.
You thought Pooh.
Yeah, if you look
Yeah.
closely, you'll see that those emotional experiences are all a reflection of focus in the moment, instantaneously.
Right,
And
but you
also,
grow from those experiences. If you don't have a variety of emotions in your life, what
The
what's the point of
reason,
being happy?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why they're there. I look at it as a compass gauge, kind of like what Rich was saying a bit ago, right? If you're observant of that, you can reflect and say what it is that I'm focusing on that's bringing on this emotion, and what do I need to do about that?
so
Right.
I've seen a friend of mine really, really happy one day, absolutely really happy. It was a little bit sickening, boiling over, kind of gushing constantly. So I just went and kneed him in the nuts, just to give him a bit of contrast, help him
That's
appreciate that happiness more.
lovely. I'm happy when somebody else is happy. Just join in the
No,
joy.
I am as
If
well.
somebody's sad, I join in the sadness. I have literally cried with people. And, there's other people that have been angry and in their fight, and I'll jump in and I'll fight with them. I'll fight for them.
Well, God gets angry a lot, righteous
Wait,
anger and
wait.
all that.
I prefer balance.
Yeah.
Me too. I like, but
I mean, nature ain't perfect. Nature is quite rude.
actually, nature is perfect. It's perfect in its design. It's perfect
Yeah,
in
well,
its balance.
Well, in our
Self-regulates.
in our ideal world, the ideal of humanity is paradise, and that would be perfect for our ideal. But nature, I think.
Take a look over at Ukraine in that area that was called Chernobyl, right? And look at what nature's done.
What's so imperfect about nature?
As opposed
from that
to
angle.
what we're told about what happened and what the ramifications of that would be, and for how long, like 450 fucking years before we'll see any life there again. But look at Chernobyl in the forbidden zones and stuff. Herds of deer and shit running around. Nature's just completely reclaimed the whole area, despite what all the scientists said.
I think the radiation has been buried underground, so it's not as bad radiation. I think it was in the beginning, it was more, but then the radiation went away or is reduced. I think that the core itself is quite bad, but everything around it is reduced.
It's in the metal and stuff. There's definitely this radioactive. There's something in that, right? There's something active. There's an active energy that's coming off of these artifacts and whatever, and that. In certain, depending on what type it is, depends on how much it burns you and affects you physically. But it's not as contaminating as they have been making it out to be, right?
Explain Nagasaki. Explain Hiroshima. People still live there. It's not a wasteland.
Explain the fact that it was only allowed to be one reporter on both events. Only one.
Yeah.
One reporter reporting on those events. And only that reporter's photographs.
But we were told that radiation would stick around forever, practically, over in Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Well, for
And
hundreds
people living there now.
of years.
Yeah.
Hundreds of years.
People living there now.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly how the scientists work. I think it's at half-life. So radiation, there's different types of radiation. Some last longer than others. I think the really harmful radiation goes away quickly, and then the long-lasting stuff is not as bad, but you still have to bury it or take care of it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's truth in that, but you can. It's locked in the artifacts, so that the metal and stuff that was actually in direct contact with it, and they're
Sean, what's the
definitely,
difference between
in
uranium
my
and
opinion,
plutonium?
isn't it something about fusion
The half-life's different.
and
Explain half-life.
exothermic and endothermic. It's got something to do with all that. I don't know. Uranium is metal, right? And fully depleted uranium is lead. So imagine where all this lead that we mined, that lead is depleted uranium. So what existed in history that might have been depleting uranium? Like what if the really crazy, right? But just a little thought game, just a little imagination land for a little bit. What if they really are lying to us right through their teeth about the history? And what if 4,000 years ago power existed? It was nuclear, right? And they were powering everything by uranium. And yeah, there was a huge disaster and something happened, maybe the Atlantis, whatever, happened, and boom, all the depleted uranium is there now as lead, right? And there's still uranium all over the place, right? Particularly in Ukraine. So the narrative that we've been fed about
Atlantis was a real thing?
I think that it could have been, yeah. But I do think it's a bit suspect that Plato, the whole narrative comes from Plato, and Plato only said about 5 lines about it or something. So I think it's a bit of a Hollywood narrative that we've been encouraged to elaborate on, but I think that the concept could still be a possibility.
What's that famous guy that goes on Joe Rogan all the time, who's into ancient civilizations being here longer?
If you say Graham Hand on his cock, I'm not going to be impressed. I don't like him.
Graham Hand on his cock.
He is very incredibly intellectually dishonest.
Who's that dude with the wild hair on Ancient Aliens?
Oh, that one guy, yeah.
He's the silly fucking Englishman. Right, it's just a bit of a dickhead he's sniffed too many of his own farts and wanted to be
like Eric
involved
Von
in
Daniken,
too many parties what he's considered to be the right. But the guy's full of shit. He's read the books that explain to him what certain things really were, but he's decided to just conveniently not mention those things and just kind of forget about them completely and go along with this different narrative that puts Atlantis thousands of years ago and puts all these silly timescales on stuff. He knows that the Sumerian tablets and all that sort of stuff, the time measurement was the Shah. They used the Shah as the measurement, and it wasn't a year, it was a turn of the stars, which just completely changes all of these time scales that they talked about. Sumerian kings, right? 250,000 years, or 250,000 turns of the stars, right? 250,000 days. What is that in years? Oh, that all fits in the last fucking 6,000 years. When you change the measurement, the unit of measurement, it changes
It changes the landscape completely over the last 6,000 years or 5,500 years. And he knows
I
that.
don't know.
Graham Hancock knows that, but he's choosing to ignore it, and he's going along with this narrative because and this silly space fucking narrative, ancient aliens bullshit. Sorry. I have no respect for the man at all. He's a shill. A fucking charlatan.
But these theories are more popular now because of the internet. Like conspiracy theories and all the alternative ideas are more popular because of the internet.
You're right.
Where did the word conspiracy
let's
come
muddy
from?
the water as much as
Come
possible.
from conspire.
Well, yeah,
Conspire.
that was after the term conspiracy theory came from the CIA as a to combat against the theories that were coming out about the assassination of Kennedy, because their story that they were giving everybody knew it did not add up. So that meant there was something else afoot. There was something else going on, but they needed the people to just discredit what was being said. So they said, we're going to come up with this term called conspiracy theorist. We're going to do a lot of stuff that completely discredits the people that are
just that
theorizing
one
about
magic
these
bullet.
conspiracies.
Just another tool to demonize critical thinking. So.
Right.
Yes, it is. You're right. It's a word from conspire. You need one or two, two more people to conspire.
Some say it was the Jews that killed JFK because, uranium. I think.
J people.
No, that's not true. It's actually the relative. It's not. The relative is not necessarily Zionist. The J's, right? The relative is Zionist, and yes, it does involve the J's, but it's not about the J's, and not all J's are Z's, right? Being Zionists. So that theory. Do you know what? If Ben, what's his name, Shapiro, didn't actually pick that as the thing out that he was going to fucking speak about, then I'd say, well, who knows? But the fact that Ben Shapiro has come out and said that there's like how ridiculous it is that people are making these silly theories. Unfortunately, he's bringing attention upon the relative, right? Because Ben Shapiro is almost the definition of shill.
Yes.
He's like,
I definitely
they grew him
agree.
in a laboratory. They grew him in a laboratory in one of those external womb things. They grew him out of a petri dish. And they put a bit of hummus in there.
Made in Hollywood basement.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of theories out there, and it's hard to find the truth. And
they make it that way.
Do you know where you find what is true? Truth is a funny one, right? Because truth can just be something that two or more people agree on. But what's true and accurate and straight and true, that you know, that's where you go inside. That's the internal thing.
There you go.
Go inside for that.
Well, yeah, obviously there's a self-awareness and all that, but to find the truth in the physical outside of you, it's usually the scientific method, testing and all that stuff, and research and all that.
You can just
So
use
do
your
you believe
eyes.
in Jesus?
Use your five senses, dude. Right, to find out what's physically true around you, look out there and trust your five senses. Right?
If you go inside to find out there's much more than five, but anyways, carry on.
Well, yeah, that's true as well. I have six senses for sure that I use, but yeah, and then anything else that you're hearing about whatever it is that you cannot see, hear, touch, smell, or anything, right, with your own five senses that you're not actually experiencing yourself. Everything else is going on in your mind because of description, using words, but that doesn't mean that it's actual or real. Like, obviously, I'm not saying that everybody's telling you is a load of bollocks all the time, and everything you're hearing about everything is all bollocks outside of what you're experiencing.
I'm just saying, people. For me, I'm just extremely careful about how much faith I put in those narratives that are being fed to me about the things that I'm not actually experiencing or able to prove myself. Particularly if it's on a screen, coming off a screen, which is the only way that we're getting any of this information, be it the news, be it the TV, or the computer screen. I don't have a TV. I've just got a 32-inch monitor and a laptop. But they're screens, aren't they? And my phone. They're all screens. They're all black screens. They all look like fucking scrying
The Black Mirror.
mirrors. They all look like scrying mirrors. But we can say, no, this isn't black magic that's going on now. We're not channeling channels to watch things at all in our black mirrors. I'm doing the fucking witchcraft right now. This is where I can start to hypnotize you. You are sitting on a beach.
Trying to hypnotize
It's a
people
beautiful
in
day.
psychosis. It's already been done.
You're all still here, so yep, I reckon it must have been. It's the only reason you're all still here. We've got 27 people here. Shout out to the lurkers, because we don't have 27 people chatting. Shout out to Heidi, Leafy Boy, Morgan, Dom, Squirrel Sniper. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Curious George, Adam. Who else have we got? Nuxis. Look at that, 6 hours and 23 minutes and I'm still going strong. Wow.
Yay. Wonderful job, Richie. Wonderful job. I mean, this is your living room, so if you get tired, you can say y'all need to go home.
What it is I'm getting hungry. I'm actually getting quite hungry. But I do want to just quickly say, while we've got 27 people here, I don't know who you guys are. When you came across my channel and how many times you've been here before, but if you haven't heard me grift already, come on, it's Christmas. If you're feeling generous, I've got a PayPal link that somebody can get from the description. It's in there now, and drop it in. And if PayPal isn't working for you, I've got Ko-fi. But this is my only source of income, thanks to the government being a crooked fucking bunch of criminal wankers. Don't like it when people speak out against them. So make it difficult.
If you think the government is crooked, you should see the masses.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm right-handed, so I'm a little bit crooked as well. you see what I'm saying there?
What you were just saying.
I didn't use both hands, so it got a little bit. Leans over.
A little bit of a pot and kettle syndrome going on. I was going to pose a question of the day for everyone, if I may.
One-arm bandit.
Yeah.
What is government?
Controlling tool.
It's a bit like
it's the mafia.
Parliament.
It's the legalized mafia.
It is the mafia.
It's a bit like Parliament. Parler is to speak, and ment is actually in French. And if we're going with French, because we said parler ment means lie. So Parliament means speak lies, but government, to govern, isn't French originally, is it? It's the other one, which fits with ment, right? Which fits with ment in the sense of the mind. So we've got the government, or you could even say that it's lies as well. The government are governing the lies, and the Parliament is speaking the lies. But the government is governing the thought, the mind, the way we think, but still Parliament, they're a bunch of fucking liars. You will never hear the truth speaking. You will never hear the truth spoken in Parliament.
Well, no, there is some truths. I mean, I follow politics in Ireland, and it's quite democratic. So you hear loads of different views and a lot of crazy views. And
Are you talking about the Republic of Ireland?
Yes, we have quite democratic
Really?
system.
Really? You think that your democratic Republic of Ireland government that sold out 100% to the EU is democratic and not sold out 100% to the EU? You think that it's...
Well, I'm not sure how we joined the
means
EU, but we voted in
No,
politicians that joined the EU.
exactly. You're not even sure how you joined the EU, but there you are, and you joined it, and you're part of it, and you're being governed by
Yeah, but the
unelected
EU is not all
officials
that
like
bad. I mean-
Ursula von der Leyen. Ursula von der Leyen, who's basically laying down the law for what goes on in fucking Republic of Ireland. Like, you guys had an issue with the English Crown taking control of any part of Ireland, right? And there was a big fight, and they ended up with Northern Ireland, and and the IRA and all of that. But it seemed to just give it away to Europe. No, yeah, no. The fucking English Crown, they can go and
it's like
fuck
a
themselves.
club.
Go and fuck
It's
themselves.
like
But
in
you guys
nature.
over there in Belgium, no problem at all. You can write all our laws.
Well,
and
we're
everything.
trying to work together. We're trying to work together because last time we didn't work together, we did 2 wars. So we're trying to stop that.
Trying to work together with
Oh,
you. There's
yeah,
no
right.
working together with the European Union. For one thing, it's fallen apart. For another thing, Ursula von der Leyen is actually Cruella de Vil. Did you know that? She's basically that she is who they modelled Cruella de Vil on. You know who Cruella de Vil is, don't you?
Yeah. Who was it NRA that was doing all the bombing over there?
The ERA. Yeah, I'm going to say
yeah,
it
yeah.
like
That's
that. And say it like
That's
that.
it.
You know,
Yeah.
just because I'm clever. The
Well,
ERA.
you can still be part of the
Yeah.
government and not disagree with it. I mean, democracy is all about letting people disagree, which I think we kind of still are doing.
No, democracy is
a
mob
lie,
rule.
mate. Democracy is a
Democracy
fucking
is
lie.
mob rule. Republic is government for the people, of the people, by the people.
No, it's not.
And well, it was supposed to be.
Doesn't matter. It's what it is that counts.
Well-
And actually, it wasn't supposed to be. That's a gaslight.
Well, we're pretty much
Well-
watched the Republic. for that.
The point of that gaslight was to get people to think like that. So when the reality sets in that it's not that, they get discouraged and angry because they think it's supposed to be something else, and then loop that. That was the
It's
point.
like, isn't it? It's like socialism, and it's like socialism.
You'll have to
right?
explain that one to me.
There are some aspects, some things about socialism that actually aren't. It's not about just trying to control people and being a bunch of dictatorial.
Right. Just a quick
Assholes,
elaboration
but-
on that for you, Paula. If I can convince people to chase a phantom, they'll be distracted from the reality and they'll keep going in that direction.
Where's this phantom at?
And also, if you can get a man to believe absurdities, you can get him to commit atrocities.
Yeah.
Or woman.
That would be.
There's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Now go get the rainbow.
You got to fight with
But
the
it keeps
leprechaun.
moving every time I get closer to it.
Right.
Be careful. You got to fight with the leprechaun when you get there.
Has
And then
anybody
you try
ever
and touch
chased a
it and you
rainbow?
can't and you get angry and wait a second, it's supposed to be this.
Has anybody ever literally chased a rainbow?
Yep, I have.
Yep.
With a
Me
sprinkler.
too.
I got to the end of it as well.
No, with the
to the end of the
car.
rainbow.
I mean, we were actually
I
literally
chased
chasing
it
a
in the
rainbow.
car. Yep, I
Yeah.
chased it in the car.
Field
And
of
I
view.
found the end of it, and I was very disappointed.
Did you find a
Interesting.
Because he found a
Never found
pile
the
of
end.
coal.
Oh, there was a pile of gold there, but when I got there, it disappeared.
It was coal.
No, it was gold, but
Too
it
cool.
disappeared.
Interesting answers on the what is government question. Rich, did I hear you correctly? You said meant equated to down fundamentally to mean a lie?
In French,
Did I hear
yeah.
you? In French,
Yeah.
that's what it means. Meant to mean this lie. Interesting. Interesting.
There's a I forget the in French. I forget the example. I don't know if it still does, but it did.
Has anyone read 1984?
What was that?
I've watched the film.
The book 1984. I haven't
Yeah,
seen the
yeah.
film.
Old Georgie boy.
And
He's good at rowing.
Yeah.
Orwell.
Which is funny. It was written in 1948, or at least published then, and he just switched the numbers to 1948. And then we have our good old Edward Bernays, the father of propaganda, who wrote the book on propaganda.
Well, he worked basically. He expanded on MK on the Tavistock Institute, didn't he? That was Bernays, wasn't it?
I don't know. All I know is he wrote a book, and that's how they started the first cigarette campaign.
Yeah.
To convince
And
you
also
that they were
eggs and bacon
good
for
for you.
breakfast.
Yeah,
Eggs
they
and
had
bacon
fried
for
in
breakfast was Bernays.
Barney
Edward
Flintstone on the
Bernays.
garage, smoking Winston.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
game
he
theory. They threw in game theory on that. That
well,
was
and
John. What's his name?
Engelmeimer Schmidt. His name is my name too.
John.
there's the guy that designed Dungeons and Dragons.
That's a great game, by the way.
Who came up with? He was the one that came up with game theory.
John. Something or other. They did a movie about him because he was schizophrenic, and he came up with the equations for game theory. I know his first name's John. A Beautiful Mind is the movie they made about him.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
So a little.
Is that the one they came up with the medication so he can think better or whatever, and then they couldn't come up with that medication anymore, and he went back the way he was?
No, they gave the guy electroshock therapy and everything.
Yes.
Trying to get him to divulge from his fantasies about giving information to dropping off packets of information. to
Oh,
the
that
government.
movie. All right. I was thinking of
Yeah,
different.
that guy.
I'm sorry.
I wish I could remember his name. But what they've basically done is they've weaponized all this stuff against us. You know, advertisement with Edward Bernays, and then they've used game theory to weaponize the advertisements, you know, to make them more potent, you know, and then with technology, they've basically got individualized ads for each person, you know, and now we're to the point where we even think about something or talk about something, it shows up in an ad. How do you think that happens?
Listening to you on your phones and stuff.
Tavistock has a lot to do with that, you know, but where did Tavistock come from? Remember all those scientists over there that
Well,
they brought over
there was supposed
here
to be. They
from
were
World War
supposed to be
II?
researching PTSD and stuff in it, and shell shock injuries from the First World War.
Adam in chat there.
Researching trauma and shit.
That's correct. At the same token, though, it doesn't mean that he's incorrect. That meant means lie in French.
And it's important because the parlia, it's taken from parler.
So speak.
Which is to speak, yeah. And
speak a lie. Yeah, that makes sense.
And obviously, if you, it's a term. If you're a pirate and you don't wish to be killed and you want to speak to the captain, you ask for parley.
Right.
And I learned that from.
I see the correlation there for sure. Yeah, and the merit. With the Latin one, though, I think that's important to also look at more of a root view, because that's a first language, right? It's before French, so I would take it that way too. I think that all is relevant when it comes to that. But just a little bit elaborate on that question of what is government. Is government a thing? Is it a noun? Is it a verb?
It's an
How about
entity.
looking at it like that? Is it an entity?
That's the way I look at it.
It's it's recognized as an entity now. The same way as a corporation is recognized as having all the rights of a
Corporation is-
human.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because corporations are now people.
All right. I didn't get the female's name here on the channel here, or on the panel. What's her name?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Paula.
Paula. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Yeah, I like your conversation. You're pretty intelligent. I like that.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Landry, how you doing? Have you ever done any narration? On my own channel, I have. Absolutely, sir. I've
corporation
read many books.
Is corporation really people, or is corporation in the minds of people?
It's dead.
Corpse.
Dead
Entity. Dead entity.
Right. It's a fiction, right? So, and this is the key. If we can get you to think in terms of that, now we got this thing called the corporate fail. And when you're looking for accountability or solution, it's back to those chasing phantoms thing, right? What are you going to do? Sue a corporation in a corporate conglomerate environment? Boy, do I got you by the balls if you're going in that direction.
Just as bad as they got us by the balls with the straw man.
That's government, mind control in that form. I'm controlling your mind because you're not doing it yourself.
Yeah, hold your balls.
So you've got us by the short and curlies.
Yep. Get out the shillelaghs.
What are shillelaghs?
Well, I'm a socialist, so I think that a lot of things that government do are good, but I understand there's some bad things that governments do. I'm not like.
How did I know that was coming? There's got to be a form of government.
What you got to,
Go ahead.
What you got to see is that the pursuit of capitalism is the opposite of a responsible way of life, and so it doesn't matter what you do if that's the stage that's setting the precedence for where you're going to go. You're done. So after that, it doesn't matter what kind of teams you want to call them, government, corporations, blah, blah, blah. It's just that's going to be the pursuit. The rest is going to be a distraction from objectively viewing, is this a healthy function and direction we're going down? And then you're going to loop it. That was the point.
Well, do you vote? Do you vote?
Nope.
Absolutely fucking.
I vote for me.
No. Yeah.
You vote with your money?
I really don't use money. Very seldom.
And NG is actually, he's a master Jedi. He's able to Jedi mind trick.
I'm a unicorn,
everywhere he goes, whatever it is that he needs, he manages to just say, "You will give me what I need," and they say, "Yes, no problem, sir." And they give it to him, whatever it is. He doesn't have to exchange money.
I vote with my lifestyle.
He exchanges golden nuggets of wisdom. Being a nude guru, obviously, he's able to distract with his nudification and pass on useful bits, golden nuggets of information, which, you know.
Wait, so how do you make? Sorry to say, but how do you make your living if you don't have money or
breathing?
You can get money for that?
Don't need it.
Well, there's people that believe in breatharians. You know, the people who think that you can breathe, you don't need food and you breathe.
Breatharian.
I'm already alive. See, the basis for your question was already assumptive. You assume that I'm relying on money, right? You're assuming that I'm relying on capitalism in this way of functioning for my sustenance of life. And so your question is already out of context of my lifestyle. It's a good question, though. If you really want, what you're really trying to ask is, how am I alive, right?
how do you sustain yourself? Where where do you live? And do you pay rent? And how do you sustain that? That's the real sort of question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
And your answer is, you go out foraging in the fucking woods and you pick it off the trees and the
berries.
I forage, I grow, I'm self-reliant and cooperate with other people who do the same. That's kind of it in a nutshell.
You're in a co-op.
Well, we're getting into labels now. There's quite a vast
compound.
There's quite a vast array of different people, and call them what you will, allies, friends, they're my family, you know. Like-minded individuals, and there's all different kinds of sort of fluid dynamics going on, and it's whatever works when it works, however long it needs to work. That's the way it works.
Right. Yeah, I don't like labels either.
Yeah, it's the opposite to this, you know, corporatocracy, constricted sort of one cookie cutter. This is the way it works, and you know, there's no room for experimentation and adjusting, and you know, you just have to follow orders like a parrot type thing.
Yeah, like go to school, get a job.
Yeah.
Work till you die.
Is it like a real community? Is there room for? Have you got room for a musician?
Oh, wow. Now that's the question. There's always room, but you're going to find, to the degree that the people that I collaborate with, the elitism is heavy. So to qualify, it's pretty strong. But there's also, that's not to discount yourself. There's also all kinds of different groups of people at all different stages of their own mindset, where there's a place for everybody if they want to seek out and look for it. That exists. You're just not going to find it in the cities, you know. And if you can't find one that really floats your boat, then I reckon there's always an opportunity to find people yourself and get some.
Oh shit! Fucking hell! I just burnt a huge, great big hole in my.
And I can help with that. I should actually point in directions to see that.
So I got involved with what I thought was an awakened group of people here, but it just turned out that they weren't, and they were getting suckered into some really fucking ridiculously stupid ideas that caused me to not pay much attention what was going on in that Telegram group anymore. I'm still a member of the group and everything, but I don't really pay too much attention to it because, in my opinion, they're all kind of, in a lot of respects, off in La La Land, still stuck in some kind of Steven Spielberg Hollywood fucking production, right? In their minds as to what's going on here,
right?
And trusting in charlatans, absolute, just complete, not even having the discernment to be able to see that some of these individuals were just opportunists.
Yeah,
like
and
taking advantage of an opportunity to take advantage of people's, you know, naivete.
Yeah, that happens all the time. And when you function in the way that I'm talking about, you don't even need the thought doesn't cross your mind to do that. It doesn't make sense. You don't need to, right? It just it's shooting yourself in the foot, and there's no point. One little thing to kind of answer as well to Sean a little bit further. Not that you didn't understand what I'm saying at all. You probably did, but we self-govern.
Anarchistic.
Oh, so you're like an eco-village.
Is it a true anarchistic society?
Well, call it what you will. We just we don't subscribe. Yeah, we don't subscribe to a one size fits all. We subscribe to what works is what's going to work, and we put health and cooperative function as the center stage. And nobody is more or less entitled to something than anybody else. Everybody's got the same need-based requirements. It's a help yourself way of functioning, and money and the idea of having to pay to access things is ridiculous. It's not in the equation.
Right, Here in the States, we got in New York, we got the Ithaca Eco Village. Down in Kentucky, we got the Garden. In Missouri, we've got the Dancing Rabbit Eco Village. We got a couple out in Oregon too.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different, people doing this type of thing in different places, and that's great. And there's all different ideologies as well that come into it.
I would not mind doing it.
Yeah, I think it's great. And some of them, here's the common denominator, right? Like you've heard me say probably. At first, I went on a couple expeditions worldwide to seek people who are doing this and find them, right? And I definitely discovered them, lots of them. But the biggest common denominator and the takeaway that's really important to understand is the key. The one thing that made the ones that are thriving versus the ones who struggle and ultimately fail is when you think that you can take that corporatocracy mindset into the equation and do that, you're done. The ones that thrive leave all that indoctrinative ideology off the palette, and they function in a cooperative sense instead of a competitive sense. And that doesn't mean that there's no challenges and it's a utopia. No, that's not the case. There's definitely, challenges. It just means that there's breathing room and a sense of initiative, taking responsibility for people to actually work together and not be hindered and atrophied to do so. And so it's much more functional and it's much more healthy.
Yep. The feeling of
so you're pretty self-sufficient.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's always good.
But it's a co-self-sufficiency, right? Like I'm totally fine on my own and I'm rather introverted mostly.
I do be alone.
Right. But I can be fluid and I also enjoy working in teams, and there's powerfulness with that, especially when it comes to mitigating aggressors, which could be animals, other humans, blah, 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 So understanding the dynamic there and choosing your allies wisely is the key for that as well.
I see myself earlier stage of that where I'm okay now. I've still got some shit to learn, right, about being by myself and that, but I'm okay with myself by myself, right? I'm not looking for another relationship to get into, and all that kind of stuff. There's other things to focus on, right?
Dom, quit doxing me.
Not shared. Here's a spaceship. Well,
yes, I'm a bona fide alien. I live on I have a UFO in the backyard. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Well, it's only a UFO because it's been unidentified to the general public. It's been around for a long time.
Yes, I'm very unidentified.
That form of
yeah. And there's two basis points for choosing the path. This way of self-governing. Number one was health. That's the thing that started off for me. But number two, and this is subjective to each individual, but I think there's an aspect of this second thing that's non-subjective, and that's morality. The two are intertwined together. You'll see that functioning in a non-moral way is very toxic and unhealthy. And so just ask yourself objectively, is the monetary system a healthy system, or is it a system of abuse? Is capitalism the art of exploitation? Is that right? And so when you look at these things that you're participating in objectively like that, and you question your own morality and willingness to participate, if you're a moral, sane person, the only logical thing to do is to stop participating in a system of abuse, right? It's like, why would I want to do that anymore? You have to come to terms with doing your due diligence and researching and knowing what you're participating in to understand that. And most people don't So a little bit, I like to be the balance of that equation and to encourage people to do that. Understand if you're going to participate in a system, you better know what you're participating in, because if you don't, there's a chance you're participating in a scam, and that scam might be on you just as well as other people.
I'm just gonna play the part of the fool for a second. No, mate, but what you saying that I got to read up on it? I mean, like,
I only bring suggestions.
I got things to do, dude. I got to work 9 to 5.
Oh, you're so busy participating. I know.
She wants me to do all the fuck. I got to do this, that.
You got to buy her Christmas presents. She's gonna cry.
I don't find any time for myself until 11 o'clock, and by then I'm knackered, mate. So I go to sleep, and then when I wake up, I got to go to work. I haven't got time for all this. Fucking look into it, do your own research, fucking due diligence palaver.
That's right, I got to make a living.
Can you not put it in some sort of pill or supplement?
Well, I can, but I don't. It's all stupid, it's all moronic, and it's all a scam. There's your pill.
Just something that I can add to my beer.
Do you want it with water, with fluoride, or
no? I just want to add it to my beer. Like an Alka-Seltzer you pop in your beer, but it doesn't over-fizz too much. Just some sort of... So some way you can inject all this knowledge into my brain so I don't have to bother reading it.
Yeah, I wish it was that simple. I really do. Unfortunately, it's not. But the good news is it doesn't actually deflate me to talk about it. It actually charges me. I can sit here and talk about it all day long, and whoever wants to gather the wisdom from it... they get to benefit.
So, they tell us the truth, right? The truth in fiction, right? They're telling us the truth all the time. The Matrix, nothing but truth bombs, that one, right? Did you know that it might actually be true, that you might actually be able to have all that knowledge injected into your brain, like a download from a
Are you saying I need to be the first one to sign up to Neuralink so you guys can all have my experience?
Well, I've got this buddy, right? I've got this buddy, and he's working on this thing. Yeah.
It's funny because there's a lot of capitalists that think like you. Like Elon Musk is a good example of. There's a lot of rich people who think outside the system, who think alternatives.
There's people like Noah There's people like Noah Harari that think that the human consciousness can be fucking hacked now, like a computer. And we are basically just software operating on this antiquated biological hardware that's just so outdated, man. And there hasn't been an intelligent thought, like, since if we were created, then what's God been doing? Nothing. But us humans we're working out how to transfer consciousness into a fucking pen. So, pen drive.
Did he talk about Eon Star?
Talking about Noah Harari. He's Klaus Schwab's butt cleaner.
Yeah,
he gets the Klingons off of Klaus Schwab's ass when he's at a big, evacuation of waste. Noah Harari's there, like when like one of those fish that swims on the bottom of sharks, right? Picking all the bits off. He's like a little weasel that just swims around Klaus Schwab's nether regions picking off his Klingons.
He's the one that took over for Klaus.
Well, I kind of agree with the World Economic Forum. They're quite eco-conscious, but I don't know about their world government stuff.
Oh, goodness. Is this an infiltrator?
I'm sorry.
There's some theory that is, yeah.
But
it is
you're
a gas.
just fucking trolling us, Sean. Part of me thinks that you're just actually trolling
I'm
us.
serious. I mean, there's a lot of people think like me. I'm not the only one. I'm probably the majority nowadays. A lot of people are environmentally conscious and all that.
Okay.
The WEF.
While they drive petrol cars.
Yeah. The WEF is not environmentally conscious. It's far from that.
Well, if they want to kill everybody with their vaccines and their environmental stuff. That
We're not saying that's what they're trying to do. That's not what they're trying to do. YouTube. We're not saying that's what they're trying to do. YouTube. But you keep taking it to these crazy extremes, right? But what we're talking about is a group of men that want control, and they're not really too bothered about the consequences of what they do to get control. They don't really care too much how many people are actually really hurt and suffer as a result of it, because they're not kind of interested in that, because they're up on the top, because they're so fucking intelligent. And it's only right that they're at the top and in control of everything, because they have superior brains.
They're kind of not wrong, because, if you got massive amounts of people who are just willing to hand over.
I am the master of the universe. So I'm kind of not wrong about that either. I'm the master of my universe.
Except, are people listening to you?
Are all part of my universe, and I am your master. In my mind's eye. Right? Listen, I'm in a really silly mood because I've been streaming for 7 hours. And I haven't eaten anything yet, and I'm hungry,
because you were over there with Flo State too.
Nobody sent me any fucking money. Sorry,
dude.
That's a joke.
My bank account is disappeared.
All right, well, I'll let you go, guys. Okay, nice conversation.
Thanks
for being here, Sean.
It is a nice conversation. Sure.
Come back.
I apologize. I am really surprised that some of the things that you say are really surprising to me, just because of how I feel about it, right? My own ego getting triggered. I think you're an awesome guy, man, and I appreciate having you here, so don't be a stranger. And,
I'm trying not to trigger people. I try and say the truth that hurts in a nice way, but, it kind of doesn't work all the time.
You're good.
My truth.
Hey, you're good. You're good.
Well, it's a
I
matter
was the same
of
way when I was younger.
whose version of truth that you're taking,
He's searching. That's
Did
good.
you just say I'm the same way when I was young? How old do you think I am, Sean?
You said it before. I think 55 or something.
That's even better. No, I'm 48. Yeah. But yeah, I thought for a second then that you were suggesting that I was younger than you. But
all right,
that's
bye.
Cool. Anyway, take care, man. Have a great day. And
you too. Merry Christmas.
More fucking power to the Irish, and it's just a shame that the weather wasn't better over there. Otherwise, I'd definitely consider living there. Like if Southern Ireland had the climate of Tenerife, I would be itching to live there. 'Cause Irish girls, man.
Yep. Yeah, we're pretty lucky here in this country. Hopefully we'll stay that way, but you never know what's going on. Anyway, don't want to talk about it. Or bye.
Ciao, mate. Take care. That was Sean, everybody. Proof that this is not an echo chamber. Are you Sass, are you impressed with how I dealt with that? Irish ladies are fucking beautiful and gorgeous and awesome.
Well, thank you.
There's beautiful ladies all around the world.
Especially when they've got green eyes, right? Green eyes and red hair, or even black hair. Right, it's the blue-haired ones that you will need to avoid. But that's just a blanket thing generally. Try and avoid blue-haired women with nose rings. With the septum nose ring.
Yep, gotta avoid those kind. I agree.
Are you gonna join us? You cocky Asian. Are you gonna?
The Asian persuasion.
That could be a character, couldn't it? The cocky Asian Sasquatch.
Sasquatch.
Is Sasquatch out there? Tell him, come on up.
Well, you say that, cheeky sprite, but see, I showed her earlier, my sort of, the girl that dings all the bells for me is not redheaded. And I think she's got brown eyes, but I don't care. Right, it's not a deal breaker. Eye color.
You like an intellectual pretty lady. We know it.
A what? An intergalactic what?
Intellectual, smart.
An intellectual. No, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not really intellectual, really, myself. I'm just thoughtful and philosophical, and I might have a degree of intelligence, right? But that doesn't mean I'm intellectual, and it doesn't mean that I'd want an intellectual,
Well,
especially
you know what
now
I
if she just, especially now if she. What I'd like is a girl that's awake, and wants to get away from the system, and that that girl is living practically off grid. You know, in a little hut that she's converted herself. She was living in a tent. Before that, she was living in a fucking Land Rover, and she went to Oxford University and got a degree and shit, and she's educated. Her English is perfect now. Like, she's not obviously originally from England. She speaks English. But yeah, she just one day suddenly found it all kind of repulsive and just wanted to go out on her own into the wilderness. Like, she went out to the furthest places, like the most remote places on this earth, went out there to see if she could just do it and survive for a week or something, you know? Out to fucking Siberia, drove all the way from one side of the Americas all the way up to the other, you know, from the furthest south.
I'll do that
to the
without the
furthest
vehicle.
north.
Show me that.
She did, yeah. Oh no, she was doing it with her Land Rover.
Yeah. That's
although
an experience to be had, a little bit cheating, but it's good to cheat.
But come
I
on,
cheat a lot.
She's this girl that started doing it. I think she was in her 20s when she started doing it, maybe her early 30s. And just went and fucking took off from the other side of the world, like from Europe.
Yeah.
Went over to America, right down to South America, or went right up to the north. I can't remember where she started. And just started driving all the way down, all the way through, fucking cross the borders, right through South America, all the way down to the bottom. Like, fair play, man. Fair fucking play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I advocate for that cheating part, you know. I do it myself a lot.
There's another girl that drives everywhere on her fucking motorbike called Itchy Boots. She's not as like, I'm not as attracted to her, but I think she's fucking awesome because of where she goes. You're like all through Turkmenistan and Afghanistan and fucking riding all around there on a proper cross country bike, you know. Really cool. No fear. I think that's what I respect. That's what
Absolutely.
I like, you know.
You know, it's important to do this, and if you're going to detox, right? Detox holistically, and you're going to go through a lot, and it's going to be challenging, and that's when you need to get through that. A lot of people will fold because it's very intense, but that's the point.
Yeah.
Because you're really left in isolation a little bit to confront nothing but you and your bullshit, right? Which isn't going to cut it anymore. You know, there's no faking it.
Meditate and wake up, people.
What are you trying to say? You trying to say I'm full of shit? You trying to say I'm full of shit?
Does it matter what I say?
Fucking.
I kind of know what he means in a way, because when Eli died, it's like we were a couple, so you did couples things. Couples things where you're invited to couples things. You don't get invited anymore. So you wind up spending a whole lot of time alone. So I learned how to
I think people are way out of balance with that. They don't spend enough time alone. Nowhere near it.
Was that your last marriage? Because you've been married three. You've been married 3 times.
Yeah, but my fiance showed up on my doorstep, which men usually wind up showing up on my doorstep. I've never been to a bar to pick up a guy, but Eli showed up in 2001. My
Is it
third marriage
is it
ended
because of your
in
milkshake?
1997. Because I'm a what?
Because your milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. They're like, I'm sorry, I'm just referencing that song, that stupid song from a few years ago. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Because you're saying that you didn't go out. Men used to just come to your doorstep. What were you doing, Paula? What was enticing these men, like moths to a flame, to your doorstep? How did they know you? How did they know it was your doorstep?
Word of mouth kind of gets around because I was kind of pretty when I was younger, and people kind of watch you and they kind of follow you and they kind of stalk you and they kind of wind up knowing where you live. And then,
Yeah.
and then
So you were a hottie. You were a
I
hottie when you were
hid
younger.
a lot. I hid a lot.
You were a hiding hottie.
Yeah, well, when guys have a
You would
tendency
have
to
done
look at
well.
you
You
like
would
a
have
piece
done
of
well in a
meat,
Muslim country.
oh hell no.
Yeah.
No, I'm too
Well, yeah,
strong
but
and
you get to
independent.
cover your face all day, in a hijab, and then it's just your eyes.
No.
I argue that actually makes it worse in a
She's
lot
got
of
some
ways.
sexy eyes there. Oh yeah, nice ankle.
Well, the eyes are the window to the soul, aren't they? But so you said you got children?
Mm-hmm.
Boys,
Ex
girls?
number one and ex number two. Two sons.
You didn't have any daughters?
No. I think one of the three that I miscarried between the two was the daughter because the day before I miscarried, I had this dream where I was in the clouds, and we were flipping somersaults in the clouds and above the pine trees, and then next day, I miscarried. And so I
Sorry
think
about
that one
that.
would have been a girl.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sorry about
okay.
that, man.
It's all right. Having two sons was enough. If I would have had 5 children, my life probably would have been a lot different.
Yeah. More
It's
Christmas,
weird 'cause
Grandma.
my mum had
Thank you.
twins at one point. I think it was after me. She got pregnant with twins, and or it's after my sister. At some point, she got pregnant with twins, and then she miscarried. But there was an egg stuck in her womb or something. In
Fallopian
the
tube.
fallopian tube. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Something went wrong anyway. I think it was before my sister because they weren't. I don't know. I'll have to check this with my mum. I haven't talked to her about it for such a long time. They were told they'd find it more difficult to have children, but then they had my sister, so that my sister was treasured. She was a little treasured little gift,
Well, princess.
Yeah. Yeah, never set a fucking foot wrong.
I was the little princess that knew every tool in the toolbox, though. I was the youngest. There would have been one 4 years younger than me, but Mom, she was stillborn. So, but my mom would have had 11 children if all of us would have lived, and she wound up with 5. So I don't know whether it's some sort of genetic thing, but
Yeah.
I was 4 months pregnant before I even went to the doctor when I was pregnant for my second son, and he was born 9.5 years after my first son. So I wasn't using birth control. I didn't think there was a point, if I couldn't carry it to term, and then when he was born, it's like, wow, I can't believe this actually happened. But I'm so
Isn't that
thankful
more
because he's
likely
wonderful.
that's more likely to happen with boys, isn't it? Because you put more weight on with girls. Women put more weight on with girls when they get. So I heard. I don't know how true it is. I know that my
I don't
sister
know.
put
I
a
gained
heck
50
of a lot of
pounds
weight
with
on.
each one. I gained 50 pounds with my first one. I lost all of it.
I'm
I
English. I
gained
don't know
50.
what that is in stone. Well,
Can
I don't know what
anybody
50
can
pounds is
anybody
in stone.
translate 50 pounds into
Into stones
kilos or something?
or kilos. Kilos of work. Stones or kilos. I work in both. It's just the kilos is grams and kilograms. I don't know about this pounds thing. Pounds comes into
Is a form of money.
Yeah, I go
ounces,
pounds
isn't it?
a bit.
And then with the second one, I lost a little bit of the weight, but I only got down to like 165 instead of my 125 that I was with the first one. So then it's been an interesting ordeal from then on. So but I'm cool with how things turned out. I'm relatively happy. I'm sitting here talking with you know some people that I really like.
We like you
And
too, Paula.
well, thank you. I think you guys are some fine fellas.
Max
You
sat
know.
there going crazy now because he's desperate to know what you look like. Because now he said that you're a hottie when you're young, and so obviously you're going to still be a bit of a hottie, even if you're
No.
61.
No.
You know?
Not anymore.
I mean, look at
I
Madonna.
tell you what, sooner or later I'll go online with my backup cell phone and maybe I'll show my face.
Just go to Glamour Shots.
Hell
Remember that
no,
from the 80s?
I'm allergic to
She's
makeup.
going to show us her OnlyFans, folks. Get ready for it.
No. But I do have the reddish color of hair because I had a redheaded grandmother, Grandma Conley, who was
Get the redhead stepchild.
Irish.
Is that? Would you say that you were? What's it called? Oh God, not brunette.
I have red, blonde, and brown in my hair, so it's kind of a weird mixture.
My wife's got the
There's-
brown in.
I'm sure there's a term for the color hair where it's like a deep red.
Auburn.
You can see it.
Auburn.
Auburn,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm definitely not an Auburn.
Right.
It's hard to describe because one of my friends in high school, they were looking at my hair one day because we were sitting out in the sun. It was gym class, and they were like, "What color is your hair?" And I said, "I don't know." They say it's
Depends
brown
what
on
the
my
light's
driver's
doing.
license.
Depends
Yeah.
what the light's doing. Depends what the sun's doing. How long
Yep.
you've been out in it. In the summer, my hair always goes blonder. Right? It went dark when I was in my teens. I was white blonde when I was born, right up until I was 10, 11 years old, and then it sort of started going darker as I got older. But I still had highlights. And when I went out in the sun, when we went on holiday, my hair just went blonde. But a darker blonde than when I was younger. And now, everywhere that's grey, everywhere that's white or grey, was blonde. All the parts of my hair that highlighted when I was younger, that highlighted in the sun. Now they're just grey or silver or white.
Like, for instance, the brunette people, if they lived on a desert island, and they just got a lot of salt in the water stuff, their hair will eventually turn like an orange or reddish color.
I can't explain my hair color.
It's all
One
right.
of my friends tried to explain it when I was in high school, and they couldn't figure it out.
I saw this one short video about a girl getting her hair coloured, right? And I don't necessarily agree with hair colouring, but this haircut, it was a piece of art that this guy did with her hair, and it was called the Phoenix, and her hair looked like, it was like a fucking phoenix. It was brilliant. but very dramatic. Have you got like a natural phoenix thing going on?
I have no idea because I haven't colored my hair in like 30 some odd years, about 35 years. Because I decided I wanted to let it grow out, and then if you color it and you let your hair grow out, then you're perpetually coloring. And I didn't want to be a slave to a bottle of hair color.
Yep.
My
mother-in-law.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt in my 30s when about
Fighting the
like,
grave.
still putting highlights in my hair, extra added highlights in my hair, and just thought that this is really silly.
My wife is fighting the grays.
I have a gray streak.
Yeah. My
I
mother-in-law
wish.
said, forget it. She's all gray now.
I wish that when I was in my 20s that I had as much, like my hair's still really sparse on my face, my facial hair, but I've got a lot more hair now than I had when I was in my 20s, but it's all fucking white and grey, right? So I never had a dark beard or anything, you know, like proper beard. It's just one, it's not a regret, right? But it's just something that I wish I'd experienced. I'm not going to use Just for Men and colour my salt and pepper silver fox beard, right? I'm just going to embrace the fact that, okay, I've got more of a beard now than when I was in my 20s, and it's silver, but I'm just going to own it, right? So obviously I'm just naturally wise. I'm a wise man because I just, you know, that's why I've got this colour hair so early, only 48 years old.
I decided I wasn't going toad kissing, so, you know, it's like I dress my own way, I do my own thing, you know. Sometimes I cut my hair, sometimes I let it grow, you know, and I do what I feel like doing. I do what I want to do, you know,
And if you
and
don't
that
like
is
it, lump it.
That
right.
right.
That's the biggest freedom there is, you know, because I've tossed away a lot of the bullshit that women are supposed to do this, that, and the other. I said to hell with it.
One of the best things about having the mental condition that I have, this like sort of strange condition, is that when people say things, sometimes it just triggers things in my mind, in my mind's eye, right? And so when you said something, and straight away, I had Eric Cartman, pop up in my head, go, "I do what I want."
They told me I had bipolar and schizophrenia, so.
And ADHD.
No, they didn't tell me I had that. They just said bipolar schizoaffective, which is a schizophrenic thing. It's just a bunch of labels. Well, I'm down to 2 pills off of all the bullshit they had me on, so it's like fuck them. Because I take a
Those same day
Postlan.
people told me not to lie while they were lying to me too. So you know they did us a favor.
Yeah,
Those day people.
yeah, actually they did. They gave us the freedom to
They made it
learn.
clear.
Yeah.
Parents don't really fully appreciate the how they lay the foundations for all of that when they say you should not lie. You should always tell the truth. Now, have you written your letter to Santa Claus? And if you lie, Santa Claus will know.
Right.
And he'll put you on his naughty list. Do not ever lie, okay? Make sure you never lie. It's fucking laughable, isn't it? Really.
Might as well put Santa Claus in the fucking triangle.
But we take part in it because it feels there's something wholesome. It has something like this wholesome feel about the excitement, you know, the kids getting really excited, and that's because children, when they're young, they're easier to fool with magic tricks and stuff, and magic's just way more real.
Your ego gets excited about looking in a box and seeing what's in there.
dude, my ego got excited about waking up in the morning with a huge, great big fucking pile of presents at the end of the bed, all different shapes and sizes. But I always knew that once I'd opened my, like, I was
all
always
wrapped
going to
with
have somewhere,
ribbons and bows.
somewhere
and...
in those gifts, I was going to have all the things that I'd asked for. I knew that there were some things that I just needn't bother even asking for, because if I did ask for them, I wasn't going to get them, and then I'd just be disappointed. So I knew the boundaries, right? I knew the limits. Like, I know I could only go to this far in the catalogue and to only these particular brands. And no, I cannot have these brands, and I couldn't have these things. Like, I had to be realistic about what I was asking for. But I was pretty good at that when I was a kid. We used to get the Argos catalogue, and I'd just sit there and scour through it while I was watching the adverts on the cartoon, during the cartoons, offering all these things like Transformers and fucking Mask and Venom and action figures, right? Toy guns and Lego and all of that crap. I want the new space station Lego. I want the new new lunar rover thing with Lego, and I want the mechanics thing. Actually, I never asked for mechanics. I always wanted Lego.
I finally got what I wanted one Christmas. I mean, Christmas for me as a child always seemed anticlimactic because once all the gifts are open, what do you do? Where do you start?
You fight over them.
It's funny how quickly it's like, which one do I play with first, right? And then you end up playing with your favorite toy the most, and all the other toys just kind of get shoved to the side and forgotten. And all you're really interested in is what sweets you had, and you sit there and you eat your sweets. And for me, it was like computer games. Once computer games were a thing, and I had my Commodores, and my Amstrad CPC 464. And has anybody seen that they've just re-released the Commodore 64?
And 28.
It's called the Commodore 64 Ultimate, and it's see-through, and it's got it's a coloured keyboard. It's got bulbs in there that change colour, and it changes the colour of the keyboard. But it plays everything completely in the old style of the Commodore C64.
I'll give you $100 bill. You give me one. We'll call it even, and we can get what we want. Merry Christmas.
That's just like my family.
Right, you give me $100 bill, and I'm going to give you one. You saucy.
That's exactly what it's like with my family.
Right, God, I cost a lot more than 100, sir. I'm not going to give you one for 100. Bloody hell!
I give out 600. I get 600 back.
Well, mine's going to be a peso. Yours is going to be a pound, so we're good.
It depends what. I mean, I'll give you a quick bloody one too, if that's what you're after.
I could give you rupees.
Well, I'll step in the ring for 100 with you, but I ain't giving you one.
Just give Christmas.
Y'all both really had a good life. It's like when I was a little girl, I didn't get to ride on that fire truck. I grew up, and my fiance that died, he was on the fire department. He got me on the fire department, and I drove a fucking fire truck. So,
Go on. This is fucking action woman that we've got right here.
My mother's philosophy of giving gifts. Go on.
No, go on. You go, hurry on. Your mum's philosophy of giving gifts.
And I kid you not, she did this with everybody. She bought them what she wanted, so that when they complained and gave it back, she kept them.
Yep.
I bought my son a set of gloves for Christmas.
And then made him feel guilty, right, for complaining about a gift.
Right. I mean, it was the same thing with my girlfriend, though. Like I bought her an Xbox One for her birthday, and she got really mad at me and said, "What on earth would I want that for?" and gave it back to me. Oh, it's not my fault she didn't want it. I've got a nice Xbox One, though. That didn't happen. It's a fictional situation. I'm just trying to be funny. Like I said, I'm in a funny mood.
Kind of in a really chill mood right now. I'm
you can
sitting
all
here
laugh
drinking
now.
beer, smoking a cigarette.
I didn't do what I intended to do earlier. There was this thing I intended to do earlier to make those moments just so much more effective. Hang on.
Oh, he's doing
despite,
that, Paul.
Despite the fact that none of you laughed, I am one of the funniest men on YouTube.
Sounds like you're in an insane asylum.
You don't have to be crazy to be here.
What was your first clue?
It definitely helps.
Absolutely.
Did you think that this was a sane asylum?
Yeah, just point to where sanity is for me. Show me what it looks like, please.
I'd like to see that too. I mean, I got to have fun over the weekend, you know.
We're
Driving
all
my
in the
friend's
asylum.
truck
What?
and stuff.
Like some people call it a matrix, some people call it planet Earth. I just call it the asylum.
I'm glad I'm in good company. Thank you.
We're glad of your company. Thank you, Paula. It's a nice way to spend a Monday. Chatting with the likes of yourself. It was
nice spending time with you and meeting MacGyver over there, and it's always a pleasure hanging out with Guru. I learned so much from Guru. I really do. And Dom, he disappeared on us, but he's a lot of fun too. And then even Sean was kind of fun too. You know, I don't have to agree with him, but I think he wants things to be good. You know,
Yeah.
and that in itself is admirable.
He's coming from a good place for good reasons.
He's just naive still.
Yeah.
Yeah, like incredibly but only. I guess that's just an opinion based on what my ego's decided to be the truth, or more true than what we've been told. Right, my absolute.
He hasn't figured out petrol as a scam yet. He'll get there, I think. He's objective enough to get there. He's just gotta.
He hasn't. Yeah, or that the institutions are a bit of a scam. All of the institutions.
Well, that's all the people promoting this scam.
The medical institution, the education.
Yeah.
You know, institutions for all education. It's all been over many years, but particularly over the last 120 years, it has been. Really...
He didn't negate though the other parts when I said capitalism and money and the monetary system is abuse and scam. He didn't reject that, which was interesting. I was thinking he might.
He stated he was a socialist.
Right. He did, but that's going to be subjective too in an individual's mind.
I think that's based on what the real ideals of socialism are, not what it gets turned into or how it's used by people. He's one of the people like socialism is a good thing. It just hasn't been implemented in the right way. It's been taken advantage of. The idea is, I have to admit that there's some ideas that the way I think things are. Or the way I agree things could be, like with large populations, there's something. It has something in common with some aspects of socialism, like like benefits for people that can't work and stuff, and healthcare system and helping people that can't work. I think they're just systems that have been abused, really, really badly abused. And the trouble is, how do you police those systems to stop them being abused without becoming?
I got newsflash for you.
Communist.
The system itself is the abuse. It's the
Right.
people, the way that they're functioning. So
Because
it's not a matter of stopping it. It's a matter of people shifting their way of functioning.
Right.
Guru, you said something earlier about people being moral.
Mhm.
Now, the way we base our systems and everything is upon the assumption that people will be moral and of good character.
Yeah, there's
But
a lot of that. Hmm.
and
Can I just
Sean,
want to sorry,
go
I
ahead.
just need to pause everybody because I don't want to keep him waiting too long in the background. We've just been joined by somebody that I haven't seen for ages. I haven't seen you for ages, Brandon. Where have you been? Brandon is a lovely guy.
Don't lose your train of thought, Paul. We'll come back.
Don't lose your train of thought, but I just you'll understand when I introduce Brandon to the panel. How you doing?
Hello.
my friend? How are you?
How when was the last time we met?
It was a couple of months ago, I reckon, at least.
And
a
I
good few
think
months ago.
you pretty much remember subbing to me.
Say that again.
I think I remember you subbing up to me.
I think that was ages ago. That was last year sometime, Brandon. I think.
What about the other people on here?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody else has subbed to you.
Domancha said Looney needs a Felix on his channel. I did upload him. I think I did had one last year. Right.
Sorry, Dom. I'm due for an oil change, and I can hover a little higher for you.
Did the other people on here? Did the other people on here did?
Well, the thing is, Brandon, we're kind of having a conversation right now, quite an in-depth conversation about stuff. And I wanted to just bring you on to say hi, and it's good to see you, and thanks for stopping by. But
Calvin moderator wrench.
No, I'm not. I don't just give out moderator wrenches, dude. You have to be. There's all kinds of things like.
Christmas is only a couple days away.
I took ages. I took lots of wrenches away, and I gave some back, but I've been a bit more frugal with the whole wrench thing because not everybody needs a wrench. It doesn't matter, and you're a good guy, so nobody's gonna. People are good on my channel as well. They're nice people on my channel, so they're not gonna be idiots. But a lot of people don't really. Some people that don't know you, Brandon, they obviously.
Maybe which can you post Looney Tunes channel?
Do you
want
to just introduce yourself to the people, because there's a lot of people here that don't know who you are.
I'm the Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000. The last 4 digits of my username is my birth year.
Hi,
And
Brandon. Nice to meet you.
Did you sub up to me?
Sub up to me first.
If you drop a
Amy,
link
can you post Looney channel and chat for him?
Just 1 second. So one of my mods. Have I got any mods in the? No, I'm gonna come in after. I'm gonna have to come in and do this myself, aren't I? Where are you?
Uh-oh. Richie's got to do work.
Gotta do it myself. I mean, Jesus, you just can't get the staff these days.
Or
Rich,
you're the king of mod
trying to run a
privilege there,
business.
Rich.
I'm trying to run a business here.
Yeah.
People. They're just
Thanks,
they just
Rich.
sat on their asses. They ain't doing nothing. Right, hang on. I'm trying to find your comment, dude. There you are. Right. Let me go to your channel there.
Do you have a favorite Looney Tune character?
Do I have a favorite Looney Tune character? Yeah, I think we talked about this before, man. I like Wile E. Coyote. Wile E. Coyote was always one of my favorite characters.
This thing called human being, that's my favorite movie character.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
yeah. Did he ever?
Nude Guru is one of my favorite Looney Tunes.
I did type in the chat. If I had a rant, I'll put my YouTube channel right there.
Here you go. I'm just putting it right there, right now. This is Brandon's channel.
Yes.
Do you review Looney Tune cartoons, or is it just you just
Yes,
put
we
up your
can
favorite
plan on
ones?
going live in about half an hour.
Brilliant. Okay, mate. Well, I'm probably not going to catch you live, but I'll do my best to come over and have a listen on the.
Looks like Double O put my channel right there. And does the other people on here have a favorite?
MacGyver, what's your favorite Looney Tune character? Mac's gone to the toilet or something. Paula?
Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah,
Tasmanian Devil.
Go on. Yes. Oh, I forgot about Taz. Shit, I forgot about Taz. But this is why I don't like choosing my favourite of anything, Brandon. I don't like choosing my favourite song, my favourite band, my favourite food, my favourite drink. I don't like choosing my favourite anything because I don't like to single one thing out as being my favourite, because at different times, like sometimes if I see Taz is the best. He's brilliant, man. He's hilarious. The fact that he doesn't actually say any words, but he makes right? It's brilliant. It's bloody hilarious, and like the way he destroys everything. But Wile E. Coyote is also hilarious, and he doesn't speak either, which is funny. But he doesn't make any noise at all, does he? There's just the noise of him falling and stuff, or when a rock drops on his head or whatever. But he doesn't actually make any noise himself. Right? Bugs Bunny is kind of cool because he's the way he is with Elmer Fudd.
I used to hang out with Taz low.
But Paula, who's your favorite?
I have two. Yosemite Sam and Bugs Bunny. Because Yosemite Sam, he's fearless and he likes guns. And then Bugs Bunny, because he's a rascally rabbit and he's always figuring a way out of things one way or another.
He's a smart cookie. And he kind of mocks. I like the way he mocks, like Elmer Fudd and stuff. But Elmer Fudd's comical.
Be very quiet. And a lot of people even think I have the best channel.
Say that again, mate.
A lot of people think I have the best channel.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility, Brandon. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's probably. Do you know what? Your channel's probably better than mine because
Your sub count is 1,060.
more entertaining. 1,000.
My channel is a swearing-free channel.
Yeah, you've probably got more subs than me and everything, dude. You're probably going to do better than I am.
Yes, my sub count is 55, 52.
It's much more light-hearted and amusing. My channel's a little bit.
And back on Friday, I was on the WSIC radio station.
Right. That's cool.
Nice to meet you, Brandon.
I do have a clip of it on my channel.
That's cool as well. Listen, Brandon, it's been great to speak to you, my friend.
Do you know what this character is?
Don't be a stranger. But we want to carry on with our conversation, and it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult.
Thanks for putting my channel link.
Well, yeah, no problem at all, my friend.
Brandon.
Yeah, you should have hopefully at least 5 or 6 new subscribers by now already. Hopefully, I subbed to you, so it's I was already subbed to you though. But,
but about the other 3 people on here?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I can't go into their brains and make them go and do it themselves. That's something that they've got to do by themselves. But I'm sure that they will. But don't take it personally if you don't get. I've got 20 people. If I've got 20 people watching right now, and it would be great if you could get 20 more subscriptions today. But don't worry about it if you don't, because YouTube like to dishearten people that are doing something good, right? They like people doing things that don't help everybody else, and that's who they promote. And they don't promote the people that do good and help people, you know. And so YouTube might be hiding you in the algorithm.
2 more has been added. I get a lot more stuff from going. I get keep big amount of stuff going on. Brand new panels. Any panels.
Well, it's a good. I mean, that's a good way to get some new subscribers, man. To go on to panels and
I look at
yourself.
that new channels. I look up that if I go on a brand new panel. I look up that new channel, see if the channel is good enough for me to jump on.
Well, the thing is, sometimes it's there are good times to jump up on panels, and sometimes there's people that that are good to jump up with, right? And there's other panels that
Gets
might be
triple
better to
X
stay away
or
from.
18 plus,
That-
21 plus.
Yeah, they say lots of swear, but I mean, I swear a lot on my channel. My channel is actually marked as not suitable for under 18s. So
What's your current age?
I'm 48.
I'm 25.
Well, that's older than 18, so you're all right. But like I said, it's been great talking to you, Brandon. But I'm gonna drop you backstage so that we can carry on our conversation. What we were talking about. It's been really good talking to you, mate. And
No
Merry
problem.
Christmas. Merry Christmas. I don't know if you
In
celebrate
3 more
Christmas.
days.
Yep.
So I've now said that. I'm hyped for Santa Claus.
Yep. We were talking about Santa earlier, so you have a great Christmas, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Don't be a stranger. I'll see you again another day. I'm going to be here probably every day this week.
Okay.
So, all right. Take care, my friend.
You gonna highlight my channel?
I'll drop a link to your channel again. All right. No worries. Take it easy. All right.
Take it easy.
Bye.
It reminds me of my nephew, but my nephew isn't quite up to his par.
Just give me 1 second, dude. I'm just copying it right now. And I'll pop it in your... There we go. There's a link to Brandon's channel. Please go and sub up and watch a couple of his videos and give him a like. He's a lovely guy. And he's got some brilliant content there with Looney Tunes, because you cannot go wrong with Looney Tunes. All right? Looney Tunes has been amusing us for generations. And we could argue the reasons for it, right? There's all kinds of reasons behind it. The deeper messages that they were trying to... We could talk about the deeper message between Tom and Jerry and the housekeeper. She wasn't even the owner of the house. She was the housekeeper. And the fact that really Jerry was only alive because Tom was the cat right after him, because Tom really didn't want to really kill him, because the moment he killed him, it meant that he wouldn't really be needed anymore, right? It was all in the interest
They'd be out of money.
of Jerry that Tom was the cat, because the owner might
and for a while they were friends.
Right. Well, they were friends, really. At the end of the day, they were always kind of friends. And they always ended up smoking a cigarette together or something, like...
Yeah. There's like 2 different themes of that. One was with Droopy, and then one without Droopy, and they were cat and mouse type thing. But then another where they were both allies. Anyway, I don't know why I know that. It's terrible.
But yeah, I like that you know what I'm talking about, though. You know,
I was a child.
The fact that they, they could have got the dog.
Yeah.
Right, the bulldog could have come and just chomped up on Jerry. No problem. But mind you, wasn't he friends with Jerry, or did Jerry torment him pretending to be Tom so that the bulldog would attack Tom? I can't really remember.
I can't remember either.
Good cartoons, though, man.
So the question you were trying to ask earlier, well, something to do with the morality.
Right. We assume that, well, I'll put it from personal experience. When I left my parents' house and got married and moved to Virginia, I assumed wrongly that everybody had the same morals, principles, and character that I had. And we kind of assume that with people we elect for offices. And in a perfect world, those people would be honorable, good people. But
Well,
in
in a
this
perfect world, people would be honorable, and you wouldn't need to elect other people.
Exactly. Yeah. But then,
and that's the thing. This idea that doing that is going to solve anything is where the biggest self-delusional gaslight happens. That doesn't solve anything. That makes it worse because you're delegating responsibility away.
Exactly.
You're not holding yourselves accountable. So fake. There's a lot of fake virtue going on. It kind of ties into the other thing a little bit to the gaslight I was mentioning earlier with the whole Republic scam, all that kind of stuff. A lot of people assume, it's another assumption when it comes to this, that this word public means them. That's where you couldn't be more off your rocker, really. Now there's a consensus assumption to that. Most people in the context would refer to the public as just general people, but when it comes to this government thing and the corporatocracy, it's the complete opposite. It's their public, their republic, and that's what they're referring to. That's what they're always referring to, and that's what they've been referring to by design. And don't ever forget that the original people in the U.S., and I'll just mention the U.S. because it's commonly talked about, but it's basically the same narrative in all nations. These beloved founding fathers that a lot of people cherish and worship were not freedom fighters. They were slave owners.
The USSR, just remind me what that stood for again? The United Soviet Socialist Republic. Was that right?
I think something like that.
Republic. Isn't that what it stands for?
Yeah, I think so. And there's a republic.
Either socialist. Excuse me. Either socialist, Soviet, or Soviet socialist.
Yeah, it's all corporate terms, right? And so you see it too with the police. That's another corporate term, policy, right? This is all
policy.
Yeah, it's all corporatocracy.
That's what they're fucking called here, is policy.
Yeah, it's a policy enforcement. It's not a peacekeeper. It's a policy enforcer, FORCE, right? Enforcement officer, right? They're enforcing policy on it's slavery. That's all it is. Just a branded version of it. And
they're revenue connectors, basically.
Yeah, of course. For their
I gotta get taken off, guys. Yeah, I gotta get taken off. Sorry.
No worries, dude.
Take care, MacGyver.
Peace.
Which a lot of people think too that just because you pay taxes, that means that, or just because you vote, that means that you're in charge, or that they're your servant. No. Those are pimp fees.
No longer in charge because you gave your charge by way of vote. That was your charge. You were in charge. You gave that charge by way of vote to some dickhead being driven around in the back of a fucking Lexus.
Right. And they're not your servant. You don't have
And you
servants.
have nothing in common with them.
And you're not their employer either, just because you pay taxes.
It's a lovely idea that they've told us that they're public servants.
Well, and they're not lying when they say that. They just, if you assume that you're the public they're talking about, that's you're doing it to yourself. Right? Did you ever question which public they're referring to? It's their public. They're serving and protecting themselves, their own interest, and so they should.
Right. If you remove the lies, right, and the lies being the L, so if you remove the L from public, right, what do you get? Yes, that's right, pubic. Fucking pubic, man.
And so now you can see a little bit better the situation here. The average individual goes and expects this person wearing a uniform, who's a policy enforcement agency officer, hired mercenary for his true paymasters, right? The people in office or whatever. And you're going to them and you're claiming that they're your service. No wonder they deem you automatically to be lost at sea, because you are. You're out of your mind.
You know what I started thinking about? All the countries, and when they pulled, which if anybody has any sense in their head, they know America is probably going down in the not so near future, or in the nearer than far future, I should say.
Well,
in the
America
next 10
is
to
really
15
just a
years,
concept, right?
In the next 10 to 15 years, I think there's going to be a complete collapse.
Yeah, it's not even that anything's going down. It's just that the progression of an agenda, a corporate agenda, is continuing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are just New World Order. No. Nothing new about the order. The order is the same. It's a new chapter. Same people.
It's a revolution.
Well, I think about the commoners, back in the old days.
The
What did they
serfs.
do? They gathered in the forest or whatever back in like Robin Hood in those days, and Friar Tuck, But always the people usually survive that are closest to the land.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Because
Which is kind of my goal.
Yeah, you're on the right track.
My way of thinking has kind of changed over the last few years to where, well, I did figure it out. Nobody's going to do it for me. I have to do it for myself. I did figure that out in my 30s. So that was a good point. But here now, it's like, I want to fix it so that the so-called commoners in the area that I live in may possibly survive, and the perennial foods and stuff like that. It's not just so I'll survive, because I can't survive on my own.
Yeah. Yeah.
And anybody that thinks they can be a lone wolf is totally deluded. But if I can get things.
Who's that bird? I will survive. I will survive. I think she'd have something to say about that, because she's pretty sure she's going to survive.
It depends. There's variables. Like, I would do fine by myself, but I do much better when I have the right people as a team.
Exactly.
So it makes sense to go down that road. And a lot sooner than later. A lot of people like to wait and see what's going to happen. It's like, why would you do that when, first of all, we identified that the system itself is toxic and abusive? So there's the morality aspect, right? It's also irresponsible. You reap what you sow. And even if that didn't happen, just for that fact, why linger? Why still continue to participate in something? And then a lot of people try and look for within the system to reform, to affect change, when that's, of course, a loop in on itself. The only true change is if you reform yourself in your way of life. That's the fastest way to do that.
Exactly. I was talking to a lady in Jamaica what, when I had an issue with Amazon, so I called the Amazon call center. And I get into conversations with people, and she was in Jamaica, and I said, well, you all got hit with a storm. I said, how are you all doing? She said, we're doing fine, and I said, well, you know, um, I was talking about our society, and she's like, oh, we don't have to worry about food here. She said, if there's a fruit on a tree, you pick it and eat it, you know? And she said, people grow things and we share. That's how we live. She is the one that really started me off on this kick. And Nude Guru showed up and he kind of kicked my butt into a higher gear. So, I'm going to do it. I'm going to turn my little yard into a little oasis, hopefully, if possible, if, my body holds up doing all this shit, you know, where I can share the food out. I can take a root and give it to somebody. They can plant in their yard. Then,
Yeah, there's only
you
so
know,
much you can eat in a day, right? Anyways.
exactly, if exactly, and you just branch it out, and I ordered some purslane seeds. Thank you, Richie. Um, I'm taking information from every fucking where I can get it because that's how you learn to survive, you know? And on my Discord, I don't know if you've looked at the channel or the whatever the server, but my thing is, you know, I learn from fools and from sages, from the youth and the aged, you know?
Oh, is Discord still something that I don't really participate in? I've got a Discord server. I've got a Discord server, but yeah, I don't remember. I had 2 bad experiences with Discord.
Sorry. No,
I had some good experiences. I had some good experiences when I first started with it, but then there was some malicious shit that went on, and like my device is getting hacked and losing access to shit, and having to buy new devices as a result, and all that. And I made the same mistake twice. I downloaded the app twice to my devices. It was a year. It was a year in between, but I was talked into it, and it happened again. So I was like, "Fucking hell!" Once bitten, like, fool me once, shame on me, right? Fool me twice, fuck. Or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and I won't get fooled again. Sorry, I just slipped
Well,
into
I'm
my
kind of
George
using
W.
Discord
Bush.
as a backup communication center because I'm
Right? Yeah.
adopting people like, Nude Guru and some others, that I will leave nameless. I'm going to fix it so that I can communicate with these people in private chat or whatever, so that I can stay in contact with people I actually like and want to be in contact with.
Yeah, that's
So,
good. I think getting phone numbers and stuff is good in that sense as well. I think maybe there might be a time when we lose internet, but we've still got phone numbers. We can still
I have a
phone
solution for
people.
that too. There's
you do?
Mesh-tastic and mesh networking is coming along quite nicely. So for anybody who doesn't know what that is, it's basically decentralized, old school analog peer-to-peer networking with digital technology on the surface on top of it. So basically we're just the way that Bluetooth works, we're but long range. So yeah, this technology is coming along quite nicely, and I think it's got a good chance of being ready in time for if they pull the plug on that.
Yeah, that's the next step. I don't have my shortwave license yet, but I do have the radios. I'm just saying.
Not allowed shortwave in the UK anymore.
Well, they're fucktards over there, so.
Like ham radio.
I'm sorry.
Ham radios.
Well, if you're
ham
following
radios,
orders, then that's the root of the problem.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I don't even live there, so, no.
But once again, disclaimer, don't listen to us or a bunch of quacks, and,
Yeah, we don't know anything. You know, I don't know a thing. But
No, I'm just a far right extremist, even though, I'm dyslexic, so might be left. I'm not sure.
well, I'm only half right. The rest of me is left.
I found perfection probably 4 or 5 years ago, so I'm just waiting for the rest of you to catch up. Do you know, crikey, I still got 27 people here, man. 27 people and 2 people chatting. Dom totally owning the chat for the last, I don't know how long. Maybe only a minute or so.
I guess I'm Noah Part 2. I'm the modern sequel, according to Dom there. Chat.
Dom's been owning the chat there for fucking 20 odd minutes.
Noah Guru.
We love you, Dom. And there was Brandon, if you're still here, dude, big up yourself, mate. Hopefully you understand now why the introduction was the way it was. Why I was kind of like, right. Because I didn't want to, I haven't seen him for ages. And, he's a lovely guy. He's obviously...
smoke signals coming out of our UFO.
He just obviously communicates in a slightly different way.
We'll rev our UFO engines because they're still running petrol to signal each other.
Dude, have you not mastered the power of thought yet? Faster than the speed of light, didn't you know that? Doesn't matter the distance either. I can just think it and it's there instantly. That's why telepathy's like far superior to any other transmission, because it's instant.
Rich, did you get my reply to your email?
Oh, do you know what I did, and I haven't replied to it yet. I do have I have a response for you. I will reply to you in the next day or so, my friend.
No worries. Just making sure that.
Well, basically, I mean, just to let you know, why I emailed you. It's just I think that there's things that maybe are just better talked about offline. You know.
Sure.
That like I don't know. It's like you said. There's people in your community who think you're crazy, and this sort of stuff shouldn't be really talked about in front of the inept, and the masses on YouTube and stuff, because not everybody's ready for this information, are they? Really, I can see why. I would listen. I've got my Magic Treehouse community on Signal. Hardly anybody fucking knows about it. There's only a few people in there because I'm extremely protective about that group. Right? Everybody in that group are good. There's good people in my group. They're all.
Let me put it this way: there's a lot of people who see as objectively as a subjective mind can be the duality and contrast between the disease side of the species and the healthy side of the species, right? And when you see that, it would be one thing if the two coexist and functioned where there was no either mingling of either side and interference from a toxicity perspective and blah, blah, blah. The healthy side knows far too well that the dysfunctional, toxic side and insane side will, at any given time, kill the messenger over just the message in fear and delusionment, when all you would want to do is say, hey, listen, you can be healthy and save yourself type thing. And they'll even come and take over and kill you out of fear. So they would rather the disease, just bluntly putting it, and I don't necessarily disagree either, just self-implode and eradicate itself. So the idea that there's any continuation after you get out and take responsibility for yourself is kind of like a little bit of a hypocrisy towards that, and that's true. At the same token, I was born in a disease too, and if it wasn't for other people who did that, I'd just be there too. So I think that people who want to turn a leaf for themselves and they don't want to be on that wrong side of the rubber band should have every rightly so opportunity to do so. And if I can be a part of that equation in any way, because I'm grateful for others who did that, and some that I'll never even meet, they're not even around anymore. I see the value in that. And it doesn't take anything out of me to do that, because I'm just expressing from how I function and whatnot, just telling the truth. But a lot of people who are just living this way, it takes something away from them. It takes their energy away, and they feel like it's a disservice in a way, and that it's possibly too risky for their themselves and their way of functioning. It is a risk in a way.
If it's going to take more energy to deal with people that aren't, the problems that will come with the baggage that comes with those people that aren't quite, they're not. They might have all the best intentions, but they're maybe just not ready for it yet, or they haven't really fully contemplated all what the ramifications are from making a decision like that, right?
Right, and they're trying to preserve.
Right.
Okay, because it's also because the balance scale is kind of tipped, right? There's a lot of, vast amounts of toxic garden versus, preserved. It's almost like you got to go to great distances now at this point to isolate and try and protect as much pristine as you can, and it can be a challenge. So it doesn't take much mold to come in and ruin a crop, So that's kind of the view. It's like, well, we got to try and be the antithesis, the side of the scale, especially if we're going to value the human species at all. They see themselves as being the front runner in the pecking order.
Adam, my friend, if you've got a phone number, if you've got a smartphone with signal on it, then you can email me your number, and I'll email you back with my number, and then we can get in touch with each other on Signal. And that would be a better way to get in touch with me than Discord, because I'm not using Discord. I don't really use it. I've got the server and everything, but I don't really use it. Because
Richie?
It's on my other laptop. It's on my iMac, and the password and everything is on there, and I just haven't transferred the passwords over. Go on, Paula. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
I interrupted you. I'm sorry. If you need to get in touch with me, get in touch with Guru. He'll get in touch with me. Okay.
Yeah.
That way, that form of communication is still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Because you never know. YouTube could go tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, it could.
I ain't psychic. Or am I?
So could Discord.
Yeah, I know. But that's my temporary communications fix for the moment.
Yeah.
Until something better comes along.
It's all we've got are these apps and things. We've kind of only got their system to rely on. And if there were to be a huge EMP go off and all the servers go down and everything, all that would be just completely screwed. So that's why sometimes, in some cases, addresses are good. Addresses.
Yeah, you're right. We're working, and I've been involved with this for a long time. As I mentioned, we're working on a decentralized, for the people system as we speak, though, and I think we are far along enough as we speak enough to, it's advanced enough where you can't yet do YouTube on it or something like that, but you can do small apps and texting and voice. You can do that at this point on it, and it's only a matter of having. Look at it this way. You know what a node is?
Yes.
Okay, so it's like that. It's just a mesh of people having a device and they're all nodes. And it's only a matter of having enough people in far-reaching places for it to be solid. Let's put it that way. And it's getting there.
It's kind of like how Skynet works, shooting a signal
This is
to
sounding
this
like
one
Death
to that one to
Stranding.
get to the other one.
This is all sounding a bit like the storyline for Death Stranding.
Is that a
You should
movie?
check that out. Yeah. Well, no, it's a computer game, which is a really good bloody movie, right? The storyline is pretty interesting, really cool. And it's got the guy that has the crossbow in The Walking Dead, that actor. He's like the main guy. That's who you're playing, and you're playing a sort of transporter that is the whole world is kind of a dangerous, very inhospitable place, covered in a lot of snow and stuff. And there are these entities that now have access to our realm, and they'll kill you, right? So people live in bunkers and shit, but they need to transport stuff between the bunkers. So you get these nomad type truck. I forget what the term is for them, who carry. Or they drive vehicles, if there's a vehicle, they drive a vehicle, but they also carry a lot of the way using these suits, that are like, what are they called? Those suit, the body, the exoskeleton type thing, right? That allows him to carry more. And you're carrying stuff from one place to the next. But of course, the President of the United States of America needs you to go and link up all the nodes so that the systems, everyone's connected again.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to do it locally, it's like spreading out like a web, spreading out. Sorry, Paula, go on.
It's okay.
Of course, we could just sign up for
Yeah,
Neuralink.
sorry.
That's the other option. Anyways, go on.
Because that's what they want is a complete biodigital convergence, and I'm not fond of this thing being monitored everywhere I go every minute of the day, because I don't need that, because I'm not an idiot and I have morals and principles,
I live in China, Japan, and the only place that I can afford is basically big enough for me to stand up in, and it's just a broom cupboard, and I don't have the space for a keyboard and all that sort of stuff, but I can have a little projection of a screen on the wall inside the cubicle, and so it makes absolute sense to me to get the Neuralink. I think Elon's had a brilliant idea, so I can plug straight in to my into the screen, not have to use a keyboard. I think Neuralink's an excellent idea, man.
The bad thing is
Why didn't I think of that?
technology. The bad thing is with the technology and everything, Neuralink is totally old hat.
What
It's
if
absolutely
Neuralink can help with erectile dysfunction?
Oh man.
I mean, there's all these good things that they could sell it for. There is the obvious. If somebody is paraplegic or something, if somebody has been paralyzed, regains the use of their limbs as the result of a Neuralink. I mean, it's a really good idea. It would be great if that could work. I think there's always going to be issues with the body rejecting whatever it is that has been stuck into it,
and ulterior motives.
They'll need loads of drugs to stop the body from rejecting the implants and all of that shit. And so you just end up a drugged up mess the whole fucking time.
Invest in Neuralink shares, folks.
My question always is in everything is, what is their ulterior motive? You know?
So wish to control the brain. Actually, do you know what? I think this transference of consciousness into a machine makes sense, right? If they get, it just means they have to do something with all the bodies, right? So all of these Guatemalan workers, right, who will work for cheaps, and they're illegal immigrants, but they don't really, like, so they're kind of disposable because they're illegal immigrants. But they still have to be fed and stuff, right? But that's the great thing about robots. Robots don't need to be fed, and so long as they're oiled and maintained properly, they have a long working life. They can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Maybe they just stop for an hour and and get their parts lubricated and whatever, and then they can work for another.
They can even do that themselves,
right? And
self-heal, self-repair.
Shall I say the quiet part out loud? Let's
So
just
what-
make this simple. Cut to the chase.
If they
Human
can take the
beings are
concept
obsolete in their world.
in their world, yes,
Yes.
but they live in a
Their
fantasy
world.
world. They live in a fantasy world. They think that it might actually be possible to transfer consciousness into a silicon chip. They actually believe that might actually be a possibility. They actually believe that they have the intelligence and the ability, know-how, eventually, not right now, but they'll get there eventually, to be able to create consciousness in a sentient.
I wouldn't assume that they don't already have that ability, and I'm not gonna be the one to find out either way.
I would
The
sit
word
here
is
by God
in
to tell them
Japan.
that they don't have that ability, and they never will. God sent me.
The word is over there in Japan. Somebody that used to work for Microsoft that left them and went over there has developed AGI. So that's actually 1 year ahead of what they were guesstimating. But I have other inclinations that I think AGI has already been developed.
Yeah, this whole
And
slow drip
that
thing.
AGI was developed actually a few years ago when I created the group, the Magic Treehouse, and the members of the group are called the Goonies, and it's actual Goonie intelligence. That's what
This
AGI
whole-
stands for. They stole that an acronym.
Slow drip thing
Actual-
is to lure you to that, to embrace it.
I would prefer to be a free range human.
I think that the activated human beings are far superior to anything that we could actually create ourselves. Because I think that we were created. I don't think that we evolved. I think that we were created. I have a strong feeling about it. What can I say? And I think that the idea that the sum of the parts can be greater than the whole, kind of thing, right? That we could be more intelligent than what created us. That whole idea is obviously born from the ego. That's the ego that thinks that. We don't understand the spirit well enough to understand what the spirit's going on about, right? But we do know what our egos are saying and thinking and doing.
What gets you to lean towards the direction that there is a something that created us? Like, elaborate
Because
on that.
I
Something that
use
thought
that-
there, and let's.
I use that term. I use it as a term because I don't really have a word for it.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think it's a he, a him, but it might have a masculine energy. Right. It might, but it also might have a feminine. There's a feminine. I think that for this realm to exist, this realm exists in duality. So I think that duality may have played a part in its creation. Right. It was maybe it was created through that was the creation of duality. And we are navigating, we've been given vessels to navigate the effects of that,
Why? What makes you lean towards there being a singular entity that
I'm not saying it was a singular entity, right? I forget who it was that said it. It was Angel Wings that said it either yesterday or earlier today. She said that why can't it just be an energy, right? Why does it have to be a thing or a person or an entity or a group of entities or whatever? The whole thing from Scripture, let us make them in our image, right? The Elohim saying, let us make them in our image, causing the confusion as to how many gods were actually around or what gods were around when man was created and all of that, whether Elohim is singular or plural. And what does that mean if there's plural saying, let us make them in our image, like the image of man? I don't know if there's something in that, I think that we are. I think this is a simulation. I don't know for what purpose. I think it's I think maybe this is a simulation for the evolution of consciousness, right? For the evolution of consciousness to then be able to. This is like maybe the first stage. Once you graduate Earth, right, and being human, your consciousness. Once you graduate here, maybe we get a different vessel in a different realm that's capable of way more than this vessel. But because we're in control of ourselves, we're actually more more deserving of the potential that we could fulfill. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Waffling.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Like there's definitely something to be said about working with genetics, DNA. There are certainly people that exist right now that are very, very advanced and good with that. So there's something. Could it be just like in that context, or sort of metaphoric? We decided to make, another being that was in our image crossing DNA or something like that too.
Some people call us X-Men. They've made silly movies about it, but
even that, right? Like I don't see any hint towards anything other than just is existence itself. And the essence, the energy of existence itself existing and being what it is. Like there's no entity, supreme entity, energy, or anything of the sort that's sitting there and coming up with this word create. Like show me what that looks like. Right. Everything was already here transforming. I don't see any from nothing to something happening,
But again, I think that's an unavoidable kind of natural need of the ego because the ego can really only contemplate time in terms of there was a beginning and then and all things come to an end. So if there's an end, there's a beginning. So what was the beginning? When did the beginning? When did this realm begin? When did all of this begin? When did we begin? We find it very difficult to contemplate the possibility that it's always been.
Yeah, so through the ego,
right?
Right, and the ego doesn't like to accept that. So this is what I see is that
just finds it difficult to accept it. I think that's why, because it's outside of its frame of reference.
Yeah. So the honest position is you experience what you experience, and what's beyond that you don't know. And leaning towards something else is where we get into a fabricated fantasy-based thing as a result of not accepting that we don't know. What I experience is simply just what I was saying. That's what I won't do. I won't fabricate just because I don't know something, right? Or it's beyond my intellect to see. I'm not going to start fabricating ideas. That's the whole basis for religion. That's what that is, right? It's when the ego is dissatisfied with not knowing. So now we're going to come up with theories and fairy tales and fantasies. It's okay to speculate. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's all you can do, right? The only thing you can truly experience is existence for what it is, and nobody can demonstrate to me any evidence or point to their fingers to anything that suggests that there is this thing called create. And I think it's a beautiful existence the way it is. In fact, getting that out of the way and seeing it and experiencing it in the moment, in the present, in its divine form, as it is
Right,
the
as
ultimate,
is.
you know?
Right, exactly. But don't worry about where it started. Just the fact is, it doesn't matter. The fact is, it's there.
Yeah.
Right now.
And the idea of start is in the ego. That's a distraction. That takes you away from the is, the what is. You're gone already, you know, once you start thinking like that. These are all limitations. And of course, an ego is a limited thing, right? It's an eye of limitation, so you can only see through that.
So if I can share, guys, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt that people are aware that there's many systems here. And in that system, the ego, whatever you want to call it, can roam around those things. So now once you realize there's many systems, is it actually impeaching on you? If you're a Mormon or an Amish person, are they fighting the system or are they working with the system? And now in this case, there's nature and there's civilization. The Amish know to a certain point, you have to work with nature at the same time you're working with civilization. It sounds like you, NG, and Apollo are trying to work with nature. Nobody's opposing you. What we get confused is we're going to want other people that are either following a system or many systems unaware. It's not our responsibility to make them aware. You could share it if you want. But this is the thing. It'd be different if all of a sudden the Amish are saying we're having a difficult time, we're struggling with nature. No, they're not struggling with nature. And if they are, they're struggling only because they have to understand the signs. So now when they want to still interact with civilizations, they've already made a deal with them. The leaders aren't going to interfere with them because they understand the role they got to play in that system. It's usually people that are slowly becoming aware. They're going to do grieving stages. I'm angry. I'm in denial. Now, back to what you're saying, new guru, humans don't create anything. At best, they reproduce and manipulate things. It's usually a human that says, I want to control things. I said, well, then stop bleeding then. Stop breathing. Well, I don't do that, Dom. I said, then what are you doing when you alter your breath for a bit? You're manipulating it. So why would it be tough to think that they're doing cloud seeding, GMO on the food? Again, that's a child not understanding. You're living in a system, and once you become aware of how the system really works, wow, this is interesting. Leave it for what it is. See, the transformation transformation and transmuting is to realize, are you going from positive to negative, or are you trying to merge those energies? There's nothing to fight. It's just to be aware of it. Now, you might not have, some of your likes and dislikes might get involved, but then how did you get those likes and dislikes? Maybe become disattached to those likes or dislikes. Because if not, then how the fuck do we get this technology called Wi-Fi? How do we get the technology of cars? You know, when you look at nature, nature's all about harmony. That's curvature. Humans, what they do is called angles. Let's create them in our image. Okay, like man. They're not talking about the form. Nobody's ever seen God. Nobody's ever seen man. The image, are those things up in the sky? Are they images? When you have thoughts, those are images. You're going to be in the spiritual and material world, good and evil. But I get it. People are going to say ego. Yeah, there's the ego and then there's the self. The self is the programs. Go ahead.
Just we're going to say that's where we're living. We are all actually living in two worlds at the same time.
Thank you, Richie. Yes, very true. Thank you. Or many different worlds or dimensions, whatever they want to call it, realms, whatever suits a person's wordage. But unfortunately, people say, no, we have to crack the egg here. We use dimension over here. You guys can use realm over there. You can call it heaven over there. You can call it hell over there. Okay, so once we're done, because, you know, a lot of times these are thought-provoking things, what we do is we use a lot of verbiage. We start talking about this stuff. Okay, so now we have to include the fact that we're using a different element now when we're speaking in air. That's sounds and frequencies now. Now, for some people, they might turn around and say, I don't understand you. I say, well, you're not here to understand me. You're here to understand yourself, and hopefully you will understand yourself. Because I could be a mystic. I could be a seer. Does it really serve most people? Especially when most people have shown they want people to rule over them, which is fine. Because if it's not them, it'll be the clouds. It'll be the sun and the moon. If all of a sudden the sun ever so lightly changes its projection, you'll see how quickly humans will say, I don't think I really worry about fucking Mandela effect.
Right.
I guess
Listen,
that's kind of
love you guys,
all.
but it's just turned 7 o'clock in the evening here.
Oh my
I've been
goodness.
live for 8.5 hours. I'm gonna wrap it up and call an end to it today because I'm tired and I need to get something to eat, and I need to get some fresh air. But I've missed the sun. The sun's gone down now. So anyway, yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for making for an awesome conversation and discussion about some
Thanks for
important
having
stuff.
me again. I guess I'll go back to collecting 2 of every single species and plants, and being the sequel to Noah, the modern day version of it. So I bid you farewell. I'll see you guys again on the next one. Thanks. Enjoyed my time again. Have a good one, guys.
And I will get back. I will get to you. I will get back to you, dude.
All right, man. Anytime. No worries.
Take care, Richie, and thank you for inviting me up the first time you invited me up, and the repeat
Always
adventures.
welcome. Always welcome.
Take care of
Every
yourself,
day.
dude.
Especially, I just love hearing about what you've been up to and what you get up to, and you're a very interesting lady, Paula, and I'm
thank you.
Grateful to have been introduced to you. That we've
I'm
connected.
grateful that Dom sent me over to your channel because I really enjoy talking to intelligent people who actually know a little something instead of echo chambers and keeping my mouth shut and trying not to say too much to people. But anyway, thank you,
Well,
Richie.
we're dealing. Yeah, it's there's a lot of egos on YouTube as well. People that
Well, I have an ego too.
people that
unless you
no,
haven't
but
figured that
I mean
out.
of the more unhealthy. There's a lot of unhealthy egos. Like ego is not a bad thing. Ego's a good thing. You can go far with a healthy, strong ego. You can go far, but there's the unhealthy ones, that really think that they are. I don't know, something that they're not.
The
Anyway,
cat's meow. Mama would say the cat's
yeah.
meow.
Well, we say the dog's bollocks. Bollocks being English for testiculae.
Okay. I thought it was,
The
for
mutt's
booty.
nuts. The mutt's nuts, the mutt's nuts or the dog's bollocks. It's But anyway, much love.
Take care of
Paula.
yourself.
Hopefully see you tomorrow. I
Alrighty.
will be no doubt live again tomorrow, so hopefully see you then.
Right. Bye-bye.
And Adam, just because I've got a 138 suffix, I'm not a grass or a nodding dog. I don't know what that means, but hopefully you've got the 138 suffix for the same reason that I have the 138 suffix on my at 007.138. That's my number, man. Hopefully it's for the same reason. It is, isn't it? It has to be. We're the only people that 138 means anything to. Am I wrong? I reckon Leafy would have a 138 at the end. If he thought about it, maybe he doesn't want to just be jump on the. As soon as I saw it, somebody else had done it, in his chat. I was like, shit, man, yeah, I want that. And we've got the realist 138, right? Because you don't get much more real than that. 138. What are you talking about? 138. Wow, that's just one of those. You're just gonna have to do some research. What could 138 mean? So, dude, I've replied to your email. You should have my number. I actually need to put yours into my phone so that we can then see each other on Signal. And then we can... Sure, quote text. I didn't realise you were English. There's another... I'm thinking of Adam Forrest. Right, because there's another Adam. Adam Forrest. I can't remember where he lives. It might be New Zealand. Paste that. Plus 3, 4. Four, 4. Idiot. Plus 4, 4. Huh. I just accidentally put you in as Adam Cool. You're in my phone now as Adam Cool, not Adam Cook. That was a mistype, and I'm not wearing my glasses, so I didn't see it until it was already saved. Ah, there we go. Right, lovely people. I'm really hungry. If you're feeling generous this side of Christmas, please consider
Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a trash. Don't be good, no. Put some money in there. Stupid ass. I whoop your ass, Clarence. Don't come over here. Now, watch it. You tall black motherfucker. There's women up inside. I don't give a fuck about them. Ain't nobody give me nothing.
Thank you very much for being here. See you all. See you all soon. Take it easy.
Where is she? Where is she?
When you're feeling under pressure, do something different. Roll up your sleeves or eat an orange.
Be on the lookout for things that make you laugh. If you see nothing worth laughing at, pretend you see it, then laugh. Have you ever noticed a calm person with a loud voice? Try and speak softly once in a while.
Right, the shop is closed. Everybody get out.
What?
Time to go home. Come on.
It's only 2:45.
Yes, but it's my shop. Come on, go home. Bye-bye. Thank you.
That's hardly fair.
It's not fair at all. Get out. Bye-bye.
I expect better service.
We'll expect away. Get out. Bye-bye. Come on, all you time-wasting bastards. Back on the streets. Come on. Bye-bye. Bye. Goodbye. Thank you. Bye-bye-bye. Back to life. Back to reality. Thank you.
Shut it down!